for you. I will be in this seat. Every now and then I'll leave to go to the bathroom. But I am live in this seat through 4 o'clock. Then the storm of Corm follows me, and things are going to get rough and tough here over the next couple of hours. I'll show you the radar here in a second. But again, I want to reiterate what we're going to be dealing with today. This is going to be a severe weather outbreak. We've already had severe weather this morning across Iowa. I'll show you some of the reports. Not much has changed in the AccuWeather forecast. We have that high risk from Peoria, Quincy, Illinois, St. Louis, toward Indianapolis. I suspect the thunderstorms will be firing up here within the next couple of hours. While there can be, and there probably will be, tornadoes anywhere within this risk area, including the yellow area where we have spotty thunderstorms, we are looking at an area where we think there will be tornadoes, and not only tornadoes, but perhaps strong tornadoes, EF2, EF3 or greater, and there could be some long track tornadoes in this area as well. Anytime you see this map issued by AccuWeather, we believe there will be at least 24 tornadoes. I suspect before everything is all said and done, we'll likely have more than 40 or even 50 tornadoes here this afternoon. As I mentioned, it's already been a rough day across Iowa here. Take a look at the storm reports here. We had a line of thunderstorms that started across northwestern parts of Iowa. They moved southeast into Illinois. I'll show you the area here in a second. While those thunderstorms have weakened this morning, there were wind gusts between 60 and 90 miles per hour as those thunderstorms raced to the south and southeast. All right, want to show you the radar right now. This is what's left over of those thunderstorms right now. What you're looking at in Peoria, Springfield, and moving through Indianapolis. Now, the thought has been all morning, and the concern we've had is what happens to severe weather in the area where we're getting the rain and thunderstorms now. I think what's going to happen is this area from Peoria towards Springfield will continue to move east. It will then weaken, and you notice right in here that there's not much going on across parts of Missouri and southern Iowa. This area in northern Missouri is where I think the thunderstorms are going to start firing up in the next couple of hours. Temperatures are warm, dew points are going to be in the 70s, and I think this is where the severe weather is going to begin. Now, I want to zoom on in to, oh, and by the way, flash flood warnings still continue here across eastern Iowa from Cedar Rapids toward Davenport. We've seen about 2 to 4 inches of rain in this area. The rain has left, but the flooding is still continuing. All right, right now I want to take you in toward Quincy, Illinois, right along the Mississippi River. It is quiet now, but this is one of the areas within our high risk. And with that, I want to bring them in. Our storm chaser, meteorologist Tony Laubach. It is the calm before the storms, and I think the key is I see behind you, Tony, you could correct me if I'm wrong, it looks as though the clouds are beginning to break a little bit here, and the sun should be out in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, we've already seen breaks of sunshine, Barry, or Bernie, Barry. We got them both in there today, guys. We're doing this informally here. But yeah, behind me, you can see this is the remnants of the storms that have rolled through here. Really, my goal this morning, waking up in Springfield, Illinois, was just to get out of the path of the morning storms. By the time they got to Springfield, they were sub-severe. We had some wind gusts, some heavy rain, some pretty good lightning as well. But things were relatively calm for us in terms of the storms compared to what we saw further to the north and west. Right now, we're in the waiting game. Typically, for me, when I've started chase day, my goal, Bernie, good Lord, it's early for all of us, I promise you. This is Bernie, everybody. Barry's behind the scenes.
I'm hard to mistake, Tony.
Well, I don't have my eyes, so I don't know who I'm talking to in reality. But, yeah, typically my goal is to be someplace by 3 o'clock. When I'm talking about a target town on a day, I like to be where I'm set up by 3 o'clock. We're doing this much earlier today because we're talking about March dynamics. This is a typical dynamic system you see early in the spring, but we're seeing it now late in the spring, early summer with the summertime instability. So we've been talking about this for days, just a lot of ingredients in place. Exactly how they're going to come together remains to be seen, and that is exactly what we are concerned about, is having two very powerful parts of this puzzle. Usually they're not together like this, and we're seeing them together like this. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon. Certainly the potential for violent storms is definitely going to be rather high. And again, we think that's going to form very, very quickly.
Yeah.
In addition to that, the word quickly is going to be a big word for us in terms of how fast these storms are moving. We're talking 50, 60 mile per hour on the movement of these storms. So when these warnings pop up for you, it's going to be a little bit quicker of a response time for you. So you've got to be sure and be prepared for that. We've been talking about the tornado threat, hail, damaging winds also going to be a concern for us too. And again, we think once those storms start to get going, and you've already mentioned, Bernie, the clearing behind there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm not going to get this right. You're talking about the clearing that's going on behind there. That is where we're going to start to watch for those storms to fire. And again, with the ingredients in place, it would not surprise me once they start to do that, they're going to establish themselves quickly, bringing that all hazard threat.
And Tony, I have the future radar up, the HRRR here, and what we're looking at 3 o'clock, and right near Quincy, what I see is some lines and I see some discrete cells. It does appear to me that right off the bat, once these storms start to form, we're going to go right to tornadoes. Do you concur with that?
I do. As I was mentioning, talking about how quickly these storms are going to get themselves established. The other part of this puzzle, too, Bernie, there may be a line of supercells.
Yeah.
This might not be like a full squall line. We might be talking multiple individual cells close together, but it's still going to pack a high tornado threat if that remains to be the case.
And we've been mentioning the fact, the idea of long track tornadoes. Explain why we're so worried about that because of the ingredients that we're looking at today, Tony.
Well, when we talk about dynamics, folks, we're talking about wind energy. That's what we mean by dynamics. The other part of the puzzle is the fuel, the moisture. That is the gas for the hot rod that we have going on here. What we've got today, we've got two factors in there. Obviously, the longer storm remains discrete or semi-discrete, the longer it's going to have a chance to produce tornadoes. When you start talking long track, you start talking distance. A tornado that might be on the ground for, say, 30 minutes, let's say 30 minutes for math's sake, on a slow-moving storm may only move 10 miles. If you're moving 60 miles an hour, that tornado, that same tornado, could move 30 miles. So that's where the difference is going to be today.
And really quickly, Tony, how are you going to organize your chase today? Because you get the initial thunderstorms, and then that's it. Do you continue to chase once the thunderstorm goes through? How are you going to plan your chasing day?
Today, I like to call this the catcher's mitt. Sometimes you set yourself up on a decent area where you have multiple routes that you can move quickly, and you basically sit and you wait for the storm to come to you. So basically, you're sitting like a catcher waiting for the pitch, in terms of the pitch being the storm in this case. But if the storms are moving kind of east or east-southeast, there are a lot of good east-west roads that allow us that opportunity to stay with the storms a little bit longer. But the orientation of the line, which is likely going to be kind of northeast to southwest, kind of allows us to move south along the line as that progresses. So it might just be multiple storms kind of cherry picking on the way down.
And as you've been talking about that, Tony, I put the future radar up and it's showing exactly what you're talking about. Those thunderstorms moving from southwest to northeast as we go through the afternoon. So, Tony, buckle up. I don't think it's going to take too much longer. We'll check back with you later on this afternoon. Stay safe. Very volatile setup. In fact, I know you were talking to our forecasters. You were so impressed with the dynamics. You were actually even concerned, did we want to up this today to an extreme risk?
That's correct. And I guess the reason we haven't yet is because the uncertainty that still exists to this point. But folks, if things go up and do so in the way that the higher ceiling, the worst case scenario could be, it could be a very, very big day.
Tony Laubeck in Quincy, Illinois, right along the Mississippi River. He is in harm's way. He is a professional. He knows what he's doing. Tony, we're going to check back with you later on this afternoon. If you see something, make sure you call us in and we'll put you on live right away.
Oh, I will. Don't worry about it. Bernie. I got it.
Okay, Tom, we'll talk to you later. All right, I want to take you to the radar right now, a little farther to the north. Love Tony. The first watch may actually occur right in here, where across southeastern parts of Minnesota. I want to go to the, I believe Miss Kayla put the La Crosse radar in there for me. Let me just take it on its latest. All right, what you're looking at is these thunderstorms back in here toward Mankato and Minneapolis. I don't think this is going to be necessarily a tornado threat here, but as this runs to the southeast and crossing I-35, I think what we're going to end up seeing is probably some hailers here, where we can have some larger hail. Perhaps we can at least see some quarter-size hail with this. Let me put the national radar in here, and you can kind of see it. We'll put it into motion here. So again, this is likely where we're going to see our first watch as we head in toward the afternoon hours here, and maybe in the next couple of hours or so, from La Crosse toward Winona, toward Austin. And then, as I mentioned, we'll be watching a little farther off to the south. All right, we're going to take a break here on the AccuWeather Network on YouTube. It's no break ever. Stay with us as we track severe weather. All right, we're still tracking the rain and the thunderstorms here across Illinois and Indiana. Again, there is no severe weather at the current time. I do have the watches on. Now, I mentioned earlier that we do have some flash flood warnings. Let me show you what happened here earlier last night. I was talking about the wind, but I am going to put on, what radar do I want on here? No, I don't have the right radar. That's okay. This area right in here had about 2 to 4 inches of rain during the overnight hours. That's why we do have the flash flood warnings. All right, let me take you on out here, bigger view of the radar. Again, nothing is severe here, but as Tony mentioned before, behind this area of thunderstorms, what you're starting to see is that the clouds are starting to break. Notice you don't have any precipitation whatsoever. So I think what's going to happen as we move forward here, you're going to get more showers and thunderstorms to develop. I want to show you future radar, and I want to show you how this is going to end up working its way out. Let me play this through. We were talking with Tony about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Let me zoom on in. All right. Now, what am I looking at here? First of all, these thunderstorms up toward the Minneapolis-Rochester area, you know, you've got to keep an eye on this because you do have some spin here, but I think these are going to be mostly the hailers, where you're going to have some larger hail, and that's why we're going to probably have the first severe thunderstorm watch there. But it's down in here where it's going to be very volatile. Look what's going on here as we get toward 3 o'clock. Even in that area, let me go back a little bit here, and let me go into this. I'm going to play this through so I can control it a little better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this again, and see as we get toward around 3 o'clock, look at these thunderstorms as they develop here. First in lines, but what I see is these individual thunderstorms here, 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 and back in here. And even these segmented lines, even though when you see what we call a linear suggestion, that usually means you're going to have damaging winds. But when you see little red dots within this line, that tells me that you can easily have thunderstorms that are embedded within that flow. So that's why I'm slightly concerned that even in these lines of thunderstorms, you're going to get some damage. You're going to start getting some tornadoes in this area. So that is going to be a concern moving forward here. All right. So let me go back to this. I'm going to play this out again, and you're going to watch how these thunderstorms really get going here as we get toward this afternoon and tonight. Now, what also impresses me is this. Even at 6 o'clock, I'm looking at still some lines of thunderstorms, but within this line, you have some discrete cells. And with the discrete cells, that tells me you're still going to have some tornado concerns. It's not really until after about 8, 9 o'clock that you end up getting more lines of thunderstorms. So that's what I mean. You're going to have about a 6 to 7 hour period where you're going to have discrete cells and probably tornadic thunderstorms here. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on. I think it's a big tornado outbreak as we go through today. And again, lots to keep an eye on as we go through the rest of the afternoon here with those thunderstorms. And as I mentioned, we continue to have our high risk right in here across the Midwest, that red area showing you where we think there's going to be widespread severe weather this afternoon and into tonight. It's going to start shortly here. All right, we're back as we continue to update you on the severe weather threat as we go through today. Earlier, take a look at what it looked like there earlier in Texas. You could see that on the bottom right. Boy, look at those clouds. Now, what that looks like to me, that looks like a lowering cloud deck here. Sometimes that could be a sign of rotation, but what it could also mean is what you can have when you get a gust front coming through. Sometimes the lowering cloud deck is a sign of some damaging winds, and sometimes you can even get a gustnado with that. Chicago, it's been wet most of this morning here with the thunderstorms generally off to the south. Let me take you to the radar around Chicago, and basically that's what we've been looking at most of today is the rain area in Chicago. That's where you're looking from the sky deck right now. We haven't had any severe weather, but certainly there's been some downpours with that. It doesn't look like it's been all that heavy to me. Let's take a look at the radar in Chicago. We'll put it on its latest view right now. Let me take a look at the rainfall totals here over the last, let's say, 6 hours. And you can see we haven't had that much rain in there as I take a look at. So Doppler radar 7/10, 7/10, 6/10, up toward the Rockford area, 1.5 inches. We've seen heavier rain a little farther to the west across parts of Illinois toward Galesburg. You're looking there, 2 inches of rain. So certainly Chicago right now hasn't fared all that poorly, although we've had some flight delays and some ground stops in and out of O'Hare International Airport. But right now, severe weather has not really occurred yet. Let me go back to the national radar here, and I want to make sure if anything isn't popping up there yet. This may be the first area to watch here. Let me get the radar out of, let's go to Lincoln, Illinois. I don't see anything with this line yet. I'm just waiting for the severe weather to start popping up. I don't see anything here that that looks too severe yet. Let me put this on its latest, and let's take a look at this line of thunderstorms as we speak. The first thing I'm going to look at is the storm relative velocity, and what we can do with that is we could see if there's any rotation within these thunderstorms, and what you're looking for is a couplet, some red and some green coming together here, and I don't really see anything of concern in any of the thunderstorms right now. Let me put the storm hazards up. The only thing I see with this line, you see this purple here north of Vandalia and north of Greenville. This is some hail showing up here. Now, in order for thunderstorms to be severe, the hail has to be 1 inch in diameter or greater. This is more like pea-sized hail. That's why we don't have any warnings with that right now. But that's one area that we'll have to keep an eye on this afternoon. There's certainly going to be some locally heavy rain, some 1 hour totals here. Let's take a look at that. You're getting 1 hour totals north and east of Litchfield. And again, as I zoom out, just to give you an idea where we're looking at here, this is south of Springfield, Illinois. So you're looking at 1.5 inches, half an inch per hour rates. Let's see if we can take a look at some longer time frame here. Let's see, 6 hour totals. May not really be that much different since the rain hasn't been falling all that long. So you're talking about an inch of rain. So that's why we don't have any. That's why we don't have any flash flood warnings associated with that here. All right, let's go back to the national radar here and get a sense of what we're looking at right now. Let's clear this out. So again, we're not looking at any thunderstorms firing up. The area I want to watch and I'm going to put this into motion, and I want to start seeing some signs of some thunderstorms here. I think the area that we're going to keep an eye on is right in here first. This is where I think the thunderstorms will start to go. Remember, they did not have any rain in Illinois, in northern Missouri. And again, as we mentioned before, this is where we're likely to see I think there's a better than 50% chance that as these thunderstorms ride southeast toward Minneapolis and Rochester, this is where we're probably going to see our first severe thunderstorm watch. And I think it's going to be mostly for some wind and some hail moving forward here. All right, let me zoom back out here. This is the line that we've been tracking for you all morning. Now, this is going to be interesting because it has weakened quite a bit, but I'm wondering as we move forward this afternoon if this northern area, let's say north of Indianapolis, continues to fall apart. And I'm starting to think that this southern line may continue to advance eastward. This will also be an area to watch for some severe weather this afternoon. Now, it's not running in to the most unstable atmosphere at the current time, but I do see that the thunderstorms are going to be holding their ground, or holding at least their strength as we move through the afternoon hours here. Now, oftentimes we talk about the difference between severe thunderstorms that produce straight line wind damage and thunderstorms that are going to be producing tornadoes. The reason that we are so bullish on tornadoes here today, especially within this area, we believe that the conditions are ripe for tornadoes because of the rotating wind with height. What do I mean by that? Well, this is called directional wind shear. This is the changing wind direction with height that causes the thunderstorm to rotate. And if you look at it this way, we have this broken up from the surface to the upper part of the atmosphere here. Imagine if you're a parcel of air and you're following the wind direction. The wind comes in out of the east, then out of the southeast as you get to about 3,000 feet, and then out of the south at 6,000 feet, and then out of the west-southwest at 9,000 feet. And if you kind of look at the direction of the wind with height, what are you getting? You're getting the rotation, right? And it's the rotation of the air that causes the thunderstorms to spin. And that's why we think there's a lot of these ingredients today, and that's why we do think there will be tornadoes. All right. We continue to keep an eye on the radar here. Remember, if you're just joining us right now, we have a high risk of tornadoes here and severe weather across the Midwest this afternoon. Now, we have not seen any severe weather at the current time, but we feel pretty strongly as we go through the afternoon that the thunderstorms will indeed start to fire up. Now, in addition to the risk we have here, I want to show you, we only draw this map when we are concerned that we're going to be looking at severe weather, or I should say tornadoes. This red map is we always put this out when we believe there's at least going to be 24 or more tornadoes that'll be forming. Now, it's important to note that anybody in this risk area will have the ability to have an isolated tornado, but it's in that high risk area where we think there can be some widespread damaging winds, and this area where we do think there is going to be tornadic thunderstorms. I want to show you how this is going to all come about here on our future radar here. We'll go right back to this. There are the thunderstorms that start forming as we go through the afternoon hours. Now, in the next couple of hours, this is the zone to watch, including where Tony Laubeck is located. I think it's going to be south of Peoria, south of Springfield, north of St. Louis, and even in the Kansas City area. I think this is where we're going to start seeing not only severe weather, but I think we're going to start seeing tornadoes. These are what we call discrete cells. You see these individual thunderstorms that fire up. I think these are all going to be tornadic. As I mentioned earlier, thunderstorms will also start firing up in southeastern parts of Minnesota. Those are going to have some wind, and they're also going to have some hail. So plenty of things to look for as we go through the afternoon hours. All right, we're back from break here on the AccuWeather Network here. Right now, we're in a waiting game, as I'm not looking at anything as far as severe weather is concerned here. As we mentioned, we're going to watch these thunderstorms moving from Minneapolis toward Rochester. These are going to have some hail. I think that may be the first watch that we see. Haven't seen anything come out yet, but that is something we'll keep an eye on here. Also, flash flood warnings continue here across southeastern parts of Iowa. This is all because of the storm. Okay, it looks as though, let me make sure that they have not. All right, these flash flood warnings have been allowed to expire. We do have this flash flood warning, though, from Macomb in Illinois. This is southeast of Burlington, Iowa. This is across McDonald McDonough County until 3:15. That's local time. We have a severe flash flood warning until 3:15. That's for Macomb County. Now, the good news is the rain has moved out of the area, but again, they've already had some locally heavy rain here in the last couple of hours here. We move towards Chicago. It has been a wet day here. The interesting thing about Chicago, with all this rain that we've seen, it stands to reason that the severe weather will likely be south of Chicago. Now, you do see a little break in the action back across eastern Iowa. This will be coming into Chicago later this afternoon. And with this energy that's causing the strong thunderstorms in southeastern Minnesota, this will likely at least produce some spotty severe thunderstorms in Chicago this evening. We'll keep an eye on that. But as we've been mentioning throughout the entire time, this is the area to watch as we head toward the late afternoon and the evening hours here. All right, I don't know if we've seen a severe weather season like we've seen so far this year. And the reason I'm saying that is that we've seen time and time again so far this spring that we've had severe weather where in the Midwest. These are the tornado reports that we've seen so far this season. And what really stands out is what's going on in Illinois right now. We've seen more tornado reports in Illinois than any other state across the U.S., including the Central Gulf Coast states. Now, with that, and to discuss the pattern, we're going to be talking about our risk. I'm going to check in now with AccuWeather Vice President of Forecasting Operations, Dan DePodwin. And Dan, it's great to have you on here as we get ready for this severe weather threat as we go through today, Dan. And the question is, have you seen a severe weather year like we've seen so far?
Bernie, it's been a really interesting year. Obviously, Oklahoma has a good number of tornadoes on that map, but Illinois by far has been the focus point for severe thunderstorms with tornadoes so far this severe weather season. And in talking to a lot of our experts here at AccuWeather, we think that has basically something to do with the fact that the ingredients have combined in that particular location, which they typically do across parts of the plains or Midwest every spring. But in this case, the pattern has been pretty repetitive, and you have strong winds aloft combining with plentiful moisture coming out of the Gulf. And instead of sort of focusing farther west across Oklahoma or maybe across parts of the South, those have combined across Illinois so far this spring and summer.
Dan, I was talking with Tony Lauback just a short time ago. And, this is something that we have debated all week. We went with the high risk a few days ago. We saw this coming. In fact, we were concerned about this last week. And there's been some concern in the office is that the dynamics are so strong. It's dynamics that we would see in April during the month of June that there was the potential of going in an extreme risk, and that's our highest threat here. Explain to our viewers why we decided against that at the current time.
So extreme risk in the way that we approach it is the highest risk we'll ever use. We tend to use it 1 or 2 times per year, and it should be reserved for historic events, very memorable and unfortunately very damaging events. For instance, widespread damaging winds with a derecho that might be over 80, 90 miles an hour. That might be a reason to use an extreme risk. In this case, we've stayed with high, which again is still a very significant risk. We only use high a handful of times, but there's still some question marks in terms of how many individual storms form, and those individual storms are typically the ones where we think of longer tracked tornadoes with supercell thunderstorms. And there has been a lot of question marks on exactly where that risk will be because of the fact of this morning thunderstorm activity that we saw. Now we have a better sense of that, so we're pretty confident in that higher risk zone, but still aren't confident enough to pick out an extreme area. Although again, that doesn't mean we should let our guard down, because there can be many tornadoes in this high risk zone, even in the moderate risk zone, and some of those can be especially intense later this afternoon and this evening.
All right, Dan, I want you to hang on here for a second. We're going to be taking a break here on the AccuWeather Network in about 30 seconds here. We're going to be taking a break, but I want to keep you on here. By the way, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch for southeastern parts of Minnesota and northeastern Iowa here. We'll get you that information coming up. And really quickly, I got a question about the risk for severe weather in Madison County, Indiana, northeast of Indianapolis. I think you are squarely in that risk here this evening, and I do believe that there are going to be tornadoes in the area. In fact, I want to show this map that does have Madison County, Indiana in the highest tornado risk. And we're talking to Dan DePadron, Vice President of Forecasting Operations. And Dan, this is a map that we created, me, you, and actually Jonathan Porter, Chief Meteorologist for the Forecasting Operations. And I always tell people, when you see this map, this is not a map that we create lightly. We only create it under certain circumstances when we feel that the threat is highest.
That's correct, Bernie. We think the threat is highest. We think there can be a couple dozen tornadoes, and some of those can be particularly intense, EF2, EF3, or higher. Any tornado is dangerous, but especially as you get into the EF2 and higher category, they become especially so. And we expect today some of these that could be on the ground for 50 plus miles in some cases. Most tornadoes are on the ground for a very brief amount of time. So we only issue this graphic when we are especially concerned about a dangerous weather situation.
And oftentimes, and you know that I've led the charge on this, we always think it's important, and I don't think a lot of people like doing this. We like to talk about numbers so people understand how many tornadoes that we could see. Now, counting tornadoes and verifying tornadoes can be a little tricky, but our guideline here, Dan, is at least 24 tornadoes if we're going to be creating this map.
Absolutely, and that's something that we certainly expect today. We've had a couple different severe weather outbreaks in the last week or two that have had a few dozen tornadoes, and we expect another one here later on this afternoon. And this could be, it has potential to be just as intense, if not more intense, than what occurred later during the middle and end of last week across a pretty similar zone. So this area has been impacted a number of times this severe weather season, and unfortunately it looks like yet another significant risk here as we head through the rest of the afternoon and evening.
Dan, as we go forward, what are we telling our clients in this area and even throughout the Midwest as we go through the nighttime hours?
So the damaging wind risk is there regardless of how many tornadoes we end up getting. So it's certainly not a tornado or nothing risk. That's important to note that the damaging wind risks, some of those could be in excess of 75 miles per hour, especially in this high risk zone and extending into the moderate zone. And we focused a lot here, Bernie, on this on the Missouri to sort of that St. Louis, Indianapolis, Peoria zone, but even areas east of there, as you head into Ohio, damaging wind risk continues tonight, probably until at least midnight. The storms that form in Missouri will race eastward as we head into the evening and overnight hours. So it's something, if you want to ensure you have a way to receive warnings, you download the AccuWeather app and you receive all weather service NWS warnings as well as AccuWeather alerts to make sure you stay safer overnight when obviously these storms can occur while you are sleeping.
All right, meteorologist Dan DePadron, the Vice President of Forecasting Operations. Dan, you and I will be chatting a little later on once we see how these thunderstorms start to fire up. Thanks for joining us here. All right, I want to take you back out to the radar here. I'll be getting that watch information to you shortly across Minnesota, but we do have that severe thunderstorm watch now, northeastern Iowa and back into, let me see if I could turn this on and see if I can get the severe weather. And you know what, I think I'm going to turn, there it is. Okay, there's the severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. It does include Rochester toward Austin, just northeast of Mason City and also into northeastern Iowa, a little sliver of western Wisconsin as well. I'm going to turn that watch off here for a second. And when I show you the thunderstorms, there's the line. Let me get the latest radar from La Crosse, Minnesota here. And these are the thunderstorms that have started to form. We'll put it into motion. Well, let me keep it on its latest here. So what's going to happen, we talk about discrete cells, and they look like we do have some discrete cells here. I don't necessarily are worried about tornadoes here, but I do believe that while I can't rule it out, the main threat is going to be hail with these thunderstorms moving forward here through the afternoon here. And I want to take, let me put it, see if I can get anything with the storm hazards. It might be a little, nothing yet with the storm hazards, but these are going to be gaining strength as they cross Interstate 35 here. As we go over the next couple of hours. So as I mentioned, that's going to be our first watch area as we go through the afternoon. Again, there's going to be some hail with these as well. Let's go back to the national radar here, see where we're going with the thunderstorms. And again, I'm still waiting for this. It shouldn't be too much longer. We're coming up on 2:35 Eastern, and I think what you're going to start seeing is that these thunderstorms are going to start popping in here over the next couple of hours. And I think Tony Lawback, who's in Quincy, is going to be kind of the first area that gets hit with these thunderstorms as we go through today. We do have a question from Forecast about South Bend, Indiana, about what are the risk of tornadoes here in South Bend, Indiana. Let me go back out to the radar here. You know, it's an interesting question. South Bend up here in northwest Indiana. My concern all along with this is that there would be a rain area that would stabilize the atmosphere in northern Illinois and in the northwest Indiana. So let me go back to future radar here really quickly, and let's take a look at it again as we go forward about South Bend, Indiana. So we'll take it through the 3 o'clock hour. I personally believe that the tornado risk is off to your south. I think it's a higher potential off to your south. But I'll tell you what, the problem I have is while the rain is stabilizing things, I don't like how thunderstorms start popping off to your west and then come on in. I suspect the higher threats off to your south. I think you're more likely to get some gusty winds and hail. But as far as South Bend is concerned, I kind of think the tornado threat is off to your south. And when you go to the map that we've drawn, and we really haven't changed this much over the last few days, we do have that risk south of South Bend, Indiana, down toward Indianapolis along I-70. And I'll tell you what, St. Louis, I would worry about that as well as far as the severe weather is concerned here today. All right, it's already been a rough morning here. I want to take you into the storm reports. Take a look at these storm reports across Iowa earlier. Now, what happened was you had a line of thunderstorms that started in northwestern parts of Iowa, right? And then it moved to the east, southeast. And boy, you had some strong wind gusts here. You had wind gusts 70 to 90 miles per hour as they pushed off to the south and east. So that is the line of thunderstorms that we're still tracking here across Illinois. The whole area has weakened quite a bit. I'm still curious to see how the southern tail of these thunderstorms do across southeastern or southern parts of Illinois. I don't see any signs of that strengthening right now, but that's one area to watch. Now, earlier, we were talking with the Vice President of Forecasting Operations, Dan DePodwin, and he was talking about not only the threat for tornadoes, but damaging wind gusts. Now, remember earlier I talked about the different ingredients. This is when you get directional wind shear. You see how you have directional wind shear? This is how you get tornadoes, because if you're a parcel of air, this is how you get rotation in the thunderstorms and get the thunderstorms to produce tornadoes, because the thunderstorm rotates, right? Damaging wind gusts a little different. similar to directional wind shear, where the wind does increase its speed with height. When you get straight line winds, the wind speed does increase with height, but the difference is that the wind direction remains the same. And with that unidirectional flow, in this case, the wind's out of the west-southwest, that's when you get the squall lines. That's when you get more of a linear presentation, and that's how you get damaging wind gusts here. So it's somewhat similar with tornadoes, that you do have increasing wind with height, but the key is with straight line winds, you have the same direction of wind speed through height, and that's what causes the straight line winds here. So that's a difference. We think that we're going to have both of these conditions as we go through the afternoon hours here. And we're about 1 minute away from break, Barry, did you say? All right. Really quickly, and when we come back from break, we're going to be talking about this. We had our first tropical storm to make landfall here today, Arthur. Arthur, like most June storms, typically they are not very well organized. The center of circulation is over in here. Most of the convection, the showers and thunderstorms here. Now, we're going to keep an eye on it. There does appear to be a circulation. I was talking with Alex De Silva that's trying to reform out here. Probably doesn't do it, but nonetheless, we're going to keep an eye on that as well. The big story is the severe weather this afternoon and tonight. But again, we're going to be watching these showers and thunderstorms move across the central Gulf Coast states as well. All right, with that, I do want to bring in Bill Waddell, which he has been tracking the flooding. You're in Holly Beach, Louisiana. Bill, things look a little stormy there, but, you know, at the current time, not a whole lot of rain to talk about.
Yeah, hey, Bernie, good afternoon to you. We're in the Holly Beach, Cameron, Louisiana area. Yeah, all things considered, I just spoke with a guy who lives a couple dozen feet from the shoreline. He says if this is their first tropical storm of the season, he says this is manageable for this area, and he's hoping this is the only one for them this hurricane season. Obviously, we've got a long way to go, but yeah, this is LA 82. As you can see, this road right up against the Gulf, and we've got high tide coming in about 4 hours from now. But Bernie, you can see at times we've got waves crashing up against the seawall. Not much of a seawall here, obviously, only a few feet of elevation, but you may be able to see some of the sea foam, some debris, some tree branches have splashed up out of the Gulf and onto this road. Obviously, folks here, when it gets stormy, they say this is somewhat typical. They're used to seeing weather like this. So by all means, for folks here, they're keeping a close eye on Arthur off the shore, but we're going to take a little spin here at 180 just to show you this is a tropical storm in June in Louisiana. You've got blue skies and big clouds, but then when you take the pan over here a little bit, you could see the darker clouds, and this is Arthur well offshore, the bulk of the rain, I should say, well offshore for the Gulf. And some of the video you could see coming in to AccuWeather of Holly Beach. We've got the waves crashing. There was a red flag up for rough surf, riptides. Thankfully, we haven't seen anybody out along the water right here. This is, for what it's worth, Bernie, this is not a popular tourist area. These are a lot of local folks, especially that work in the energy and offshore rig industry. They're used to storms. They know what to do. Thankfully, we haven't seen anybody out near this water. And yeah, it's points east of here, right, Bernie? Going to be the big concern over the next 24, 48 hours, really how much moisture and rain. There's a lot of it right now off over the Gulf, but how much of that rain is going to make it over land along the Gulf Coast states? That's what we're going to be watching closely.
Yeah, you know, Bill, I was just looking, and I'm going to put this graphic up here in a second here. So what I've done is, this is the rainfall over the last 5 days across Louisiana, and you're seeing rainfall amounts here over 4, 6, 7 inches of rain. Now, it's mostly been, you know, north of I-10 along I-20. But when you were, I know you came down through Louisiana, through Baton Rouge, whether it was Lafayette. How much flooding did you encounter as you moved across Louisiana?
Yeah, during our drive last night and early this morning, we did not see much. The bulk of the flooding was farther off to our west in the Houston, the Galveston area. Now, that said, this time of year, the drainage ditches, some of them were full. We did pass a crash earlier today on Interstate 10. That was in the Fannett area of Texas. So that would be between Beaumont and Houston. They had a rain band that had moved through. Not sure if you're able to see the drone video that we sent in a short time ago. It appears that the driver of that SUV lost control as that rain band and heavy rain was moving through. And Interstate 10 heading eastbound from the Houston area to Beaumont, that was a mess. You might be able to see also from that drone shot, that construction site where they're working on the bridge and the highway, a lot of standing water right there. So that showed us they've been dealing with a lot of water here along the Gulf Coast.
And Bill, as we go forward here, rain continues to be a big story. I'll tell you what, I was telling people this earlier. Tomorrow, you're going to see more rain with this in Mississippi and Alabama than we've seen in Louisiana. You've been chasing these tropical rainstorms for a long time. People, I think, get always surprised how once these systems come inland, everybody talks about, well, it's inland, it's not a problem anymore. And then the problems with flooding actually get worse.
Oh, absolutely. And folks that we've talked with here along the Gulf Coast, we're here in the Cameron and Holly Beach area, folks who have lived here for years or decades, they know never let your guard down with a storm like this, even with those storms that don't officially get a name. I know just a few hours ago, a lot of us weren't sure if we were going to be officially seeing Tropical Storm Arthur. But people who have lived along the Gulf Coast for years or a decade or more know never turn your back on these storms, especially the slower moving ones, the ones that can produce a lot of rain, because sometimes you're just in one of those unlucky spots. Your home or your town just is one of those spots where those heavy rain bands set up. You could be dumped on with 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain or more in an hour. So even though the soil, the drainage ditches, bayous, they're designed and built down here to handle a lot of rain along the Gulf. But when you've got a storm like this and when those rain bands set up, 3, 4+ inches of rain per hour, that can overwhelm just about anything. So again, we may not be seeing widespread large flooding across, multi-county or multi-parish areas, but with a storm like this, it's all about where those bands set up with the timing. I just spoke with a gentleman about 5 minutes down the road. He lives in an RV here. I mean, this is his backyard, is the Gulf. Great guy, Tab, and he was telling me, we'll have his interview a little bit later. He was down here for the 2020 hurricane season. You remember that? That was absolutely brutal for Louisiana. 2 hurricanes back-to-back within the span of a few weeks. So his RV, long gone from that storm. It was destroyed. So he's got another one. He's here on the Gulf. He loves it. He says there's great people here. He's breathing a big sigh of relief. He's been watching Tropical Storm Arthur and the bulk of the rain off the Gulf moving east. So he's hopeful this is all that he's going to have to be dealing with this hurricane season. We've got a long way to go, but he knows that his friends and family farther off to the east, as you said, Mississippi, Alabama, over the next 24, 48 hours, we could be seeing a lot more rain, a lot of those big flooding issues. But at least for people here in the Cameron, Louisiana area, they're breathing a sigh of relief. This may be as bad as it gets for a lot of them, and they say they're okay with it, but they know there's a long way to go this hurricane season.
Gusty winds, some blue sky around Bill Waddell. Really quickly, Bill, before I let you go, I want to put my graphic up here just to illustrate what you've seen and what I've seen. I have the future radar here, and look at the expanding area of rain as we get into Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon toward Atlanta. And the other concern, and you've seen this before, boy, the southern tail of this area is where you can start getting isolated tornadoes with these tropical rainstorms. So, Bill, we are far from done chasing Arthur as we get into Thursday, Friday. It's getting a little gusty out there. The sun is out. Bill will check back with you as we go through the afternoon.
Sounds good. Thank you, Bernie.
All right, thanks, Bill. Bill Waddell in Louisiana. Again, Tropical Storm Arthur did make landfall near northeast of Matagorda Bay earlier today. We'll continue to track it. Big story, though, is certainly the severe weather that we're dealing with and we are waiting for across the Midwest right now. Nothing on radar that is concerning yet, but I think you are now starting to see the beginning of a line of thunderstorms here south of Davenport, right in here. I think this is going to be the beginning of the severe weather. And it's going to include probably Quincy, Springfield. I think this is the zone to watch over the next couple of hours, because you can see you have a westerly wind here. I think that's your frontal boundary. And out ahead of that, where we haven't had any storms, I think that's the area to watch for severe weather over the next couple of hours. But as I mentioned, nothing that looks too concerning at the second, but I think things are going to be changing pretty quickly here. We'll take you a little farther off to the north. We already have that severe thunderstorm watch, as we mentioned, across southeastern Minnesota and northeastern parts of Iowa, right along I-35. These thunderstorms starting to move a little quicker. It's crossing I-35 just south of Minneapolis, now east of Mankato and east of the Fairmont area. Let me get the La Crosse radar here. We'll take a look at them, see if we're seeing any hail yet with these thunderstorms. They certainly look like there's going to be hailers to me with these thunderstorms. Let me zoom on in toward I-35 south and west of Faribault. Let me put the storm. What I can do is I can put the storm hazards on. Nothing yet as far as hail, but I think it's only a matter of time before we get some gusty winds with that as well. We did have a question about Fort Wayne, Indiana, about whether there's going to be a lot of severe weather with that. Let me go back to the national outlook right now and take a look at Fort Wayne. See, Fort Wayne to me is in the same spot as South Bend. Now, they are a little farther off to the south, but with the rain coming on in, I suspect that the best bet for severe weather is going to be off the south, but you are in our risk area. I think it's more likely to have damaging winds, but I certainly couldn't be rolling out a tornado there later today. We'll put the radar in the motion, and as I mentioned right now, there's nothing that looks severe to me at the current time, and I suspect the best bet is going to be off to the south and to the southwest as we head toward the afternoon hours here. So again, we're in waiting mode right now. We do believe that things are going to be getting very rough and tough here in the next few hours, and the severe weather will last well into the evening hours here. All right, we continue to update you on the severe weather threat today. You can see on the bottom, we have some video and some cameras. In the middle, we're looking at the city of Chicago right now, where we just have some rain. And you'll notice that when you look at Chicago on the threat map, you're on the northern edge of the moderate risk. In fact, most of the city is in the some risk. And the reason for that is we think that rain area is stabilizing things quite a bit. St. Paul, Minnesota, I think the severe threat's going to be off to your south, as we've been watching those thunderstorms pop up across southeastern parts of Minnesota. And the other story that we've been talking about certainly is Arthur. Madison, Alabama, on the lower right now, where we're going to have some locally heavy rain. And I'm telling you what, we're going to see more flooding with Arthur later tonight, more likely tomorrow, than what we're going to see with this afternoon, as we're going to be looking at an expanding area of rain this afternoon and into this evening. Let's get back out to the radar right now. We're talking about Minneapolis. I think the threat is over for Minneapolis for severe weather. Let me turn on the warnings here, and I want to show you, I mentioned earlier that we do have that severe thunderstorm watch out for southeastern Minnesota, and there it is right in here. Let me put this on its latest. So there's the severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like the Twin Cities are right on the southern edge of this, but Rochester is squarely in it. I don't think that we're going to be looking at tornadoes here. I think that we're mostly looking at damaging winds, spotty, wind gusts of about 60 miles per hour. And I think the other thing that we're going to be looking at is the possibility of some hail as well. So again, that is our first severe thunderstorm watch. We'll likely see more. All right, we're back here on the AccuWeather network here, and of course we continue to be live on our YouTube channel here as we're waiting for one of the bigger outbreaks I think that we're going to see during the springtime here. It's a little late in the year. Usually by the time we get into mid-June, the severe weather starts ramping down a little bit. You start seeing more thunderstorms across the country, but the severe weather is a little less as the jet stream lifts off to the north. So it's a little late, I think, in the severe weather season to be getting this kind of severe weather. It's not unheard of. We certainly do see it, but typically we start ramping down with the severe weather this late in June. But again, we do have that severe thunderstorm watch out across Minnesota and northeastern Iowa. The only warning we still continue to have is this flash flood warning that does include Macomb, Illinois. This is for McDonough County here until 3:15 local time. So this is set to expire in about 20 minutes or so. Still some thunderstorms moving through the area, but certainly I don't see anything as far as flooding rain at the current time here. So we are waiting for this severe weather. Let's take a look at some of these thunderstorms here just north of the Kirksville area. These appear to be growing here. And I suspect that this is the area we're going to start seeing next as far as the severe weather is concerned. I'd watch that area from Kirksville toward Trenton, Chillicothe, Macon, and in the Quincy area. I think it's only a matter of probably in the next half hour, 45 minutes, that we're going to start seeing that. All right, still live for you on YouTube here on the AccuWeather Network as we are getting ready for what we think is going to be one of the bigger severe weather outbreaks of the season. There is our high risk area right now. Some of the cities that are included in that high risk: Indianapolis, Decatur, Peoria, Springfield, down towards St. Louis. Now, because of the rain that we've seen on the northern edge of this area, the risk for severe weather lowers the farther north that you go here, and that does include the city of Chicago, South Bend, Fort Wayne, Grand Rapids. The teeth of the severe weather is going to be this high risk. Now, we've certainly had a lot of focus on tornadoes, and we were talking with Vice President of Forecasting Operations, Dan DePadron, about this earlier, that this is the area where we think we're going to see the most tornadoes, and we're also worried about the potential for long-track tornadoes because of the winds and the steering flow being so strong. We think these tornadoes could move rather quickly and cover a large distance, but I do not also want to forget that there's also going to be damaging winds within this area of severe weather. This is as beefy of wording that you're going to see pertaining to the gusty winds here. I mean, we're talking about not localized, we're talking about widespread damaging wind gusts. And we're looking at 75 to 85 miles per hour. Now, we've already seen that occur here earlier today across eastern Iowa. But when you see a storm max of 105 miles per hour, I can tell you very, very rarely will we have wind gusts in severe weather storm max mention over 105 miles per hour. Perhaps doing an intense derecho, we'll have 110, but I mean, that's as strong as you're going to see within the wording of our warnings here. So I just want to point that out. Hail is also going to be a problem. And the other thing of concern here is the flash flood threat. I want to explain why. When I show you the future radar here, I'm going to stop this. And listen, tornadoes are going to be a problem. I have no doubt about that. But I want you to notice this area in here where we have from Missouri and especially across Illinois. Let's go back even into Indiana. You'll notice that the thunderstorms are oriented from west to east, right? Now, when I put this forward, what you're going to see is that these thunderstorms are also moving from west to east. And anytime you get thunderstorms that are moving in the same direction that they're oriented, you're going to get the possibility of flash flooding. Let me play this out and you could see what I mean moving forward here. Watch this as we go forward. You see how the thunderstorms kind of keep moving in the same area. So in a sense, this zone here from about Quincy, Peoria, toward Indianapolis, I think you have a triple threat coming up here. You have the threat of widespread damaging winds. You also have the threat for tornadoes, and you also have the threat for flash flooding with these thunderstorms. Of the three threats, I think it's the widespread damaging winds and also the tornadoes that worry me the most. But I just want to let you know about that as well, that flash flooding will also be a big concern here this afternoon. All right, we're back live on the AccuWeather Network. I was just explaining that there's always also a flash flood threat here. Let's take you back to the radar here really quickly, and then I want to go back to the future radar here. So what we're waiting for is this zone right in here. Probably not as far east as Springfield, but I'm waiting for this area right in here to pop for thunderstorms. Now, there's a reason for that. This zone in like toward Quincy and across Missouri has not had much rain today. The thunderstorms have mostly been off to the north. So this area has warmed up. It's pretty steamy. And now you're starting to see thunderstorms fire up here. Again, I don't see anything severe yet, but I mean, this is going to be an area to watch as we move forward here. As I also mentioned, we do have the first severe thunderstorm watch of many watches, both severe thunderstorm and tornadoes here as we go through the afternoon. But here's our first watch. This is mostly for spotty wind gusts of up over 60 miles per hour. And there's probably going to be some hail with these thunderstorms as well. You could see they look, they're what I call discrete cells. I don't think it's going to be a tornado threat here. Can't rule it out. But what I see with these thunderstorms, especially when you see what I call a circular appearance, these are hailers to me. Can't rule out an isolated tornado, but these look like hail thunderstorms to me. So that's going to be the main concern here. All right, moving forward, I want to go back to the future radar here, and I want to explain the difference when you're looking at future radar. Always notice the shape of the thunderstorms, and here's what I mean. Are the thunderstorms linear or are they discrete? If they're linear, it's mostly damaging winds, although you could always get isolated tornadoes. But discrete cells are the ones that typically not only have tornadoes, but those are the ones that have the potential for having long track tornadoes. And when I look at future radar, what I don't like seeing, and in fact, even in here, some of these back in here on future radar in here are somewhat concerning to me. Now you can see here, this it looks like more like a line of thunderstorms, and you see how it bows to the southeast. This looks more like damaging winds. However, when you see a line of thunderstorms and you can make out individual cells, that also tells me that you run the risk of having individual thunderstorms within that line, and that line being able to produce isolated tornadoes. Now, typically within a line, you don't get the intense tornadoes, the EF2 or EF3, but they're usually, EF0, EF1, but nonetheless, they are tornadoes here. The other thing about when you're looking at the radar, look at the shape of the thunderstorm in particular. So here's a discrete cell, and I'm going to play this forward, and I want to see if I see a signature See, you see how these thunderstorms are like stretched and bent? Here's one in here, for example, and back in here. They look tornadic to me. And usually what happens is when you get the thunderstorm producing tornadoes, it's back along the southwestern side of it. That's what you typically see. All right, so that's something to keep an eye on. We'll continue to update you with future radar here. Let me get back to the radar right now. Again, don't see anything severe yet. However, as I've been talking about, northern edge here toward Keokuk, toward Kirksville, I see a line of thunderstorms just south and west of that developing line. Tony Lawback is sitting and waiting for these thunderstorms to explode. Tony joins us now from Quincy, Illinois. Have you seen anything with your own eyes that starts to concern you, Tony?
Not at the moment, Bernie, and we are watching very, very closely. As you mentioned, that area of storms that you're talking about in Missouri, that's what we're watching for. And you might wonder why we're over here as opposed to like right up on that. We talked about it last hour, how fast these storms are going to go up and how fast they were going to be moving. Typically on a day like today where we have slower moving storms, you want to be closer to where those storms are going to initiate because then you can kind of follow them and keep tabs on them. The problem with starting right where those storms start to fire on a day like today is they could fire and immediately start moving away from you before you even have a chance to do anything with it. So we're holding position here just to the east of Quincy right now. We're going to give ourselves about an hour buffer between us and where the storms are going to fire. And then that way it kind of allows us to kind of shift north and south because those storms, again, if they're moving 50, 60 miles per hour, will not take more than an hour to cover that distance as opposed to a normal storm that might be moving 20 or 30 that covers half that distance in the same amount of time. So that is why we are positioned out here for the moment. We're starting to see the chasers gather. Folks, you heard it here on the AccuWeather Network first. We were first here, and we're starting to see a few more start to pop into the parking lot. So we're getting established in this general vicinity. A lot of trucks, a lot of diesel. It's a truck stop. What do you expect for us here, Bernie?
And Tony, have you noticed an increase in the temperature and humidity in the last couple of hours there?
Listen.
Yeah,
that is the shirt coming off of me. Yes, it is sticky. Dew points here in the 70s. We haven't quite. Let me look here. My thermometer on my car says 72. So we have crawled out of the 60s. We still have some clouds here, but I want you to notice, though, right over my shoulder, you see some of the whites that are interacting with that. These are more of a thick Q field than like overcast necessarily. It is still inhibiting some of the sun from getting down on the surface, but it ain't far down south, Bernie. In fact, if you pull up satellite, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, we are on a I-72 just to the south. We've got much more clearing skies. That's going to slowly work its way up this way, and it's going to bring that unstable air mass up here. So we think we're in a good spot right now.
Yeah, you know what, Tony, I've been watching the radar, and I'm sure you've seen it. It looks like there's a developing line now that is from about Galesburg, Illinois, north of Keokuk, north of Kirksville, that's beginning to develop here. I've seen it over the last couple of hours. I'm starting to think that is going to be the firing line over the next half hour, 45 minutes. Have you seen what I was talking about when you've been looking at the radar, Tony?
Yeah, 110% agree. And again, that's what I talked about at the beginning, why we're kind of positioned out here, and it allows us that buffer to kind of work our way to it. The models, and you showed this too a couple of times, specifically to her, some of the high-res models have indicated that being the firing spot. That has been pretty consistent throughout the day. So we agree with you in feeling and in what we've been seeing in the models that probably within the next, I would almost bet to say within an hour, we're going to start to see things really start ramping up out there.
Tony, I'm drawing an area right now, and our friends and partners at the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, they actually agree with us now. I'm drawing an area that goes from Kansas City back toward near Peoria, Decatur, just east of Champaign. They issued what we call a mesoscale discussion, 95% of a watch, and they are also concerned about strong tornadoes in that area. I believe that that's the line where everything's going to start, Tony. It looks like that's going to end up being the firing line.
100% agree. Yeah, we are just waiting for that tornado watch to be issued. Obviously, that's going to set off all the alarms in the cars here in the parking lot. So we'll know it pretty quickly when that happens.
Tony, I got to ask you, how to stay safe? You want to get to the tornado, but you want to stay far enough away to it. And listen, I'm not advocating for anybody to be chasing tornadoes or chasing severe storms that don't know what they're doing. But explain to our viewers how tricky and how dangerous this is.
Well, this is a higher end event. It's funny you mentioned that, Bernie, because I've got several friends, some amateur friends that have been out the last few days, and I've stressed to them this is probably not the day you want to head out by yourself, because we're talking, again, a high-end scenario, probably going to be a lot of storms moving very fast. And again, I've repeated that in this hit, that we're a little further back from where the storms are firing because we want that buffer. That is the key on a day like today, is to give yourself a buffer, because you're in the moment, you're in real time. If you're right up on the storm, if you're right up next to the tornado and something happens, your escape route's clogged, like I had last week. I had a train that was blocking the route that I had because it had stopped and parked in the middle of the road there. You need to account for that by allowing yourself enough time. When you get a storm moving at 60 miles an hour, that is moving a mile a minute. So if that tornado is 5 minutes away from you and it's moving at 60, it's 5 minutes from you. That you have 5 minutes to allow yourself to react. So that is really the key on a day like this, is to give yourself the space. Don't try to get right up in the grill of these things, and let it do its thing from a safe distance, because nobody does it any good if you are putting yourself in danger.
Tony, let's see. It's 3:10. When's our first tornado warning coming out? By about 3:30, 3:45? Eastern.
4:17.
By 4:17 Eastern.
4:17 Central.
Central, 3:17. So you think in the next 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, no,
that's
4:17
right.
Central Times.
All right.
5:17
Within about an
Eastern.
hour. Okay. All right, Tony Lawback in Illinois, batten down the hatches. It's coming. All right. We're live here on YouTube. I just got just got done talking with Tony Lawback. What I see going on, this watch is going to be imminent. Right now, I want to take you into in the middle of our screen right now. You're looking at the Forecasting Operations Center here at AccuWeather. So you could see everybody sitting down. Those are the meteorologists, not only in the building, but we also have meteorologists that are working remotely in different parts of the country. And we are always arguing, especially when I'm on the floor, and trying to craft the forecast. And they are continuing to take a look at the severe weather here and the threat of severe weather today. So again, those are meteorologists that are continuing to look at the data, and they're going to continue to update me and update the AccuWeather network, the AccuWeather app as well. So this is not just computer-generated forecasts. These are meteorologists using the computer as they've been intended to use, as tools to make a forecast. All right. I'm waiting. Tony thinks it's going to be about an hour for the first tornado warning. I'm going to say it'll be before that. We'll see. But I don't want to undercut him and say 4:16 or 3:16 Eastern Central Time. But I think it's going to definitely be before 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central. Now, Geoff Cornish will be taking over for me as we get to 4 o'clock Eastern. I think we'll have the first warning before I exit the chair. But let me tell you something. The storm of corn, as we call him, he's going to get busy. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm already seeing these thunderstorms starting to form, and they look to me like they're discrete cells. I don't see a line. I see discrete cells starting to pop up here. So I don't think it's going to be too much longer until those thunderstorms start firing through here. So again, we'll continue to watch that here. Let's keep an eye on these thunderstorms back across Minneapolis, just south and east of the Minneapolis area here, where we do have our first severe thunderstorm watch by the way. I was just taking a look at that. And again, the threat for these thunderstorms are going to be hail and gusty winds, so 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and also some hail. Let me take a look at these. I'm going to turn off the watch just for a second. There are no warnings with this yet, but I do want to take a look at these thunderstorms. Let's take a look at the radar coming out of La Crosse, Minnesota here. I want to see if now La Crosse is over here, right here, so it's a little far away. I didn't get the Minneapolis radar, I don't believe. No, we did not. But I want to keep an eye on these thunderstorms as they get cross I-35 and get closer and closer to Rochester. I think we'll start getting a better look at these thunderstorms. I'm going to go back to the storm hazards and see if we're not seeing any hail with these yet. But I suspect that we will with some gusty winds as they continue to get a little better organized here. So again, that's the one area we do have that severe thunderstorm watch. That's until 8 o'clock Central Time. Does include La Crosse, Rochester, and in the northeastern parts of Iowa and even into looks like western parts of Illinois. Our first severe thunderstorm watch. The next storm watch will likely be a tornado watch. All right, we're back from break on the AccuWeather Network. We're watching these thunderstorms south of the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Those are going to have damaging wind gusts, and there are also going to be some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. I mean, you're talking about hail that's bigger than golf balls. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm also watching intently as I look at the radar a little farther south, right in this area. I think this is the area that we've been looking at that was going to be very volatile, right in here. This is the zone. Well, let me see what's going on. I think our firing line is right in here, south of Omaha. That's your firing line. So to me, this is the area. We're probably going to get a huge watch area, probably like this. Within the next, soon. Certainly within the next hour. I think by the time I exit. Okay. All right. We have a tornado watch out now. That does include the St. Louis area. I'm waiting for the specifics to come in, but I've just been told we do have a tornado watch out. You know what I think I need to do? Hold on a second. Let me do this. Not there it goes. All right, new tornado watch out here. Let me take this out to its latest. All right, there it is. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. So it looks like it replaced the old one, and it looks like this is the new tornado watch. So Tony Lawback is now in a tornado watch for Quincy. It also includes the Springfield area. I'm waiting for I want to see a little better look at it here. It still hasn't come up on my screen here, but there it is, the new tornado watch that is out. It includes Columbia, it includes Jefferson City, it includes St. Louis, and Springfield here. It's not a PDS. I don't believe it's a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. I thought it might be, but I don't think they've gotten that far with it. A PDS is a heightened threat for damaging tornadoes, and I do think we have to worry about that. But right now, it looks like they have not gone that far with it. So as I get more information with that, tornado watch issue Northeastern. Jesse Farrell is watching. Jesse, I don't believe this is a PDS watch. I'm assuming that. If I'm wrong, let me know. All right. With that, I want to check in with AccuWeather Vice President of Forecasting Operations, Dan DePadre. And Dan, I was just on the line with Tony Lawback, and I said, Tony, a tornado watch is coming here very shortly. He is in Quincy, Illinois, and that's where the new watch was just issued. I'm trying to figure out, it doesn't appear as though it's a PDS watch, right?
No, I don't believe it is either, Bernie.
No, I don't believe it is. Okay.
Yeah. Still still a dangerous situation, obviously, but it's not that top level watch they sometimes issue.
Now, Dan, we were just looking at the operations floor where our meteorologists have gathered. What's been the conversation and what's been the debate about this severe weather outbreak that's been discussed in the last hour?
So, Bernie, we just held our afternoon map discussion. We have those every day, and we spent a lot of time discussing where the greatest risk lies for tornadoes and damaging winds through the rest of the afternoon and evening. And we didn't make major changes, made a couple just small tweaks, as we've talked about, a bit farther south and a bit farther west with the tornado risk, as we just saw that tornado watch be issued by the Storm Prediction Center. But our team of experts is looking at this and making some sort of final adjustments here. We think our forecast well communicates the risk across Missouri into Illinois. Areas that in some places have already been hit by damaging winds earlier this morning can get another round of storms this afternoon. One thing or a couple of things that we're watching is, Bernie, you mentioned the storms have that sort of elongated look to them. You get that hook echo on the end. And also one thing I always like to watch is the lightning with them. And in the last about 10, 15 minutes or so, a few of those storms, you're starting to see a bit more lightning now in parts of Illinois. But there's the storms that are currently ongoing are sort of in that cooler air. They don't have as much instability to work with, that warmth and humidity. As you head farther southwest into parts of Missouri and just across the border into Illinois, I think that's where we're going to see some of those storms really start to take off as they interact with more of that unstable atmosphere, Bernie.
You know, I called up the Lincoln radar, Dan. I'm not sure if you can see my radar or not, but you were mentioning this. These are very suspicious to me, the near Macomb. And what I mean by this is that the thunderstorms look stretched and bent, right? And it's that bending, especially on the southwestern side, that oftentimes you can get the tornado. So I'm looking at the thunderstorm near Macomb. I want to storm relative loss. I don't see anything that's suspicious yet, but I'll tell you what, Dan, the look of that, and I'm glad you brought that up because that was my initial reaction, that the thunderstorms in the cooler air, mind you, as I mentioned, they already look very suspicious to me. They're discreet, and I don't think it's going to be too much longer until we start getting tornadoes in there. And as you mentioned, that area like Columbia, St. Louis, south of Springfield, that's not been touched by rain today.
No, it hasn't been. And you look at the temperature and the dew points measure of how humid it is in the atmosphere. You've got temperatures in the upper 60s now in St. Louis. The dew points are climbing close to 70. Very strong southwesterly winds in the low to mid levels of the atmosphere, and the very strong westerly winds or even west-northwest winds as you head farther up in the atmosphere. And that wind shear, combined with the very warm and moist surface conditions, are what's going to fuel these storms. As you head farther northeast, it's a bit cooler, a bit cloudier where those storms are ongoing. I think you really need to have them interact with that instability to get what we call the updraft, that rising area of air to really go up and bring the thunderstorm farther up in the atmosphere. And that's when we get more concerned about tornadoes, damaging winds, and hails, when you get those thunderstorms to really start to rise above 30, 40,000 feet.
All right, Dan, I want you to hold on a second here as we're going to be taking a break on the AccuWeather Network, but the live coverage continues here on the on AccuWeather YouTube here. You know, Dan, earlier, I want to go back to our risks because certainly when we are talking about severe weather, there's always an emphasis on tornadoes. But I was explaining to the viewers how rare it is to have widespread damaging wind gusts of 75 to 85 miles with an AccuWeather Local Storm Max 105. That's as high as it gets, correct?
We don't rarely go over 105 with a local storm max, Bernie. I think we may have done it once or twice with derechos in parts of the northern plains or Midwest, but this is pretty much the highest wind speeds we'll have on this type of forecast graphic, especially that 75 to 85 miles per hour. And as these storms form, even in places that don't get hit by a tornado today, in which there may be 20, 30 or more tornado reports today, but they're over small areas. Many more people may be impacted by these damaging winds, which will cause power outages that could last for days in some areas. So it's definitely a very serious concern from now, and it will only increase in concern over the next 2 to 3 hours, and then really all the way until probably could be midnight or even after in parts of eastern Indiana and Ohio as those storms move eastward.
I keep talking about the triple threat on this, Dan. You know, these thunderstorms are going to be moving so quickly. We have about 40 seconds here before we take a quick break. But the flash flood threat that is something else that we have to be concerned about, because the thunderstorms are aligned and moving in the same direction.
Yes, they are. Fast-moving storms, you typically think of not much of a flood
Yeah.
risk, but because of the fact that the flow in the atmosphere, the winds are fairly aligned, you may get multiple storms over the same areas. And even in places that don't have a tornado or have less of a tornado risk, but maybe northern Indiana into parts of northern Ohio, they may have a higher flood risk as we head into tonight, with some of these storms dropping 2 to 3 inches of rain in a very short amount of time.
All right, Dan DePodwin. Dan DePodwin, thanks for joining us, Dan. We just got done with Dan DePodwin here. Dan, we're going to check back with you later on as we go through the rest of today, but great information. And I think things are going to start going downhill very quickly in the next, next half hour or so. I want to take you back out to the radar. Great stuff, Dan. Thanks for joining us here. I always have trouble saying Vice President of Forecasting Operations. I don't know why. But then again, Tony keeps calling me Barry, so I keep getting Dan DePodwin's title wrong here. I want to go back to the radar here, and I'm waiting and waiting. I want to see if there's any warnings. I want to take this watch out for just a second here. It's hard to see everything else with the watches here. So I'm going to take the tornado watch out at the current time. All right. I hit OK. Let's hit play on this, and I continue to want to watch this line of thunderstorms here. So here's what I'm looking for. Tell you what, every time I look at this, I'm going to put this on pause here for a second. Every time I look at these thunderstorms right here, this and this, and this, these all look, and even this line, they look tornadic to me. They just do. There are no warnings with them yet, but they just have that look. Anytime you see how they're stretched out and they're bent, that's always a sign that there's some spinning associated with that. Again, we don't have any warnings yet, but I think we're going to start getting warnings in this area here within the next half hour to 45 minutes here. And as we talked about, we do have two watches that we're covering for you here. I'm going to take, let me see here. Let's turn this off here a second. I want to see if I can take off the radar here. Well, we're not going to do that. All right. Again, I want to show you the latest watches here. We already have the severe thunderstorm watch that we talked about earlier across southeastern parts of Minnesota. We do have our tornado watch. This just got issued. It does include Columbia, Jefferson City, St. Louis, all the way toward Urbana, not far away from Champaign. Actually, Champaign is in it. So this is the first watch, tornado watch of the day. And again, no warnings yet, but I do believe they're coming. The other area I'm wondering is back out in here toward Kansas City, as I suspect the line of thunderstorms will extend to the south and to the west. Again, no tornado warnings at the current time, but I do believe that they will be coming pretty shortly here. Let's take a gander up into northeastern parts of Minnesota. They're the thunderstorms that we've been tracking for you south of the Twin Cities. I'll take this watch off too, so you have a better idea of the thunderstorms itself. Let me turn this off really quick. All right, so let's put this into motion. And as we go forward, there are the thunderstorms rotating through. Now they're just south or just moving through I-35. We'll take a look at the La Crosse sounding here one more time. There we go. All right, they're getting closer and closer to La Crosse. So these are going to have some damaging wind gusts. These are also going to be hail producers, and they are moving pretty quickly here to the east-northeast. So let's keep an eye on those as well. All right, let's go back to the radar here. National radar. Let's see what we're looking at here. I'm going to turn the warnings back on. I want to make sure I'm getting the warnings here. So we have the warnings turned on. I do not have the watch turned on. Severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, so no warnings with these thunderstorms yet. But as we keep saying, these thunderstorms are pretty suspicious as they continue to form. Boy, they're going to be blossoming. Just look over the last couple of hours how these thunderstorms have blossomed. Let me take a look at the Lincoln radar again. I'm going to turn on the lightning. Dan DePotton was talking about this, and I agree with him 100%, that when you have an increase in lightning, that is always a sign that the thunderstorms are strengthening. You see how there's the increase in lightning with all of these thunderstorms around Peoria, around Macomb as well. Also, this line's kind of interesting here from Greenville, just north of Centralia in downstate Illinois. This has a lot of lightning associated with it as well. So we'll continue to watch these. I can't believe there's not going to be some kind of warning coming out here, and I think it would be tornado warnings within the next half hour as these thunderstorms continue to strengthen here across Missouri and in the downstate Illinois here. All right. Let's take you back to the national radar. There's been lots of discussion also about Chicago. It is looking more and more likely to me. Certainly, the worst of the severe weather is south of Chicago, but I think what will happen in Chicago and in the Illinois, this rain area moves, but you have so much energy here across Minnesota and Wisconsin, you're probably talking spotty thunderstorms later today. All right, we're back here on the AccuWeather Network, of course, live all the time here on AccuWeather YouTube channel here. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget to subscribe as you can continue to keep it with our live coverage. Just a programming note. The storm of corn will be relieving me here in about 25 minutes. It's been a long day, but when you work these long hours, I came in this morning at 3, started my day at 4, and it's been an interesting journey watching this severe weather from going to the potential that we were forecasting, well, days ago and even this morning, and now watching it begin to unfold across Illinois and Missouri, and let's take you. Let me go in a little closer here. Okay, I want to take you into Champaign, Illinois. Aaron Jajak in Champaign, Illinois. You know, Aaron, you've been in the clouds and the rain, right? But you're in that tornado watch. Now, I think you have some time, I think. But it just goes to show you how strong these dynamics are, because normally with the clouds and the rain, you'd be looking off to the south for the severe weather.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we've got this warm front that I'm kind of tracking here in this region that I'm watching for. It's very filled up with dew points and energy for this storm system, making its way to the north. In fact, I started off a little bit further north. I was up by Kankakee, driving through all this rain through this MCS. And as you mentioned, normally that is an MCS coming through at noon to 1 p.m. is really going to, limit the severe threat. But the environment's so amped up today with that energy aloft coming out of the west, the dew points and the low-level jet ripping out of the south and east, that we're definitely going to see some severe weather here, and it's beginning to set up. In fact, very interesting thing I noticed as I came into Champaign from the north, I saw clouds forming right at the surface. I believe that was the warm front coming through, and then immediately racing off to the east, while overhead the stratus deck and all the clouds from the MCS were moving quickly off to the east. These clouds were racing off to the west at the surface with that wind coming out of the east. So you can see that vorticity in the atmosphere here today in the Midwest here, especially right here around Champaign. In fact, to me, it looks like this is kind of going to be the bullseye, the peak maturity of the storms and peak heating as they come through a little bit later this afternoon in the next couple of hours. Starting probably a little bit maybe to my northwest here in Champaign. I'll probably work my way a little bit north and west here now that I believe I saw the warm front feature making its way to the north. But that does look like the dangerous corridor that I'm kind of looking for this afternoon is going to be from Champaign and then southeast towards Indianapolis. And as you get east out of Champaign, it's quite open country out here. You eventually run into Turkey Run Park in extreme western Indiana, but it starts getting high population as you approach Indianapolis. So definitely a dangerous location there today from Champaign down to Terre Haute, and then east over to Indianapolis. So, but initially we should see the storms form off to my west. Like right now, I'm watching this deck, the clouds ripping out of the southwest right now overhead, racing off to the northeast, dark skies off to my west. But I believe we're going to get a little bit more of a clearing there, a little bit of sun peeking through potentially off to my west, and those storms forming a little bit more to my northwest before coming through this area in the next couple of hours. So definitely still looks like a dangerous day ahead.
Yeah.
And we'll be trying to track storms that are potentially going to be very fast-moving storms. So not only are they going to be strong tornadoes, potentially fast-moving tornadoes. Back to you, Bernie.
Aaron, I have the Lincoln radar up, and what's concerning to me, we don't have any tornado warnings here, but every thunderstorm I see forming looks suspicious. They're discreet, and did you notice how they have that signature of being stretched and
the sickle
bent,
shape,
right? Yeah, you noticed that
they've all
as
got
well
that.
on the
So they've been
radar.
watching them all morning. That's shape. So just a matter of time before I think enough heating gets in and to get those updrafts really ripping up into the atmosphere. I wonder right now, that shear is so strong aloft where those updrafts can really get intense. Those updrafts are getting sheared off right now, and but making that sickle shape, obviously that textbook tornadic look to these storms. So yeah, I agree with you. It's just a matter of time. It's gonna be like someone switch before these storms start having tornado warnings here very shortly. Back to you.
Aaron, I've talked to a lot of storm chasers. I was talking to Dr. Reed Timmer. I was talking to Tony Laubeck. I'm going to ask you the same question. Have you ever seen a severe weather season like this where everything, the bullseye's been in the Midwest, all severe weather season? And also, we're in mid-June. I'm not saying you can't get severe weather in mid-June, but typically these kind of events are a little earlier in the season.
Yeah, essentially it's like Dixie Alley, the southeast came to me. This is kind of a southeast March kind of set up aloft with the energy and the trough and the high shear environment here today, right? And then you throw on top of it the June sun and the June heating. Yeah, that's a large reason why we're still going to be able to get this event, even though this MCS is coming through. That very intense June sun is going to bake the ground here in that short little window, but enough to get these supercells going. And it doesn't need a lot of instability today with that high shear environment, right? It's kind of a low high shear environment. Definitely get storms spinning and definitely get some supercells with some dangerous tornadoes today. Back to you.
Aaron, it's June weather with April dynamics, right? That is a very, very bad setup. Aaron Jack in Champaign, Illinois. Aaron, check back with us here. I probably won't talk to you. The corn's coming in here in about 20 minutes here. But thanks for the information. Stay safe, and we'll be checking back in with you. Aaron, stay safe, man. All right, I want to go back to this radar. I'm telling you, the more and more I look at this, the more and more I think it's just a matter of time. You've just got all of these thunderstorms here. Look at this one. This looks suspicious. This looks suspicious. This looks suspicious. Let's go a little farther to the west. All of these thunderstorms just look like they can drop a tornado. Now, there's no warnings yet. There's no warnings yet. I'm just telling you from my observations and the way these thunderstorms popped up. And we're just talking with Dan DePodwin, Vice President of Forecasting Operations. I said it right that time. The increase in lightning is also a clear sign that these thunderstorms are strengthening here. And the other thing, let me put the other radar on here. I just want to put the national on here. And I'm going to put this on its latest. This is clearly the firing line. If you're north and west of that line, I think in here, I think you're about done. Now, you've got to watch this stuff, but this is clearly the firing line in here. And you've got this little zone north of this line and south of the firing line that this is going to go. Now, first, I think this is going to be the area initially where we're going to start seeing tornadoes on the ground fast and furious. I think that's going to start happening here pretty soon. Then I do think that we're talking with Aaron Jack, and then it's going to start shifting into Indiana as we head toward this evening, right in here. The question I also have is what's going to occur back here west of Columbia toward the St. Kansas City, St. Joseph area, because I see the firing line in here. Now, the best forcing is to the east, but I wonder if you're going to get a broken line back toward Kansas City as well. And they would be in the severe weather threat later on today. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, we do not have any tornado warnings. It's going to be a matter of time. And once the ceiling breaks, all heck, I think, is going to be breaking loose as we go through here. I'm looking at something here, Storm. Okay. Trying to hear anything from Jesse Farrell here as we continue to keep an eye on this. All right. For those just joining us here on YouTube and the AccuWeather Network, again, we have this. This is our high risk for this afternoon and tonight. It goes from right in the area, by the way, where we have the watch. I mean, we have the tornado. Talk about nailing a high-risk area. Now, we haven't had the report yet, but certainly this is where we have our first tornado watch. I mean, it's right in the high risk right now. In addition to the tornadoes, we're talking with, again, Vice President of Forecasting Operations, Dan DePadron, and he also noted that these are as extreme as we would get in our language. Widespread damaging wind gusts, 75 to 85 miles per hour. AccuWeather local storm max of 105 miles per hour. I mean, that's as high as we get. And just to illustrate the other concern, and again, tornadoes are certainly the most damaging, but you can get a lot of damage and lots of problems with wind gusts as well. But we do believe this area has the highest risk for tornadoes. We may have to bring that back a little farther west, but boy, we still think this is the area of not only where we're going to see quite a few tornadoes, but notice this language, potential for strong and long track tornadoes, because as Tony Lawback talked about, the wind energy is so strong that these thunderstorms are going to be ripping along to the east-northeast, so that's why we're worried about long-track tornadoes here. Live look at the bottom. Two of the largest cities in the Midwest, I think, are going to be north of the severe weather threat today. The sky deck from Chicago, where we've had rain. Also Minneapolis, it's been a wet day today. We do have some strong thunderstorms off to the south to you, but I think the threat for Minneapolis for severe weather is about over as those thunderstorms continue to move away from you. All right, we're going to be taking a break here on the AccuWeather Network. For those on YouTube, the live coverage continues here. All right, back on live. Well, we never left on YouTube Live, so just so you know, from a programming note, Geoff Cornish will be taking over for me in about 16 minutes. The question is will I have my first tornado warning? That's going to be the question here. We don't have any warnings yet. We continue to watch these thunderstorms south of the Minneapolis area. I want to make sure that I have all of the, make sure that I do have the watches, severe thunderstorm. We do have this severe thunderstorm watch. I just want to let you know that's it. In the yellow there, that does include Rochester and La Crosse. You can see the thunderstorms that have been increasing here over the last couple of hours. There they go. In particular, this thunderstorm, this is starting to, what I call, become a little linear. Let me show you the, let's do the radar out of La Crosse. It's a little farther away, but it's starting to get into the zone here. So those thunderstorms now have crossed Interstate 35. Let me put this on its latest right there. Okay. Let's see the storm hazards. I'm curious to see if the thunderstorms are close enough that we can start looking at some hail here. Nothing yet, just some winds. Let me take a look at this and see if those are the rains. We're not getting any of the wind here. Oh, I know what I got to do. Let me turn on the base velocity here. Let me do this. So what are we looking at from a wind standpoint here? 50, 49, 53, 34, 31. But let's go back to this really quickly here. And this is how you could use Doppler radar. There's so many tools. Listen, when I came out of meteorology from Penn State in 1990, we didn't even have Doppler radar. I mean, things have changed dramatically here. But all these tools are amazing, the stuff that you can do here. Let me turn on the radar. So what's happening is you're starting to get this line of thunderstorms right here. And you'll notice there's some bowing segments. See how that's bowing to the east? So what's happening is you're getting the downdrafts from the rain and the cooling from the thunderstorms, and they're pushing away from the center of the storm. So what's happening is you're getting the downdrafts and the gusty winds advance of the storm. So first you get the wind, then you get the rain and the lightning. And and you could see how the lightning has increased. Let's put this into motion. And you can see these thunderstorms around Albert Lee and toward Austin. These are beginning to strengthen. So with that in mind, what I want to do is I want to turn on the base velocity here. What I can do is I can measure the wind gusts that are occurring out ahead of these thunderstorms. 51 miles per hour. Not quite severe. You need 58, but it's close. 55, 51, 45. So these thunderstorms are already producing wind gusts here, right in here toward the Austin area, right in here, Ottawa, but east of there, right in here. These are producing wind gusts of 45 miles per hour, and they're probably going to start producing some hail shortly here. So we're going to keep an eye on them. No warnings for that yet, but I suspect that is going to be coming here probably within the next half hour, 45 minutes, our first severe thunderstorm warning. Let's put this into motion. That's an area to watch. I think we're going to see our first severe thunderstorm warning today with this line as it approaches Rochester, probably through the Austin area, and before it reaches Spring Valley. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. So again, already some gusty thunderstorms here pushing across Minnesota. All right, we're back on the AccuWeather network here. We're just watching this line of thunderstorms. This is going to be severe thunderstorm warned, I bet, here very shortly here, as these thunderstorms have started to increase in intensity as they push just east of Interstate 35 here. All right, back to the south. I am waiting and waiting. The warnings are going to be coming up here shortly for these thunderstorms across Illinois. Now, we've been talking to a couple of people. We were talking with Aaron Jajak. He was in Champaign, Illinois here. He believes that he's in the sweet spot as well this afternoon as the warm front. And I think the warm front, if you're looking at warm front, is right in here and lifting north. Now, we talk about the warm front a lot because what happens is on the southern side of the warm front, you get the directional wind shear, the changing of wind direction with height. You get this. This is what you get just south of the warm front. You get the changing wind direction of height. It's usually like this. You get the southeast wind at the surface, then the west-southwest wind in the upper part of the atmosphere, and then you get the west-southwest wind, and that's what causes the spinning. I just got word from Jesse Farrell here about 7 minutes ago. I just saw the message. There is a new severe thunderstorm watch out, and it includes the area I was wondering about back across Missouri. Let me zoom this out, and what I want to do is let me put in the watch here. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch out, and there it is. Okay, interesting. I was wondering whether it would be a tornado watch, but it's actually a severe thunderstorm watch out now across Missouri here. We do have, by the way, reports. A semi rolled over in Chenoa, Illinois around 2:30 p.m. Central Time. So that was about 15 minutes ago. Okay, Emily Speck giving that information. Emily, thanks. If you get any information, make sure you Slack me here. But a new severe thunderstorm watch out for Kansas and Missouri here until 10 o'clock. So that watch is out until 10 o'clock tonight. Damaging wind gusts is going to be the main threat here. What will be interesting is that those thunderstorms are probably going to be more spotty. Let's go back a second here. Let's take a look at the future radar here. And this is going to be updating for us every hour. And I want to look at these thunderstorms as we go into Missouri and see if they look any different. Well, you can see why this is not a tornado watch. Let me play this out. Let me go to about 4 o'clock. Okay. You can see that this looks more linear. Lines of thunderstorms here. Now, within this, these are bowing segments. See how they're bowing off to the south in here? That's a telltale sign of damaging winds. I will caution you, though. I also see some red little dots in here, and that tells me that you can get some isolated tornadoes in there. And I didn't read the language, but I'm sure that that's being covered for here in that area. And I still think we're going to start seeing tornadoes in this area across Illinois, right in here, over the next couple of hours. I think we're going to start seeing a slew of tornadoes here. So again, this is our future radar here. As we go forward, again, and I think Aaron's right too, that certainly this part of Indiana is going to be fair game as well, and western parts of Illinois in here, that there's also going to be tornadoes with this. I do see some linear, but I still have a feeling you're going to still see more discrete cells there as we go through the afternoon here. All right, I want to go back to the radar. Let me turn this on, because when you're in this kind of a situation, you've got to keep an eye on the radar here. Let me turn off, no warnings yet. I want to turn off the watches just because they're distracting and you can't really see anything else when you have the watches on. We'll keep the warnings going on here. I would look for some warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings with this cell in southeastern parts of Minnesota. Let's play this out right now. That line of thunderstorms in Illinois. Again, no warnings yet, but I'm telling you, these thunderstorms, I know I keep repeating myself, but boy, these thunderstorms look so suspicious to me. We're going to be talking with Tony Lawback coming up here soon. Interesting that we just had a thunderstorm move through Quincy. St. Louis is a little far away. Lincoln's over here. Let me see what this looked like from the perspective of Lincoln. Just had a thunderstorm move through Quincy. I'm wondering if that thunderstorm is going to have him push a little farther to the south, or if he's going to stick around, because you still do have the firing line back in here. But I'm wondering if this thunderstorm has stabilized things in Quincy. Now, it was a quick hitter, so it may not have, but it'll be interesting when I talk to Tony coming up here. Is if he's going to head a little farther south, maybe toward Hannibal, right along I-72, since that thunderstorm is formed. But again, the firing line is still way back to the north and to the west. I'm going to take a look at Kansas City just for the heck of it. Nothing really shows up here much. Let me look at St. Louis. I want to look at that. Again, it's still showing the same thing. Boy, these thunderstorms look pretty suspicious here, as I keep saying, across Illinois. So I think the tornado warnings are going to be coming here. We'll go back to the national radar right now, and there we go. All right, still tracking the rain around the Chicago area and rain towards South Bend. And again, we're watching the thunderstorms in Illinois. All right. My time is over. Geoff Cornish will be stepping in for me. I will be back with you tomorrow morning, Thursday, at 6 a.m. We'll be going over this. All right, we're on break on the AccuWeather Network, but here on YouTube, I'm going to throw it to Tony Lawbeck. And Tony, it's been a long day. I'm going to throw it to you. You're going to take us home, and on the backside of you, we'll be throwing it over to Geoff Cornish. But where are you headed to now, Tony?
Well, Bernie, first of all, always a pleasure. We don't get to work together much anymore, so it was nice to have you in my ear. So enjoy the rest of your evening. We look forward to seeing you put all the good stuff we get for you tomorrow morning on air. But we're still here. in Jacksonville. Bernie mentioned the storms. We've been paying close attention to those. On a line right now, a north-south line, those storms would pass just to our north if they maintain an eastward trajectory. Bernie mentioned looking a little suspicious. Not so much yet that we're going to go piling out of the parking lot here, myself, and I would estimate 600,000 of my closest chaser friends. It seems like this truck stop has been inundated here, but we're going to do something kind of cool here as we're killing time, because Bernie's getting up, I'm going to get up, and I want to kind of give you a walkthrough here. We're going to show you my chase vehicle and kind of give you a walkthrough of how the setup is, and in a more what I would call down-to-earth setup, because most of you guys are used to all of the fancy tanks and the Dominator and all the big stuff here, and just shows that normal everyday Joes like me can do this here. So I'm going to hand this over to my camera lady, Erin, over here. We're going to get out of the car. We're doing this very informally here. So first of all, we're going to start with the interior setup here. So obviously here in the cockpit, we keep the setup simple here. Basically a tablet with radar. I have a phone. This is kind of an alternate thing. Play with this. But the dash cam, when you were watching the stream, is what this comes out of. So when you're seeing the look out of the dash cam, this is what we're running this off of here, which just runs to a live unit that's in the back seat. But very simple setup here. We used to have laptops and all sorts of fancy gadgets, but as technology continues to improve, everything really good ability to really kind of keep the interior small. I've just recently got back here. Hello, network. Welcome back. We're doing the tour of Tony's car here while Bernie gives way to Geoff Cornish here. We're kind of talking about the interior setup. So if you're joining us on the network, we're talking about the cab setup and how we chase in a much more simplified version than some of the giant tanks and Dominators that you guys are used to seeing, showing that normal everyday Joes like this can do this. Again, talking about the tablet and cam where you see all the video here. We'll take you to the back seat because this is where all the good stuff is. This is where all the gear I keep with me, so I'm able to reach around and grab all of that. The live unit that we run, and of course the good luck Pokemon. You cannot go anywhere without Psyduck and Green Zip in honor of my late cat who was 19. Snacks, always a huge part of this. You got to have the road snacks, and my number one favorite, hard salami. That is where it's at right there. And cheese. Love cheese. Cheese is a good thing. But camera bag, pretty simple. It's a little bit messy here. I was not actually thinking I was going to show this off, but I have a variety of cameras that I use. Obviously got the video cameras, still cameras. I'm a big photographer, so I love to take good pictures. Lightning is always one of my favorite things. And then all the stuff in the trunk, which we won't show you because that's just suitcases and stuff. You all know what that is. It's clothes. You're on a road trip is basically what this looks like for you here. Think about it as being on the road long term. Torm? I have tornado on the brain. So we're going to switch you around, flip you back to me. Wonders of technology here. But yes, that is the tour of the car. That is basically what I live out of during these months of the year. And again, we keep the setup really, really simple. We were talking about it just before we came back to the network, how much the technology has allowed us to shrink the setups from big, bulky laptops that took up half the front cab to basically just running things off tablets and phones now. It's such a great thing because it allows us to focus more on the storms as opposed to trying to deal with all the technology. So it is a very, very fun thing to be able to do that. We just got our first severe thunderstorm warning on that line here. I'm going to run that through here on my AccuWeather app and talk about the severe thunderstorm warning. This is just to the north of Lincoln, Nebraska, on that line of storms. So this would be just off to our northeast. They're talking 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with that. Again, that's new warming. That does include the Bloomington, Normal, Illinois area here. You've heard us talk about possible tornado tags on some of these severe thunderstorms. This one does not have it, but these cells do have what we call a sickle shape to them. They've got a little bend in them, which is indicative of all the shear at the low level. So right now, not a tornado concern, but again, I think we could start to see that ramp up here over the next couple hours. But that's the first warning that we've seen with what I'm going to go ahead and call the main show. Again, that's going to be north of Lincoln, toward the Bloomington area, other towns in that. Just to the north of Havana, Manitou, Delavan, Menier, Hartsog, Atlanta, Illinois, folks, not Atlanta, Georgia. We are in Illinois. So some small towns in there. And then again, the Bloomington Normal area. So that is the new severe thunderstorm warning that we are watching. The cells we are looking at right now are a little bit further to the south and west of that. So we go from Bloomington, we step it down toward Beardston and the Hannibal, Missouri area, hometown of Colonel Sherman Potter, one of my favorite TV shows there. I'm going to throw that out there as well. But we are starting to see that development there. I would imagine we're going to start to see more warnings pop up. And again, pretty quickly, these storms are going to intensify. We're going to be paying attention initially to the storms that are coming out of the Hannibal and Quincy areas right now. Those are the initial cells. And again, depending on how the line propagates and how it organizes, it develops, we either will follow them east or we'll kind of follow the line down to the south toward the St. Louis area. I did put a tornado watch out for us. That came out in the last within the last hour, going till 10 o'clock. That does include Columbia, St. Louis, Springfield, up to Bloomington, Normal, Quincy, Hannibal, not quite to Mount Vernon, Illinois, so it doesn't quite go to there. Effingham is in on that, and it basically goes to the Indiana-Illinois line is where that particular tornado watch cuts off. So we got a lot of stuff going on, and it's going to be a busy afternoon for sure. We are continuing, like I said, to really hone in on the storms that are kind of right now. We're on I-72. It's an interstate that basically runs from Hannibal to Springfield, and then those interstates kind of diverge out. You get to Decatur up that way, up to Bloomington. So part of what we're doing right now is kind of mapping our road network and trying to figure out where we want to be for intercepts, because unlike previous days where storms are moving slower and we can kind of interact with the storms a little bit better, today is all about either catching as many storms along the way as possible or finding routes that the storms are running along right now. So believe it or not, I do study maps. I am watching maps and eyeballing major routes. So I know if I got to take certain highways east-west, I'm able to do that to keep up with storms, especially moving as quickly as they are right now. Some good news, I'm going to say, again, this is experience talking. This isn't anything specific, is that there are a lot of storms that are firing along this line. The bad news, though, we're not seeing these immediately lining out. So there is some discrete nature. This might be a lot of individual storms along a line. So we're paying attention to a lot of different things right now. This is a very dynamic situation, and you've been hearing a lot of the uncertainties and what is going to likely come with this. So we've got a lot we're paying attention to. We got a lot we're eyeballing right now. But again, we're just getting started here. We are basically revved and ready to go. We've been sitting here for about 2.5 hours. This is the hurry up and wait, and this is the wait part of the chase. But folks, the wait is over, because we are about to bring the great Geoff Cornish on. And if you are going to be here in 2 seconds, we are right back to the network.
All right, that's quite the intro there. Thank you, Tony. Bernie just put in a 12-hour day, which is not unusual for him, but we appreciate all that he's been doing with you here, Tony, and others, whether it's in Texas or in your case, Jacksonville, Illinois. 2 big stories today. Thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network, and thanks for bridging the gap there, Tony, to connect the dots, the changing of the guard. If there was only Arthur, today would be a big weather day, given the flooding along the Gulf Coast, the first named storm of the Atlantic season. But that's really second fiddle to the life safety risk that is coming to the map right now with our severe weather moving through the Midwest. So again, while Arthur is something that we'll be tracking and talking about, frankly, the storm pretty lopsided down to the south. The bigger issues, the main event here is indeed going to be the severe weather risk farther north. So you can see the satellite loop again. The central swirl of Arthur is near the coast, but the severe thunderstorm threat that is beginning to escalate here is occurring across Illinois. Yet again, Illinois just can't seem to shake it this year with the most frequent severe weather hazards and concerns this year, frequently peppering the area of Illinois, and again, mainly north of Interstate 70 as well. So I'm going to switch over to a few different products here. Here's the high-res radar data out of central Illinois. And you'll notice that, again, as this plays out here, we have a fairly sizable, broad west to east severe thunderstorm warning covering a big chunk of real estate, a couple of these here. These storms are rolling to the east, and the main concerns here have been damaging straight-line winds, but eventually we will be escalating these tornado threats as well in terms of our concerns. These storms are cruising east at about 60 miles per hour. If we were to extrapolate the forward movement of this western cell, that's certainly moving into an environment that is already being bulldozed by heavy rain to the east. But again, another increase in wind potential here into areas near Hopedale, Illinois in 7 minutes or so. That would be around 3:09 Central Time, 3:08 Central Time, and into McLean 20 minutes from now, so it'd be around 3:22, I should say, 3:22 Central Time. So those are a couple of the concerns with that strong and severe storm. If we look at some of the storm reports from these, that particular cell hasn't produced a whole lot yet, but it's ramping up. But earlier, you could see the nature of some of the morning storms up in Bellevue, Illinois, 60-mile-per-hour gust. Late this morning, 2 transmission lines broke. The poles broke off, and they were blocking the roads. So again, a lot of wind damage from this morning's round, but the more escalated threat is going to be occurring this afternoon and this evening. So as we look at areas of rotation here, I'm going to switch over to the velocity scan. So far, so good in that regard. Mainly straight line winds. We're not seeing much of a tornado risk with these particular cells yet. We're going to loop these so we get a little more continuity here. Again, no strong rotation to speak of, mainly a straight line wind risk as these are blitzing east, and a couple other storm hazards to tell you about as we look at this here. Small to medium-sized hail, 1-inch diameter hail there for some. Maybe a little larger than that. Big hail southwest of Chillicothe or north of Peoria along the Illinois River. But those are primarily wind-driven severe threats, with the hail risk kind of the secondary concern. I'm going to go over to a different product here. I want to bring in the latest severe watches. And again, we'll look at this too. While we have it up, you can see the future animation. Wait a minute, I'm just trying to bring up a few different products here at the same time. But let me just focus the story to the severe thunderstorm threat to the north first. And you can see our ongoing watches. Here we have 2 severe thunderstorm watches, 1 ongoing tornado watch. I'm going to put a quick request in for an update to this graphic here, just because we want to be on top of the latest. And things are evolving here minute to minute. All right, and overall, we continue to track some severe storms. Our our forecast team's severe risk graphic here characterizes what we're facing through the next several hours. A lot of questions in the chat about the nature of Chicago's severe risk. The good news for you in Chicago is that the risk is substantially lower than your neighbors to the south. But again, we have you in a some risk. There's been some widespread rain in Chicago to this point, and where you are within the structure of the storm and the location of a warm front or a stationary front that's draped just to your south, you are in a better posture than you were last Wednesday when we got steamrolled by damaging winds in Chicago. The risk is mainly going to be to your south. There is some threat, perhaps, of a gusty thunderstorm in Chicago, but really, I think you need to get farther south. You'll notice there's not even lightning right now in Chicago. And let's go to the short-range model. I'm going to bring something else up here that will help us tell that story. And if we bring up the Midwest high-resolution rapid refresh here, it's the short-term model that produces a forecast every hour, and it's at least in the modeling world, it's one of the better bets if you just want a quick and dirty look at how the short-term future of this setup is going to likely play out for the next maybe 12 to 15 hours. I'm going to slide the map down, and you'll notice that as we play this forward, you're going to see most of the severe risk is south of Chicago. So there you can see Chicago on the map, and as we loop this forward, first off, when I look at this, the first thing I want to see is how is it initializing? How is it doing right off the bat compared to reality? And it's a little too aggressive to the north compared to what we're seeing on radar, which is a trend that perhaps the model is over forecasting Chicago. Now, I don't want to say that there's no risk. There will be some pesky little downpours and gusty showers even behind the main thrust of thunderstorms. You can see some weak development that follows the main event, but by far the main event is going to be southeast of those 2 bands. So I think the risk in Chicago, again, we're growing more and more confident that you're not going to see high-end severe thunderstorms in Chicago. The risk is predominantly to your south. We're very concerned about areas, though, south of Kankakee and from Peoria into areas like Effingham, Illinois, the areas well south of Chicago. So that's your moderate and high risk. That's 2 and 3 out of 4 on our 4-tiered AccuWeather severe threat scale. So that's the big picture answer to that question. And overall, again, we like the trend here. We certainly like the trend. I'm going to go to the high-res view out of Chicago just to more comprehensively look at things here. And again, as we look at this, again, the closest deep convection to Chicago really is down to the south, about the latitude of Joliet to south of Gary, Indiana. Mel, could you repeat that? I missed what you just said. All right, Tony is standing by. Well, Tony's been carrying this on his back for the past 10 minutes since the end of Bernie's time. But Tony, let's go back to you in Jacksonville, Illinois. All right, thank you. Tony, I know this is the waiting game right now, but we do have some concerns about things really escalating as time progresses. So far, though, I don't see any major tornado threats in the very short term, the next 15 to 20 minutes. What's on your mind?
I agree with you, Jeff. Obviously, we're still sitting here, which, I always tell people, hey, that's a good thing, right? If we're not racing to get to anything, that's a good sign. We are watching the development right now here. I think my thought initially was once we saw development, things were going to happen pretty quickly. So I'm kind of in that window right now where I'm eager to see how quickly things take off, and that's going to be kind of indicative of what the instability has done. One thing too, Jeff, and you might be able to walk through this here since we're both Mets. We can kind of talk this out here. If you can pull up a temperature map here, we are sitting right now. My car is reading 72 degrees. The Jacksonville airport, which is north of us by about 5 miles, is reading 78. There is a boundary right now, kind of in this area. We're on the cool side of that, and you kind of see that over my shoulder here. The dark skies that are sitting here just to the north. That is kind of where the cool air is. Just to the south, if you draw a line, temperature in Pittsfield, which is about halfway between us and Hannibal to the west, is 79 degrees. And then you get to Hannibal, which is 88 degrees. That is where everything is firing. I think when it gets over that temperature boundary, things are going to be a little elevated. So I'm wondering if we're still a little ways away, at least in this term, north of I-72, if we're going to be kind of on the lower end of the tornado threat. I think right now what I'm personally waiting for is more storms to fire down to the south of where 72 US 36 would be. So if you draw a line from Springfield to Hannibal to Chillicothe, Missouri, south of that line are the storms that I'm waiting for. We're starting to see hints of that in Missouri there near Chillicothe, Marshall, Macon, Moberly, Kirksville even. Those storms south of that line, south of I-72, are the ones right now I am paying attention to because those I think are going to stay in the bigger instability gradient. More fuel, faster development, that's going to be a tornado threat. That would put that, again, basically the southern 2/3 of this ongoing tornado watch that's was issued in the last hour. So St. Louis, unfortunately, I think that could mean that you might have some play later on as well. So right now, Jeff, like I said, we're eyeballing the Beardston storm, the Camp Point, the Quincy storms in the near term, but I'm waiting for what fires further to the southwest right now.
It's pretty dramatic temperature contrast. That front really has set up shop, pretty far south. And the bottom middle view of Chicago shows it's a non-convective sky. I mean, we have some low clouds below the floor level, the elevation at which, again, the Wills Tower cam is located. You see these low clouds just skirting across the Chicago region. And again, as Tony was mentioning, cooler air to the north, but again, the atmosphere is three-dimensional, so we could see some storms latch onto this front and barrel into areas that are temporarily cooler. All right, we just sent the AccuWeather Network to a break there. Tony, thanks for being with me here on this. I'm just, coming to grips with this tremendous temperature contrast because of the storms that rolled through earlier. If we go back to radar, I'm going to do like a 12-hour loop, and just to show you how the morning progressed. And this is sort of how we got here. Here we go on the clock. I'm just going to narrate. This is through 6 a.m. In fact, I'm going to manually scrub to save you the lengthy time through which this would take. This would be 6:30 a.m. Nasty storms rolled through Waterloo, Iowa. Quad Cities got railed with some strong and severe storms around 9 a.m. Eastern, about 8 a.m. Central, and then into areas around midday. Here we are at noon, into areas through parts of Springfield to Peoria, and then onward. That's when the severe warnings began to drop off the map. You could see those polygons, and as time progressed, the gust front outran the storm. So here we go into the time frame of around noon or 1 o'clock. This would be noon, 12 to 12:30 here Central Time. And then as that rolled through, it dragged a front south. And again, we have this rain-cooled air. And the front has really been pushed well to the south here, tied to this. So now we're stuck with a pretty sharp temperature contrast here. And I'm just looking at some other data off cam. But again, this front is draped generally in this fashion, and we have some cooler air that has followed that first round of storms down into more of the Great Lakes region and the Midwest. Very warm to the south of the front. But remember, the atmosphere is three-dimensional. So this is the surface. This is what's going on at the ground. If you go a little higher up in the atmosphere, we're going to find a slightly different environment where we have a little more in the way of fuel for storms that could be elevated farther to the north. And again, these storms are going to be latching onto that front. And sometimes we see areas of rotation develop when a storm latches onto a lifting front. This stationary front that will actually temporarily lift north as a warm front once again back into northern Illinois. But we're only at 59 in Peoria, but 92 in St. Louis, Missouri. Tremendous contrast there from north to south in the wake of those morning storms that moved through some areas, but certainly not all down to the south near St. Louis. I'm going to bring up another product here. Let's see, that may not be updated quite yet, but we're at a commercial break right now. And Mel, are you guys in communication with Kayla? I'm wondering. All right, could you ask her to update FE9, please? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I know she's busy. Yeah, we're in a commercial break. The AccuWeather Network is going to rejoin us very, very shortly here with the latest in about a minute, as we continue to track this situation. And while you're joining us here on the network, again, a quick look down into parts of the Gulf Coast. We do have we had some ongoing flash flooding earlier this morning near Houston. I really think the rain for Texas is largely over, as this disheveled tropical system is lopsided, and the main swirl of low pressure is, there's a low-level swirl that's very weak, and it's almost ghost-like here over parts of Texas. But again, all the deep convection is off to the east. That's going to be on a trajectory to impact Louisiana, with flooding to come into the day tomorrow. But again, Arthur officially on the map, not the photogenic tropical storm, but officially it has been named with not much deep convection near the center of that storm for now. The AccuWeather Network is just about to rejoin us. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network as we continue to track a pair of severe thunderstorm warnings through central Illinois. Of all places this year, if you're going to get severe weather, it seems that central Illinois is the place for this to occur. We are concerned about additional severe weather development and tornado threats into the evening, but there has been some temporary protection across the region with this large shield of rain from this morning that has stabilized the low levels of the atmosphere in a big way here across northern parts of Illinois. There are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in the nation right now. 2 of them in Illinois, one's actually way up in Maine. And this is, again, way you got to search for, way up in far northern Maine. So again, up there near Grand Isle and near the international border. That's one of the 3. And then the other 2 right now are into parts of Illinois. But the main event here that we're concerned about will be what comes up in the hours to come into areas around Illinois. So let's go into the high-res radar data. And we're tracking 2 gusty storms bringing potential for winds up to around 60 miles per hour. It's a lot of lightning out there as well into areas around Delavan and Minier in Illinois. I'm going to take the lightning off, and here we are with Tazewell County under a severe thunderstorm right now. Severe thunderstorm moving right through the area. Getting a nice close view of this here, only just about 10 miles from the radar site. So we're hitting the low part of the storm. And then McLean County of Illinois, you're up next. It is raining for you, but the rain's going to intensify. The wind will pick back up in McLean County. You just had one heavy thunderstorm roll through to the east. That's exiting the area near Empire, running along the interstate and eastbound, approaching I-57. But a more intense thunderstorm is on your doorstep. Let's take a look at what this is producing. Now, we're not going to get a good view of the winds. We have a nice view of the storm up close, but I wanted to point out that the radar can only measure wind to or from the radar site. So it can only measure this kind of a vector, up to the north or down to the south. The problem with this storm, you're not seeing a strong signal. There's strong screaming wind west to east with this one. So the radar location is giving us a good sampling of where the rain is falling. It's not giving us a good sampling of any straight line winds propagating eastward, and they're likely around 60 miles per hour. Same story up into Eureka. This storm is gaining a little bit more of a hook shape, which makes me at least begin to think, is it beginning to rotate in any form? And when I say that, we'll look at that here in a minute. But again, we're dealing with a little bit of a hook shape to it. I think perhaps we could take a glance at this from the Chicago perspective. This is the area of, the Lincoln radar site is giving us a hint of maybe a little bit of rotation here. And when I say that, the green is inbound, the red is outbound. So if there is any rotation, this would be it near Eureka. So again, a hint of rotation, still predominantly a straight line wind threat, not enough rotation for this to be warranted a tornado warning. Another perspective on this from the Chicago radar site, hitting this from a different angle. I just wanted to kind of sample the winds from other vectors from this radar perspective. And here you can see a slightly more legit couplet from the Chicago perspective. I think that's handling the rotation a little better, just because here we can sample it from the perspective of, are we seeing wind northeast bound or southwest bound within the storm, just given the location of the radar, the orientation of the radar there. So again, a hint of rotation with that Woodford County cell. But all right, we want to take a quick look at those updated watches. Kayla, thank you for doing that. The updated severe and tornado watches. Here they are. We got one severe thunderstorm watch to the north up into areas around Albert Lee and Rochester, Minnesota, La Crosse, Wisconsin, Decorah, Illinois. But the newer watch runs now until 10 p.m. Central. Kansas City to Joplin, Chanute, areas like Lebanon, Missouri, and Bolivar, in the area around Table Rock, Lake of the Ozarks, I should say, Lake of the Ozarks. We had a rotating storm down in Galena, Kansas 2 nights ago, and hey, we don't want to repeat that, but we will have some strong and severe storms that break out down that way. Pulling the map out just to give you a better perspective on things, we expect new development to begin to break out here along the tail of the front, where it's still inactive, but we're going to begin to see some more storms pop down this way here, and they will be on a vector of eastbound movement. So that's the reason for that other storm development and that new watch. Let's go to AccuWeather, severe weather expert out in this part of the country, Guy Pearson in Wichita, Kansas, joining us live from the Severe Weather Center in Wichita, Kansas. Guy, we're getting a lot of questions on the chat about Chicago, and man, what a contrast in temperature here across northern Illinois. So I know we have some convection way to the north up into Rochester, but the main risk looks to be well south of Chicago for now. What's your take on the Illinois setup? What are you most concerned about in the hours to come?
Yeah, I think what you guys have been talking about here lately in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so is spot on. I think the heaviest that we're going to see here in the short term is going to be probably that Peoria to Kankakee area in south. That's going to be where our best instability are, certainly warmer temperatures and the best moisture. Unfortunately, with some of the storms or the general rain that we've had across the Chicago area, it has really helped to stabilize things there for a little bit this afternoon. We do have the main piece of energy that you talked about that's up by Rochester that still has to swing through. And so there will be likely, a few storms that develop along that, maybe more of a quick gusty wind or small hailer event. But I think the main severe threat, like we have highlighted in the graphic, is still going to be, across Illinois, central Illinois, northeastern Missouri, and then points east into Indiana as we go through the evening hours here.
All right. And Guy, I know that we do have a separate graphic with the tornado threat. I'm going to bring that up here with a couple of minor tweaks to that recently, a couple of hours ago. And again, for those of you in Chicago, it is to your south, decisively to your south. But could you talk about kind of the three-dimensionality of the atmosphere? I'm going to bring up the current temperatures. And, this is the surface, but aloft, the environment may be a little bit different in areas near say, Kankakee, where it's pretty cool south of Chicago. How would what's going on upstairs dictate what might occur? Will we see elevated convection?
Yeah, I think that, what we have with the different wind speeds as we go through the atmosphere, the wind speeds that we've got at the surface here are, of more of a southeasterly direction or so. But then as we go up into the mid levels and upper levels there, sort of like what you had in that graphic, the wind speeds actually increase. So we actually have a differing in what we call wind shear. You can either have directional wind shear, which means your southeasterly or easterly winds. It's a surface there, as we have in this graphic, and it sort of turns with time as you go up in the atmosphere. And that is really, directional shear is more what we're looking for when it comes to tornadic development. And, straight line winds here with this aspect, is really those damaging winds that, can see 60, 70 and beyond in some of those instances. It really just helps to build, but at the same time, it moves the storm along, right? So it's just not sort of sitting in one area or sort of creeping along. It's actually moving along at a pretty good pace there. So we've got a little bit of both of these environments, as that piece of energy, the main piece of energy, the surface boundary itself, associated with the stuff around Rochester sort of moves farther east with time. There is that opportunity for that boundary of the surface temperatures to ride a little bit back farther to the north. And so some of those areas that are currently a little bit cooler here as we go through the next couple hours still may have the chance for additional severe weather that would be, damaging winds as well as large hail and even tornadoes. So just because we've sort of got a third round or second round of storms here for the day, the main boundary still may fire up and still be problematic here in that particular area of where we're seeing currently those cooler temperatures.
All right. Well, Guy, we appreciate all your insight. I know we got your hands full today, many things going on concurrently. So thanks again for your report. And we'll look forward to checking back in, if time allows, for you and your schedule in a little bit.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Guy. Good stuff. And, the examples that I was showing there, the Guy and I were talking about, those are schematic examples. The actual winds today are much stronger aloft, and they're a different direction to the ground. All right, we are back live here on the AccuWeather Network. Thanks for being with us. We've been staying up commercial-free here on YouTube, where people are asking about things like Tipton, Indiana, where we do have a more significant risk for severe weather in that part of the area later into the evening, late afternoon into the evening there. But other questions about Chicago or Louisville, Kentucky. Well, for Chicago, the trend is very, very good. The trend is good regarding a reduced risk of severe storms in Chicago, specifically for Cook County and Will County. Again, this is good news there because you have been stabilized by the atmosphere, and the rain and the thunderstorms from this morning have really delivered a lot of cooling up that way. Now, there are some of you that are on the northern edge of this tornado watch up near and north of Champaign and north of Quincy, where you may be a little cooler right now. Look at these temps. But the temperatures just upstairs are warmer, and that could lead to some elevated convection. But also, we're going to see this front buckle northward through the Peoria area. So overall, this is how we're playing the severe risk. Those of you in Louisville, Kentucky, we have you in a moderate risk for this evening. Let's take a look at the short-range model, the high-resolution rapid refresh. I want to just leverage the next 45 seconds here while the network is with us before a break. We're going to look at radar in more detail coming up after the break. But again, I wanted to give you an example of future radar. We're getting a lot of questions about Louisville. So moving forward, here we are. And the evening, relatively quiet in Louisville itself. I'm going to circle it. You can see we can't label every city, but down this way here, the general Louisville area. It's late this evening when some gusty storms, predominantly straight-line wind producers, will probably barrel through Jefferson County, Kentucky, New Albany, Indiana. Look out late this evening, around midnight, maybe a little after. That's the risk time for Louisville, Kentucky. Stay with us here on the AccuWeather Network. All right. So the network just went to break. I do want to see if I'm missing anything here. Let's get back to radar. Don't want to spend too much time away from radar at any one time. But again, those were a few of the questions recently we're facing. Again, if it were not for this rain in Indiana and Western Ohio, we would be in a much more precarious situation. We'd probably have multiple supercells on the map right now. That is not the case, though. we still can't get complacent. A lot of the time, people are a little too quick to say, all right, well, everything's fine. But look where the front is located. Again, we have a cold front way, way, way to the west here. And there will be storms that become severe and possibly likely tornadic that aren't even developing yet. So we're just beginning to see a little hint of convection north of Interstate 70. So that's the issue there. But we are concerned about the severe weather escalating back into central Illinois. Soon we have a severe thunderstorm warning in progress right now into the area southeast of Peoria, Bloomington to Lincoln. Nasty thunderstorm in progress this area. And as we take a look at the lightning threat here, we have lots of lightning, but the severe winds are marching right through Interstate 55. Let's take a look at a few new storm reports, if there are any. And looks like most of these reports are from a bit earlier. It takes some time for the new ones to get published sometimes. I suspect there will be some that come out of the wind in this general area west of Bloomington. But again, we've had a lot of wind this morning and damaging winds. The atmosphere is in the process of recharging farther south, but we have a noisy storm in progress here northeast of Springfield and south of Bloomington, Illinois there. Zooming out a little bit here, you can see the storms elsewhere beginning to roll into more of the east central part of Illinois, following this area of widespread rain that moved through the area. So Champaign and Rantoul, we've got some severe weather potential there. Let's take a look at the overall water vapor loop. The big X-ray of the atmosphere here as that slowly loads. Overall, we do have some reports of quarter-size hail near Peoria and Woodford. New reports just popping up. But again, the water vapor loop showing a tremendous amount of moisture here from the first batch. But you can see we're beginning to see more lift in the atmosphere. And you can see these little tracers of deep convection beginning to pop here into northern parts of Missouri. So that's going to be the upward trend in the hours to come. And as we go to the visible satellite loop, sunshine over the area near St. Louis is putting this area specifically into a dangerous spot here as the atmosphere is very warm. Low 90s in progress in Louisville. We have high humidity. In fact, I can show that to you here. And that's going to be fueling a thunderstorm risk here that will be escalating in the hours to come. I'm going to go to the currents. We're going to bring up Midwest dew points. This is like storm fuel. So where we are very warm, here are the actual air temps. Low 90s in St. Louis right now, 92 degrees, but 59 in Peoria. Meanwhile, the dew point's probably about 59 in Peoria. There it is 59. So the atmosphere is saturated there, and the dew point 66 in St. Louis. So again, very juicy air from Peoria southward, and it's very humid and hot down into areas from Kansas City to St. Louis. So we will be seeing some storms develop in many of these areas. The AccuWeather Network's just about to rejoin us. I'm going to get the radar reset for them, for our viewers there, to rejoin us here in progress on the AccuWeather Network. And we're tracking, again, a number of nasty storms. Couple of new, there's a new warning there, a couple of new counties under warnings up in northeast Missouri near Quincy and elsewhere. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network as we continue to track some ongoing severe weather. Let's take a look at the ongoing warnings. Keokuk, north of Quincy, a new severe thunderstorm warning in progress here. And overall, as we look at this one here, you can see that we're facing a severe thunderstorm warning for Clark County, Hancock County, and also Keokuk there, far southeastern Lee County, facing an ongoing severe threat. With damaging wind and hail, our main concerns. So this is, again, a volatile setup here out this way. I'm going to turn my volume down here. Just checking out, I want to make sure I'm connected to the chat directly instead of relying on our team to give us the comments there. But overall, we do appreciate that you guys are all with us here, and the interactive part of this here on YouTube is great. Southern Ohio, people like South Central Ohio wondering about that area. Well, you're going to get some rain initially, and then late tonight, some risk of storms, but the risk is greater to your west. We are concerned about some damaging winds late tonight after the atmosphere recharges, but this shield of rain moving through central Illinois into western Ohio, it's good. It is arguing against severe weather threatening into the early evening in these areas because it's restabilizing the atmosphere some. Somebody's wondering, is a closet with no windows a good call if you have a tornado warning because you don't have a basement? Yes, that is a good place to be. That was a question from a little earlier here. St. Louis, South St. Louis, nothing urgent, but we are really concerned. If there was one major metro that is very concerned about severe weather here, or that should be very concerned, I would say St. Louis is probably it for big cities because you are so warm. The sun has been shining for you, and the rain that has restabilized the atmosphere, at least temporarily, up in this area, Chicago to Peoria, and across many areas here where you've seen the rain. I'm not crossing out the risk. The risk is still present, but it's a little lower than it would have been. In fact, a lot lower than it would have been had we been dealing with full sunshine and that early round of rain didn't move through. The area that has not seen the rain, and I'm being a little bit broad with this, but in general, the St. Louis area up to the I-70 corridor, that's the area where the atmosphere is much more unstable. Again, it's a little south of I-70, but again, some of these areas here near St. Louis, if we go back, I'm going to take the radar back 6 hours just because I don't want to misdiagnose things here. You can see they've missed St. Louis. So the area of significant, totally unstaffed instability around St. Louis. So that's going to be a big threat there. All right. Mel, who's standing by, did you say? Aaron Jajak is standing by. That's pretty exciting. Let's go to Aaron Jajak. Aaron's going to join us now from Weldon, Illinois. Aaron, we've had our hands full lately. There was a little patch of quiet weather back in part of May, but it's been a heck of a stretch here. It seems like every Wednesday we get into severe weather again in Illinois, and there you are again in Weldon, Illinois. So tell me about the environment there and how we've been impacted by the storms earlier and how you expect the afternoon to evolve and your game plan.
Yeah, so I'm here in Weldon, just ahead of that supercell that you're showing on the radar right now. That is severe warning. It's just down the road here, down this highway. Getting a good look at it. It's near KILX radar in Lincoln, Illinois. So nice look at that storm as it makes its way east here. Now, the reason I'm here is, one, because of that storm off to my west, but just to my north. If you look, there's a layer of cloud here, and that is our warm front that has just come through Champaign about an hour or so ago. Lifted to the north. I actually drove through it as I was dropping down into Champaign. I watched clouds forming on the surface and then rip off to the west. And then overhead, I was watching clouds racing off to the east. So it's a vorticity here in the region. But I'm watching this warm front like a hawk, and specifically this supercell, which looks to be right on that warm front or just to the south of it, riding right along this warm front. And to me, this is most likely going to be the most significant storm of the day for now in this immediate term. Potentially, this could be the storm of the day in the long term, making its way down towards Champaign, Illinois here into the little bit later here over the next couple of hours. And really, maybe only in an hour. So this is a fast-moving storm moving at 60 miles per hour right now. We're expecting all these storms to be moving quite fast. So I'm actually waiting downstream quite a ways because of that, because of how fast these storms are moving. And then additionally, as the storm makes its way through Champaign, Illinois, if it holds together, continues off to the east, we're going to start eventually getting to Indiana, Turkey Run Park. But more concerning is Indianapolis and the areas immediately to the west of it. It is quite open farm country there, but the population density begins to increase dramatically as you get close to Indianapolis. I'm concerned that this storm is going to be a storm that rides that warm front all the way down towards Indianapolis through the afternoon into the evening hours tonight. But here at the surface, as you mentioned, we've got that moisture. If you look off to my south, you can see the clearing. Actually, if you look on my stream right now, you can see on the left side kind of a glow of that sun. That's that open warm sector clearing out behind the rain that we had this morning. That rain generally, when you get rain coming through a big MCS like that around noon or 1 o'clock, it's pretty much going to, destroy the severe weather setup. But we are dealing with an upper atmosphere that is like March, and we're dealing with a surface that is like June. So that June sun, very, very strong. So just a couple of hours of June sun, it's maybe like 2x, 3x what that April sun will do or that March sun will do. So quickly, this warm sector should, move up to this warm front, move into the storm. I can feel that air racing to the north right now, moving up to that warm front. So I have no doubt this storm is going to be able to tap into this juice, into this energy. And I'm guessing that this thing will probably be tornado warned over the next hour. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, Aaron. Hey, I like the way you said that, talking about the conflicting seasons that we're in between the surface and what's going on aloft. It's very important for our viewers to, we are sometimes nearsighted just by nature of being people. We see things, interpret them based on what our eyes can see, what our body experiences. But the atmosphere aloft is very different from what we're dealing with on the ground sometimes. And again, the temperature profile, very different upstairs. Aaron, have there been many storms in history that you have personally chased where you have, you get soaking, drenching rain hours earlier, you have a front that's anchored with perpetual rain off and on, and then you still see a severe storm that produces a tornado that moves to the east along through that area?
Yeah, it is generally in the later months of spring, generally a May environment. It's not until May that you can really see an environment recover quick enough like that. Us being in June, I'm very confident that this environment will be able to recover quickly. This setup, though, this is a very unique setup. I can't say I've ever chased, off my memory, chased a setup that's like the Southeast down in March, but chasing it up in the Midwest in June, dealing with this, with the thermodynamics of summer right now. So quite a unique setup here. I'm kind of, have to kind of readjust my thinking and my chase strategy where normally I probably would be adjusting much more to the south and maybe to the west to account for that rain shield, which I did end up having to do today. I started way up in northwest Indiana. It looked like that was going to be more of the target today, and I did have to shift out of the south and southwest. But I would have expected, if this was an April setup, I would have been even shifting even further south, and maybe, we would be dealing with a much less risk, considerably less of a risk than what was forecast originally. Back to you, Jeff.
All right. Well, good stuff, Aaron. We appreciate that. We're going to keep a close eye on all of this. That storm here is the one to watch for right now, as Aaron J. Jack mentioned, and Guy Pearson has some concerns. You can see the southwestern appendage here tied to this storm, quickly evolving. This may be the storm of the late afternoon that we really need to watch the most. You can see that this is a nice cam. Look at that in Chicago with these low clouds, a cooler environment to the north. That's kind of a cool shot. Really, really neat. It doesn't look like we're flying or moving. We're anchored on the Wills Tower there with the Earth Cam view. The low clouds are just moving so quickly. It almost looks like a drone shot moving over low clouds. But that's a stationary shot. This is not a time lapse. This is in real time right now. It gives you a sense of how strong the winds are just upstairs, pulling those low clouds across the foreground there. As we look from the top down, that's really, really cool stuff. Almost like you're in an airplane there. Well, hey, let's go back to radar here. That's a cool shot, though. Thank you for bringing that up. Overall, right over the Lincoln, Illinois radar site, a little concerned about this cell, increasingly concerned. This is the one that J-Jack is on. But look at the structure. The shape of the storm is beginning to take a very different appearance. We're seeing some new development here right over the area near the radar site, actually, just incidentally. So it's sampling the low part of the storm. You go back, this is 3:12 Central Time. So if you go back about, this is 27 minutes ago or so, the shape of the storm, I'm just highlighting the reflectivity here, where the precipitation is. We had a little bit of an appendage on the south side, but it was basically oriented west-northwest to east-southeast. Take a look at how this is now evolving with some now strengthening convection in this fashion here. So the storm is beginning to develop a pretty broad hook here, and just becoming a little more concerned about rotation soon developing here. It's difficult to assess at the moment because it's moving right through the radar site, right over the radar site. I want to give it a couple more scans before we can get a different view. But again, there you can certainly see some inbound, outbound. But we're looking very low from the radar dome itself and beginning to ascend higher and higher up. So it's not a good way to assess things here. It's almost like we're holding a magnifying glass on top of the thing we're trying to see, and we just need to give it a little bit of time to move away from the radar site. But I am concerned about a new zone of rotation that may be developing here, and we may be eventually evolving into a situation with more damaging straight line winds to the north, hail core that may organize, and then also perhaps adjacent to that to the south, a corridor where we got to keep an eye out for tornadic development. Stay with us here on the AccuWeather Network. All right, and we just went to the AccuWeather Network, went to a break. I'm going to bring back the full-scale radar view. Let me bring up the whole national puzzle, And we're just beginning to see, as I mentioned earlier, and Guy just mentioned this as well in the chat, we're seeing some of this spotty convection just beginning to break out there near Lewisburg, Kansas, and into areas near Independence, Missouri. That's going to be an upward trend as we go back to the satellite loop here. This is the area where we have not gotten a payoff from any earlier thunderstorms. So the atmosphere is ripe for more development and just explosive, uninhibited convection in that area. I'm going to head over to the chat. Let's see what's cooking here on the YouTube chat. So we got the birds logo. We like that. Referencing other, the Storm Prediction Center, they make forecasts from the federal government, just like our team here at AccuWeather makes our own forecasts, talking about the gradual reduction in the severe risk up at the latitude of areas around Chicago and Fort Wayne. And we agree with that. Betsy Willis watching a Joplin documentary. I may have seen the same one. If it's on Netflix, is a good one. My buddy Doug Hetty. Doug's great. He's one of my mentors, longtime chief meteorologist at KOAM TV there in Joplin, Pittsburgh. Now he works for himself, doing some other things weather-related, but he's in that quite a bit. And I know we talk about storm-related fears, and you're paranoid because of seeing the documentary, and I understand that. Anna Azalian did a nice digital story about how to mitigate storm fears and storm anxiety on AccuWeather.com. You can go to AccuWeather.com, change the search bar from location to video, and search storm anxiety, and you can find that. But she has some good tips on what to do to mitigate some of those anxieties. And one of them, go to trusted sources for your weather information, because you can find some sensational things online that are pretty strongly phrased and scary. But another thing you could do is make sure you have a plan and know what to do find a safe place. Don't try to cobble together a plan in the last minute, because that would be something that would bring a lot of anxiety. Have a plan in place so you know when to carry it out. You could just do it when a tornado warning is issued for you. And then also some other things, just to take a breather after a storm situation. Maybe take some snacks into that severe weather shelter, and especially if you have kids, something that they like to play with, something that at least will keep their anxiety level a little bit low, a nice distraction. Sometimes comfort foods are a good thing in those moments here, just to pull your mind away from some of the fears that may be accompanying severe weather. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We're going to hit this hard with the AccuWeather Network when they rejoin us in just about 40 seconds. But this is because of the evolving nature of that storm that just rolled right over the radar site there in Lincoln. And I'm seeing a pretty strong outflow boundary. We can trace that. This little fuzzy push of air away from the storm, and that's that strong gust of wind that'll precede the storm itself. In some cases, it's outrunning the storm footprint to the south, but man, we're seeing it real close. Nice low-level scan, because we're just a 5 or 6, 7 mile stretch away from the radar site itself. There is a flash flood warning, to no surprise, up into the area along I-55 as well. We're going to zoom out with the AccuWeather Network here right now. All right, thanks for being with us. Here on the AccuWeather Network, we're concerned about flash flooding and the gusty, severe winds with an evolving severe threat near Lincoln, Illinois. And as we take a look at that right now, let's go to the high-res radar data out of Lincoln. Zooming in on this here, we are dealing with the risk of several nasty storms. Jesse, thank you. I saw that point. We're going to go right there just after this. But I wanted to hit this warning real quickly here, and I was just showing with the YouTube live viewers during the break that since this is it has crossed the radar site, and we're getting such a close view, you can kind of connect the dots here. I'm drawing the gust front that is preceding the storm itself, or even outrunning it to the south. That's that really nasty gust of wind, 60+ mile per hour gusts with this possible. And then we can go to the 6-hour rainfall estimates. And here in the orange zone, we've seen 3 and 4 inches of rain in the past 6 hours here along Interstate 55, and also to the west. What is that, I-59? I need to brush up on my interstates here in this area near I-55. I-55. They're facing that flash flood threat, so north of Lincoln. All right, we have big concerns about damaging winds farther to the west. Let's bring up another radar site here. Well, we can look at this from the perspective of we're getting a little far from any individual radar site. Let's go to we'll keep the radar site that we have here, but overall storm hazards here. We got some big time hailers. A hailer west of Keokuk. We're looking at a ping pong ball size hail estimate, but also especially straight line winds. A big concern crossing into Hancock County, Illinois from the area of Clark County, Missouri, crossing the Mississippi River. So that's one big threat there. And we are going to briefly migrate south here in just a minute. But again, that ongoing severe threat here, 60 mile per hour gusts likely for some. And again, big concerns there into the area near Keokuk and points to the east. So we've got 2 severe warnings right now in the areas of the Midwest. There's a 3rd severe thunderstorm warning approaching Sioux Falls. This is more of a typical garden variety severe thunderstorm threat with wind and hail, but it's going to miss Mitchell, South Dakota, so that's good news there. Northern Hanson, Minor, and southeastern Sanborn counties of South Dakota. But let's go all the way south here. We want to say hello to Bill Waddell. Bill put on some miles here over the past 2 days. And Bill, Lake Charles, Louisiana, I often think of how low the elevation is in areas around, well, you're in what, Calcasieu Parish to your south, Cameron Parish. I think the highest point in all of Cameron Parish to your south is like 20 feet. So even a 1 to 3 foot storm surge can send a bit of water inland, maybe a little farther than it would if we were in other parts of the nation. How's this going out there? I know there's not a whole lot on radar right now for you. Have you seen much flooding on your way down?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, not too much flooding as we're tracking Tropical Storm Arthur here along the Gulf Coast. The bulk of the rain, as you said, staying well offshore for the most part at this hour. And you said Lake Charles, one of those very low-lying areas, a lot of waterways, bayous. And you can see right here, there's obviously been rain in recent days, dry at the moment right now. The water here just maybe 3-4 inches away from going over this roadway. So that's why officials always urge and remind people in this part of Louisiana. It doesn't take much rain to create issues. And when you have a roadway like this, especially imagine people driving, trying to get home. This is a residential road in the dark. If this water goes up just a few inches and there's no guardrails here, people can end up in the ditch. People can end up, in a bad spot very quickly. So that's why officials are telling people, yeah, Tropical Storm Arthur may not be the biggest storm. Folks in the Gulf Coast used to dealing with big issues when it comes to tropical weather, but still they want people to take this one seriously because even those flooding issues at dark, trouble can happen fast. We do want to show you some video from down in the Cameron area of some coastal flooding. We're coming up on high tide in just a few hours. So there are some spots where, as you said, just a few feet or maybe 2-3 feet above sea level. So it doesn't take much when a storm like Arthur pushes in some water, plus you mix high tide coming in, you're going to see some water splashing over some of the roadways. But people who live along the Gulf Coast tell us they have dealt with much worse storms. People in the Cameron area say they are grateful that they've only been seeing some rain, some gusty winds. We spoke with Tab down there by the Gulf Coast. He tells us he knows this is the first threat this tropical season. He's crossing his fingers and he's hoping Arthur is the only storm for them this season.
We're praying this is it. But
you guys can handle this, right? I mean, I'm sure you get lots of storms.
We have practice. We have some practice. We do a lot of praying.
Why do you like living down here right on the Gulf? I mean, you're right on it.
Yeah, love to go. Love fishing and crabbing and just enjoying God's creation. We love it, or I love it down here, but this is part of it. I understand that.
Yeah, that's part of it for people who live along the Gulf Coast. Most of the time it's beautiful, but during hurricane season, you've got to be ready for storms. He, again, is grateful that Tropical Storm Arthur, for the most part, when it comes to Cameron, Louisiana, not causing many problems today. But we know, Jeff, over the next 24, 48 hours, this storm is far from done. We have some big flood concerns when it comes to Mississippi and Alabama, again, as this storm moves to the east tonight and into tomorrow. One thing I do want to tell you, Jeff, again, people along this part of the Gulf Coast, they love it. it's not for everyone. We were stuck down at the Cameron Ferry. It's supposed to be a 5-minute boat ride, and apparently the ferry boat broke down this afternoon. So instead of that 5-minute ferry ride, we're now taking a 2+ hour detour from the Gulf up through Lake Charles, down around, back to the Gulf again. So that's just one of the things people down here, a lot of them, they love the Gulf, but this is not one of your typical beach or coastal areas. It's not for everyone. But again, folks in the Cameron area telling us they are just grateful, but the impact so far, they can handle it just fine. But they are keeping a close eye on Arthur when it comes to their friends and families farther east, especially when we're talking about Mississippi and Alabama, looking ahead to tomorrow with that flood threat.
All right, good stuff there, Bill. And for our viewers wondering, why didn't I put the blob over the deep convection? Low-level swirl, that's actually the center of circulation. Storm has a ragged appearance. Bill Waddell near the Gulf Coast. Yeah. All right, I'm checking out some of your comments here on Facebook, and the big story here for this coastal storm, by the way, is the flooding rain. So we're concerned about 8 to 12 inches of rain there in parts of Louisiana, into southern Alabama, southern Mississippi. But we want to take you back to the north, up into the severe weather risk zone. So let's get back up there. Illinois has been the hot seat here, and we're looking at more severe weather beginning to break out with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings into Lincoln and other areas nearby. So back over to the high-res radar data. Future radar for Indianapolis. We're wondering about Indianapolis severe threats there. People are wondering. So let's take a look at the overall risk zone here. The threats ongoing on the map here are very numerous. We have a big risk here for tornadoes, but also damaging wind and hail in many areas. Now, Indianapolis, there are no warnings or watches in effect for you yet, but we do have you in a moderate and high risk area for Indianapolis. 3 out of 4 on the AccuWeather 4-tiered severe threat index. So let's go into the high res, and you're going to see the Indianapolis label pop up here. So we are dealing with some rain here. But as we move forward in time, the showers are going to taper off, and the atmosphere will have a narrow window to recharge. I suspect there might be more of a break between the earlier rain and these gusty storms that come in later on. But we're concerned about some of these thunderstorms that will be driven by high humidity and abundant instability just above the ground, where, again, I know you've been cooled down by some of that rain, but some of these storms here during the middle of the evening, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 p.m., there will be numerous thunderstorms. A few of them, even if they're embedded within a larger shield of showers, some could be rotating, and gusty winds will be a big concern in Indianapolis. All right, we've been taking a look at some of the future of these storms here through parts of Illinois and Indiana. Moving through the evening hours, we are concerned about areas like Indianapolis and St. Louis. Very different locations. We've seen rain in Indianapolis. You haven't seen that yet in St. Louis, but the rain has temporarily restabilized things in Indianapolis, but there will still be some deep convection that may be driven by processes just above our heads, just above the ground, that will be bringing a risk for tornadoes and damaging wind, but they're going to be rain wrapped, and we don't expect to see individual supercells tracking for many miles on their own. It's a really messy pattern given all the widespread showers and storms out there, but again, sometimes those individual supercells that aren't competing with one another or aren't competing with larger shields of rain, those are the ones that become long-track tornadoes. There's still the risk of long-track tornadoes, but I'm more concerned about straight-line winds and perhaps shorter-lived tornadoes given the evolution of this through the evening in Indianapolis. With all that said, there is some strong wind shear, and the atmosphere is capable of kind of recovering and ramping back up to more of a supercell producer. So we don't want to get complacent in the least. And we are highlighting the risk for tornadoes here, potential for strong long-track tornadoes in this area from Illinois into Indiana. And some of the storms that are breaking out in the area of central Illinois are very concerning because of their appearance on radar. So we can see no tornado warnings yet. We're fortunate to make it to 3:55 Central Time with no tornado warnings to this point. I don't think we've had any yet today. Let me see the log here. We did have one in Tallahassee down in Florida earlier this afternoon. But again, damaging straight line wind. Damaging straight line wind is the concern with numerous storms near Lincoln, Illinois. We just set the AccuWeather Network to a break here. I want to get back to your comments. All right. I got some cool clouds, Asperitas clouds. Questions about that. Oh, in Chicago, yeah, we saw that. That's cool. That's very cool. All right. And also some low-level scud as well. Reading some of Jesse's comments there. People wonder about Lowell, Michigan, Northern Kentucky, Schaumburg, Illinois. All right, well, let's get into this here. Northern Kentucky first. I can answer that real quickly because I'm familiar with Boone, Kenton, and Campbell counties. I used to live in Georgetown, Kentucky, and would head north to Cincinnati. So you're getting some rain right now, and it's not all that threatening in the short term. Later this evening, and around midnight tonight, your forecast is going to be very similar to that of Louisville. We're going to see more storms, and they're going to be born out of those nasty storms way to the west. Not the short-term ones getting closer to an area along Interstate 64 north of Evansville. Not that little mess right now south of Vincennes near the Wabash River. This is not your concern. That's not going to be much of a threat. The threat for Louisville and northern Kentucky and for that matter, Cincinnati, it's going to be this stuff. And the storms that are associated with that band of storms late this evening, closer to midnight, as that rolls into the area around Cincinnati and Louisville. Gusty winds will be your concern. A lot of lightning, gusty winds, localized flash flooding, and the potential for a few isolated tornadoes that could be embedded within a squall line that moves on in. Let's see here. Lowell, Michigan. Let me just bring up the big picture graphic that characterizes our risk. I think this will put some of you in Michigan at ease a little bit. The risk is not zero, but man, we got stratiform, widespread light rain in southern Michigan right now. A strong argument against us seeing any severe weather in the short term in southern Michigan. And as we take a look at the radar here, I can show you what I'm looking at. Again, this is stratiform rain. I'm going to turn lightning on. Lightning indicators, the northernmost lightning indicators, at least in this part of the country, near Gary, Indiana, and the far southern part of Lake Michigan. There is some decent lightning and strong and severe storms moving through the area near Rochester, approaching La Crosse, Wisconsin. So at that latitude, there's some trouble. But as we look at the future depiction here, you'll notice that most of the action in Michigan, it doesn't look that threatening. There could be a few severe storms here running along that area near maybe Branch County, Hillsdale, Lenawee, and Monroe counties, and also to the west. I don't have those counties memorized. But some of those areas are going to be at much greater risk than areas up to the north. Once you get up to Washtenaw County and Jackson County and other areas to the north of Ann Arbor and Lansing, I'm not as concerned up there. It looks like just some widespread rain. And then you could have a thunderstorm or two into areas south of Sleeping Bear Dunes and down to Grand Haven and so forth. But they probably would not be severe. That'd be late tonight into the wee hours of the morning. So again, there will be some thunderstorms there, but as we characterize the relative risk compared to your neighbors to the south, you're in a much better posture there in parts of Michigan. Another question, Schaumburg, Illinois. Well, I need to remind myself where Schaumburg is. Right. Not Schaumburg University, but Schaumburg, Illinois. All right, here. I'll have that for you in just a moment. The AccuWeather Network's about to rejoin us here. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. And just a question of Schaumburg, Illinois. That's in the Chicago metro. We are pretty very concerned about severe weather to your south. Not all that overly concerned about Chicago and the Cook County area and Schaumburg itself. Schaumburg there between Cook and DuPage County. I'm referring to a question on the YouTube chat. The risk is much greater to the south here. We've been cooled down so significantly in Chicago by that rain earlier. There is a flash flood warning down to the south of Chicago. And there will be potential for some redevelopment here. There may be a few strong storms that return to this area. But the severe risk is far greater to the south. And at the surface, take a look at this temperature contrast here. This is your friend in northern Illinois here, that cooler air. Now, there is potential for some elevated convection. You're at 64 in Chicago, 61 in Peoria. Temperatures are ramping back up slightly. In fact, this is about a 5-degree rise from where we were an hour ago. I'm going to bring up the obs here from Chicago earlier. Midway's at 62, and Midway was at 57 a couple of hours ago. And then O'Hare, you have recovered from 56 to 64. So the atmosphere is recovering. Wind from the south at 15 miles per hour, gusting to 26 in Chicago. So it's kind of like the jets are on again as the atmosphere is making a push to recharge in this area. So there will be some potential for strong storms, but the greater risk by far is to your south, where the atmosphere won't have as much work to do in recovering from that widespread zone of rain earlier. Let's go now to AccuWeather meteorologist and storm chaser Tony Lawback. Tony's 30th season chasing severe weather, and we're glad that he's been with us for 5+ now at AccuWeather, joining us live outside of Jacksonville, Illinois. Tony, what's going on here in central Illinois? Things are really ramping up here. Numerous severe storms with gusty wind potential, which I need to get my bearing on where Jacksonville specifically is. But what's your game plan right now?
Well, Jeff, as you mentioned, we're just to the west of Jacksonville. So I would say halfway between Jacksonville and Hannibal, Missouri. We're approaching I-72 from the north right now. Have just crossed. You were just talking about this. It's a great lead-in, by the way. You were talking about how Chicago's temperatures have risen. We were watching the severe storms that were north of Beardston about 10, 15 minutes ago, sitting at a temperature at about 71 degrees. We have since dropped south of that heating boundary. We have risen here just over the course of 10 miles up to 82 degrees. So I think the area that we're most concerned with in the near term right now is right along that gradient, right where that temperature difference is. So this would just sit at and above I-72 between Hannibal and Jacksonville. We've got the severe storms obviously north of that boundary. The ones that we're paying attention to right now, and you pull up the radar here, you kind of follow along. If you go to Hannibal, you see a few little cells starting to pop south of where those original storms just came through. So those would be on the north side of I-72 between Quincy, Illinois, and Jacksonville, Illinois. Kind of in that area we're watching right now in terms of the near term. We've got a newly warned storm north of Columbia. That is a severe storm. That is kind of the area we're looking for the near-term development. Right now we're kind of leaning towards staying on the east side, the Illinois side of the Mississippi River, just so we don't have to deal with crossings as those storms come out of Missouri. But that will give them some time to kind of decide what they're going to do in the environment that they're moving into here, which, again, is now much, much warmer. I mean, even just in the time we've been talking, we've gone from 82 to 85. So we've seen a substantial warm-up, almost 15 degrees from one side of that boundary to the other. And that boundary, again, in this neck of the woods, kind of orients itself east to west. So think of it as a mini warm front. You hear us talk about that all the time, kind of a pseudo warm front. You get a storm that latches onto this boundary, you're going to have some issues with that. So the question is going to be is which of these cells might do that, if any of them do it at all. And then, of course, we're watching the storms, again, that are developing north of Columbia that are moving into our tornado watch, which goes till 10 o'clock. Those storms will have tornadic potential as well. So we have, at least seemingly in the near term, Jeff, shifted the threat a little further south than where we were leading into today because of all that rain, all the storms we saw this morning, kind of shunted all the warmer air, the more juicy atmosphere down to the south. We are seeing a northward advance of that a little bit, which is evident considering about 2 hours ago it was south of I-72, and now as we approach I-72, again, we continue to rise. We're at 86 degrees. So we're watching those storms again, a lot of cells, a lot of activity to, we don't have like solid discrete cells and certainly nothing tornadic at this point. But I certainly would anticipate, again, if the energy can be realized in this area, seeing an uptick in the storm potential, particularly along and south of I-72 here in western Illinois.
All right, Tony. Well said. Yeah, the trends pretty significant here. A large, widespread, drenching batch of rain earlier. That's not pulling the curtain on convective concerns there north of I-70, but certainly the untapped environment, if there was any question, is certainly in place to the south. But pretty gusty breeze there in Chicago. We got to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, thanks, Tony. But while there is still potential for more severe storms up near areas well north of I-70, by far the greater threat is down here to the south. We're in the 90s compared to the 60s down in St. Louis. So the atmosphere, again, very ripe for more development. Let's take a look at the radar. And I'm going to jump in on a few more specific storms to analyze here. And again, let's go back to the Central Illinois radar site. The area around Lincoln, Champaign, Bloomington, Clinton, we're very concerned about damaging wind in your area. And we can get an assessment of any potential rotation here in a moment here, approaching Monticello, or really approaching Cisco. No relation to the musician. All right, so here you can see, I want to loop this, man, that looks funny. So we are dealing with an area where there is some degree of rotation, but basically there's a strong outbound push of wind here within a portion of this storm. So the radar indicating, again, the overall storm motions here. Lots of wind. I meant to draw it this way here. There's the outbound, and here we have flow up into the storm, at least with respect to the storm motion. So some degree of rotation here we got to keep an eye on up near Monticello, but overall, the wind is the main storyline here, and the core of this storm, if there is any risk of a tornado, it would be generally down into this area north of Argenta and west-southwest of Monticello in the next 15 minutes there. That's kind of the concern, but overall straight line winds are the main concern with this setup here. Turning the reports on. Here's a new report from Waynesville, Illinois, 3:30 Central Time. That would be, 47 minutes ago in DeWitt County. Multiple trees down and blocking roads in Waynesville, so evening commute not going to be good there. Into Broadwell, this was this morning, large tree limbs down. Here is an afternoon report of nickel-sized hail west of Emden. Here is an afternoon report of Armington, Illinois, with 1-inch diameter hail there. And again, those are some of the main concerns with that. But going back to radar without the clutter of the reports, damaging wind, big concern here along Interstate 55. Smaller scale storm here that's making a push through the interstate once again. And this is into parts of McLean, northern DeWitt County, and far northern parts of Logan County. Really, most of Logan County is under a severe thunderstorm warning because of another storm about to hit Lincoln. This one's going to hit the south side of town harder than the most recent one. The north one clipped Lincoln, but this one's going to be moving through Lincoln and points southward. As it moves east, you could see some interactions between the gust front that other storm launched. The other storm to the north kind of launched this gust front that is pushed south now. So there's going to be some cell interactions here. A very noisy, busy, chaotic environment here for these storms to interact with, and sometimes that can lead to a brief tornadic spin-up, but it also argues against long-term sustaining supercell thunderstorm development here, with some of these temporarily fighting each other out and kind of arguing with one another here for dominance on this part of the map. But you can see there's somewhat of a cadence to the atmosphere here, and there are some little hints of supercellular structure. Both of these storms with a little bit of an appendage that hangs to the south and southwest. Velocity scan not showing anything too threatening. A mere hint of inbound versus outbound here west of Tallulah, but mainly straight line winds still. There's a tornado warning now. So, all right, that area that we were highlighting now, again, we drew that little bubble along Interstate 72. Tornado warning has been issued for this one. This is the first tornado warning, I think, of the afternoon outside of the Weather Service office in Tallahassee, Florida. They issued one earlier. But again, here we have the concerns of a possible tornado. Green inbound, red outbound. But let me look at the structure of this storm differently here. I think that this is a little bit more instructive at the risk. The overall, the risk of a tornado is going to be present here into Monticello. So take shelter if you're in this area. This is a new tornado warning issued for far northeastern Macon County, far southeastern DeWitt County, and into Piatt County of Illinois. Champaign County is also included in this, and also northern parts of Douglas County. So our first tornado warning of the Midwestern event is on the map here. We can give you the population of this here, just for perspective, and it's going to be a pretty decent population here. 48,000 20 schools, one hospital, but 48,000 people under that tornado warning there. And radar indicated, but we need to keep a close eye on this here. First tornado warning of the Midwestern event for the day. For parts of Interstate 57, look out there near and south of Champaign, Illinois. All right, we just went to a commercial break here on the AccuWeather Network, but that storm is uninhibited by some of the others. You can see it's kind of the Lone Ranger when it comes to its location with respect to the fuel source for these storms, given the wind field, is generally, I'm going to make it a different color here. Maybe I'll make it green just because this is kind of like the high dew point air. You can see the whole southern, southeastern, and eastern fringe of this storm's footprint is open. It's an open road here. And this is where the storm is going to be able to continue to sustain itself, unlike some to the west that, again, are beginning to take a little bit more of a supercellular shape. So I am increasingly concerned about the storm near Lincoln as well. But there's a little more competition for real estate there with those storms, even up into Macomb and Keokuk. These storms are all beginning to have that slight hook with a little bit of a point that broadens out as you go from southwest to northeast. We're getting into more supercellular convection now. But this one near and south of Champaign is the one to watch in the short term if there's one cell that may have more dominance and more potential for long-lasting convection. I'm going to bring up the visible satellite here just to see what that part of the environment looks like. And you can see it is fairly cloudy. It is fairly cloudy out there, even a few counties to the south. But the winds can make up for other shortcomings in the atmosphere. And we have strong winds from the south here in this area. Here's the wind field, and it's a strong wind from the south. So this is pretty high octane fuel coming in from the south to drive the atmosphere's recovery from some of that recent rain that did cool things down. I'm just trying to draw this so you can see it a little bit better. So this is one of the big concerns. I'm going to go back to the chat here. Fort Wayne, check out the shear track for that Cisco storm. All right. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, that's a good idea. We can bring up the shear track for this one. I don't think we're going to see much long-lived shear track from the past, but this might be the beginning of again, of something that begins to lay down a path of longer sustained convection here. As it, this one, there was some other shear from a separate cell earlier, but again, we're beginning to see more of that wind shear tied to this storm here into the area near Monticello. And Fort Wayne, well, we're in a break here, Jesse. I can fix that. Question about Fort Wayne, Indiana, and areas like Mansfield, Ohio. And bear with me here on the YouTube feed just for a moment. Fort Wayne, we have concerns about you. The main threat's going to be a little farther south, but let me fix this here real quick. I'm just going to tweak something that will lead to a better product for us all here on the network in just a minute. Mansfield, Ohio, north central Ohio, we have concerns about damaging wind for you later tonight. The widespread rain is our friend in that it has restabilized the atmosphere in the short term. Let's see here. Get rid of that. Yes. Flooding dangers escalating. All right. Jesse, I'm saving this. Thanks for bearing with us here on the AccuWeather Network. All right. Thanks for bearing with us here on the AccuWeather Network and being with us as we have, again, more concerns about severe weather. And right before the break here, we talked about this ongoing tornado warning, as a tornado warning has been issued. The first afternoon tornado warning for the Midwest. And beyond this one storm that is likely producing at least a significant risk of a tornado if it's not on the ground at this moment, we're also beginning to notice a supercellular shape with a few of these other cells beginning to get an increasing chance of producing a tornado. So our main risk here is right along Interstate 72 there, west-southwest of Champaign. But you'll notice we're beginning to see supercellular convection here with some of this kind of, the telltale footprint is a little bit of a point on the southwestern side of the storm. Even a few of these far from the radar site, you can see a little bit of that kind of a hint here. There's a specific shape here that these supercells can take. But let's get into the details here for our ongoing tornado warning here. And as I zoom in and bring up the velocity data for this storm, we're looking away from the Lincoln, Illinois radar site here from west to east, and the velocity scan showing again a strong inbound up to the, I'm going to zoom out a little bit here, and I want to just loop this a little bit for continuity's sake. All right, so we have again outbound, inbound. I think the most likely spot for a tornado would be either between Minya and Monticello, or perhaps there may be two zones of some rotation here. It could be two. And it's always amazing, I think that we see one warning and you might expect that we're only dealing with one threat, but the storm surveys often, man, we had 14 separate confirmed surveyed tornadoes in Pennsylvania last Sunday, just 3 days ago, and a few of them were from the same cell where we had 2 or 3 different touchdowns. Let's go to AccuWeather severe weather expert Guy Pearson. Guy will help us to break this down. Guy, things are beginning to evolve here, and we're beginning to see a little bit more of a supercell type footprint to a few of these storms in central Illinois. What are you most concerned about right now as we look at this first storm, first off the bat?
Yeah, the first storm there is certainly the most concerning at the moment, with the rotation or the best rotation just south of Monticello. It certainly has a nice appendage to it. And then as you sort of loop things through the radar, one thing that I was noticing too is there's a couple weak showers that try to develop out ahead of that hook. And sometimes when that hook or the hook echo part then moves over those weaker showers, and or the sort of additional boundary that they've put down there locally, then that will actually help enhance it and potentially help the tornado reach the ground all the way versus just seeing rotation aloft. So certainly that's the most concerning storm at the moment. So if you're in the path of that particular storm, you need to be in shelter. And then the next storm off to the west, we sort of have 2 different storms there. One that's, just right there southwest of Lincoln, as well as then the other one back closer to Tallulah there. The one just southwest of Lincoln there, the outflow boundary from the first storm that was farther east already is already south of that. So I'm not as concerned with that. You can see it defined real well on the radar here. Exactly. So as you sort of step it forward, then that boundary and that wind area is actually sagged a little bit south of that appendage. So if it would happen and catch back up to that boundary, which at times, depending upon how strong specific storms are, then it can pull that boundary temporarily back up and then root itself all the way back to the surface. But the storm all the way out to Tallulah, it's still got the best inflow. And it certainly has gotten its shape together here most recently. So those are the 2 biggest ones as far as the most concerning here I'm seeing across Illinois at the moment. We don't want to forget the tail end of our storms either, that trail all the way back to Kansas City area. You can see the rotation there showing up with that southern edge of the second storm near Tallulah there. We do have a couple severe warning storms back here, one just south of Kansas City near Harrisonville. That one has been, it did produce a microburst early. I could see it on radar and the wind separating out in different directions. And then like this one, just like the other ones, we're seeing a little bit of an appendage there. From a tornadic standpoint, you don't want to see the additional cells sort of develop like they are to the southwest of that one. So not a huge tornado threat with this one, and it's not warned tornado at the moment. It's just a severe thunderstorm, but it certainly has some gusty winds with it, and some large hail. So this is one of those things, and they're all lined out here, one storm after another. So I don't know, this particular part of the line is going to be, it's not going to be, really supportive of a fair number of tornadoes or anything like that. But we are seeing development back here. So if you're across far east central Kansas into western Missouri, you want to keep an eye out with those storms rolling in here over the next 1 to 2 hours.
Okay. Thank you very much there, Guy. It's good analysis. And yeah, you can see how this is, we're transitioning from one mode to the next right now as the atmosphere is either recovering from the first round of rain, given the strong inflow here, winds from the south into parts of Illinois, or, in the case of Missouri, the tail of the front is or the disturbance is beginning to move into an area that's been untapped here, where the sun's been shining. It's been a hot, increasingly humid day, and we're getting into business, unfortunately. So thanks for all your insight, as always, Guy Pearson. Anything else, anything other things you wanted to add before you go?
Nope, I think that's pretty much it at the moment. We do have, you can sort of see the main boundary on the Kansas City radar sitting in the north, just northwest of downtown. And as that pushes south, as that catches the line that's developed, then we could see certainly some more intensification along that line. So it's a little bit difficult to see with this radar depiction here, but there is the main boundary itself sort of right over downtown at the moment. You can sort of see it a little bit better here. We've got just southwest of the Kansas City. So there's a few other storms that are actually trying to go up on that. As that sort of catches up with the line that's developed out ahead, then that's when some of the more where the whole line may go severe all at once. So just something to pay close attention to here over the next couple hours.
Yeah, the resources that we have here are kind of nice because I can measure a full hour ago from Paola to I-70 there near Lawrence. 30, maybe about 30 miles. Maybe I was a little too broad. So from Lawrence to Paola, about 30 miles. And now, certainly it's less than that. The primary,
Yep.
That the boundary, the storms actually have departed from that southeastern boundary, it appears, right?
It does look like they've come off that boundary. That's what initiated them. But then the main boundary there, like you're seeing, is just a little bit farther to the northwest. So this is sort of the tail end. So it's not going to have as much push here. I think it will continue to still push southeast with time. But as you go northeast across Missouri into Illinois, that boundary will catch the rest of the line here. And that's when we're expecting things to certainly continue to intensify as we go through the evening hours here.
All right. Thanks so much, Guy Pearson. And Guy, that second storm that you were talking about has gone, at least tornado warned now, to no surprise. You were talking about this before the issuance, but we highlighted the rotation. We could do that again. And we are, the network's going to join us here in just about a few more seconds. You were with us for most of that last break here with the network. So just a temporary commercial break. Guy, thanks for everything. Yep. Be safe out there. I know you're west of the boundary, thankfully, in Wichita for our Severe Weather Center.
All right. Yep. Nice and hot today.
I believe it. Yeah. All right. From Wichita, Kansas, that's Guy Pearson. The network's about to rejoin us for a 2-minute break here, or a block. All right. Thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. As we were just talking to Guy Pearson, he illustrated this second storm that now is tornado warned, to no surprise, and the area of rotation that is now being warned as potentially tornadic here, moving through an area. This is southwest of Lincoln, Illinois, not by a huge margin, but again, strong inbound. We got outbound wind. And that's kind of an obvious depiction of it there, but perhaps the more easily interpreted way to look at this is also through the area of the reflectivity here. So you can see this appendage here on the southwest side of Athens. This is in Athens, Illinois. And that is where we're concerned about the potential for a tornado there into this area here near Athens. Kind of hugging the southern part of the tornado warning itself. We are also dealing with some strong winds along other parts of the storm to the east. But again, outbound, inbound. And again, there's your tornado risk here. I'm kind of making a mess with the arrow. Holy moly. I'm going to zoom in once more and try to do it at a better resolution. So near Salisbury, take shelter if you're in this area. We are looking in southern Menard County to Sangamon County of Illinois. Then there's another tornado threat here. Third warning just issued. They're all lined up now. An area just south of Mount Pulaski, there south of Lincoln. A tornado risk emerging in this area here near Lake Fork. So that is another tornado warning. And then the previously issued tornado warning does continue here into other areas near Monticello with an area of outbound wind versus inbound wind. Strong inbound near Monticello. So again, the risk of a tornado is generally in this area here, moving from parts of Piatt County to Champaign County, Illinois, south of the city of Champaign. Take shelter in these areas. All right, we just took the network to a commercial break. 3 ongoing tornado warnings now in Illinois, and this is what we were expecting to see kind of play out. Decatur has 69,000 people there. Will that tornado warning come into Decatur? Decatur, Illinois. I assume we're talking about Decatur, Illinois here. I would expect a tornado threat for you. Now, at the moment, the greater risk here in Decatur, Illinois is barely north and northwest. We are facing this ongoing threat right now to the northwest. If you're in Decatur, if you're downtown Decatur, you don't need to take shelter quite yet, but I get ready to very, very soon. If you're anywhere north of downtown, I would take shelter. Just letting them know, the Decatur one. The overall threat here is going to be ramping up in Decatur, Illinois, home to 62,000 people or so, 69,000 people. Fairly soon. Going back, you can see it's the central storm and the southwestern storm that on the longer term may make a run into Decatur. The first one's going to probably move through the north side of the area, and then maybe an hour out, we got to keep an eye out for this next cell that will be moving into the area near Decatur as well. So specifically, the tornado warning is in effect for the north side up into northern parts of Macon County. I don't know if the tornado warning sirens sounded in Decatur or not, but technically the specific warning is in effect north of town. But I'd get ready. I'd be on alert here in the next 25 to maybe next 30 minutes to the next hour and a half in Decatur. 2 cells, both rotating, both will pass near you. One just to the north of you first, then after that another one may make a run closer to you. Noticing a little bit of a donut shape here near Control. I want to see how that lines up with our rotation. How does that line up here with our rotation? So it looks like the rotation is down to the south. That might just be a little artifact of just the way the rain is distributed right now. I think the primary tornado risk is adjacent to that to the south. It just caught my eye as something to look at here. And overall, the correlation coefficient here, this is looking at, is the radar seeing stuff that's all the same size and shape? We are seeing a low correlation coefficient signal, and it came out of the small point where this rotation began, and then it got bigger. It's concerning because it could be some debris being lofted up into the atmosphere over a larger area here. Usually I wouldn't jump on that here after just seeing a big large area, but it started with a small definitive point near the original point of rotation, becoming more of an obvious signal near Tallulah. So I wouldn't discount this here as potentially being some debris lofted into the atmosphere in the area southwest and west-southwest of Sherman from a possible tornado, radar indicated tornado at the moment. The couplet not looking terribly fierce, but it again is an area of strong inbound wind here versus some outbound. It's not very tight, I should say. But there is a risk of a tornado here in Sangamon County of Illinois and the southern parts of Menard County, mainly Sangamon County, where we have the greatest risk for a tornado. And that is on the south side. It's on the south side of this hook here with that newly developing, evolving tornado threat. 3 separate tornado warned storms, one lined up after the other here. All right, Enterprise, Alabama. Broadcast media confirmed tornado. New tornado, this one down into Alabama. Go figure. All right. All right, folks, we have 4 tornado warnings in progress right now, 3 in Illinois, which has been the main event. And we are concerned about the areas around Menard into Sangamon, Logan into Macon counties, Piatt into Champaign counties. 3 separate tornado warnings there. But there's another show in town. We've been talking about Tropical Storm Arthur And there is a confirmed tornado down this way along the front. Now, the tornado that's confirmed down near Enterprise, Alabama, is far removed from the core of Tropical Storm Arthur. But Arthur, 45 mile per hour max sustained winds. The center of the storm, frankly, looks like absolute garbage here when it comes to deep convection. There's no deep convection to the center of the storm. It's all very lopsided on the east side of the storm. But it is pumping, if nothing else, it's pumping moisture up into the Gulf Coast states at large. And overall, as we take a look at the larger moisture field associated with this, again, the storm, I'd give it a D- for its appearance on satellite. We have some deep convection on the east side of the storm, but all the way to the north, there's been a front draped across the region here. And this area here, again, has been the scene of some flash flooding, and it will continue to be the scene of flash flooding as the core of Arthur begins to make its way farther north. But again, I just wanted to acknowledge here this shower, a severe shower, maybe we'll call it a severe thunderstorm. There have been a few lightning strikes. This has actually produced a confirmed tornado over Enterprise, Alabama. The initial issuance here was purple, confirmed by broadcast media, and now it's been trimmed down to radar indicated. So perhaps the most likely case is it has lifted. The cell is weakening. It's not going to be sustaining itself for long, but there was a confirmed tornado near Enterprise, Alabama recently here. So that's the confirmed tornado, even though it's adjacent to and separate from the primary zones here that we are more concerned about farther to the north. So again, overall, looks like I'm having battery issues with one of the 3 mice I'm using. There it is. We're back in business. I think it just wasn't properly seated. Again, I just want to see any information on the confirmed tornado warning there. Local storm reports are on, so they haven't issued one for that yet, but they did confirm, broadcast media locally confirming a tornado there on the ground earlier, just moments ago, in the area near Enterprise, Alabama. All right, so that's the story there. Just putting a bow on that conversation here. Very heavy rain. The main concern tied to Arthur is going to be flooding rainfall. Very modest storm surge, not much wind, but 8 to 12 inches of rain likely for the Gulf Coast. Let's get back to the main storyline, though, farther to the north. Again, just kind of drawn like moth to a flame there with that confirmed tornado. Of all the tornado warnings here, 4 to the north, the 5th one to the south has been the confirmed, with very low cloud bases there in that moisture-rich environment down into Alabama, with a little bit of a gradual increase in moisture there associated eventually with Arthur. That is spinning. All right, we are confirmed now with another tornado warning into central Illinois. We want to go to Aaron Jack. Aaron is joining us now from Bement, if I am pronouncing it correctly, maybe Bement, Illinois. Aaron, which storm are you specifically on? I got to brush up on where Bement is. Are you on the confirmed?
It's the Champaign County storm, the far east one here. Just
Okay.
The first one I got tornado warning this afternoon. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, what are you observing out there? What are you seeing right now, Aaron?
Yeah, so this is the base back behind it. Hit the windshield wipers there for you guys, actually, and try and clear the windshield. And try and clear it up. But this is that tornado warning storm. It was just off to the northwest. Probably about 20 minutes ago, it had quite an impressive upflow on it when it first went tornado warning. Right now, it seems to be going through a bit of a merger. In fact, it's a little harder to see the base right now because of the rain from the merging storm moving into it. But this is that base right off to my northwest here. It looks like it's going to pass to the southwest of Champaign County, or Champaign, Urbana, that proper, so like an actual town there. So that is a good thing. But it is still a dangerous storm. It is tornado warned right now. And as I mentioned, it just went through a merger, or it's going through a merger. And a lot of times when a storm goes through a merger like that, after that rain clears out, it can tap back into this inflow, these strong southerly winds right now that are just absolutely ripping through. You can see this cornfield back behind me. It's just ripping from these strong southerlies, just feeding right into this big supercell. And as you mentioned, this is one cell, but there's 2 more further back to the west, and they're riding along this warm front that is draped across central Illinois that then moves east into Indiana as well. So it's a dangerous night ahead as these storms march across central Illinois, eventually into Indiana. In fact, I'm concerned about this evening in Indiana. A little bit more time for things the atmosphere to recover out there to the east, and potentially with mature supercells moving into that environment as the low-level jet ramps up tonight. Could be a very bad situation tonight across the Midwest. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, Aaron, thank you for that. We appreciate it. And as we take a look at other areas here of big concern to the west, the cell that you also mentioned there, Aaron, confirmed tornado into the area. This is the one that had that the correlation coefficient signature that I was very concerned about. Started with a pinpoint and exploded in size, which makes me think that it has, especially after talking to Guy Pearson last week with one of those other storms. This does happen sometimes where we see a broad zone of big trouble here, and the correlation coefficient kind of showing. I can bring that up, in fact. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. All right. So when I'm saying this, I know that this data looks wild and almost just like some kind of modern art or something like that. But when you see these blues here, that's where you have a low correlation coefficient. The one would be magenta, and that's where you have radar hitting stuff that's all the same size and shape, mainly rain, or maybe rain and hail in certain areas. But as we begin to go back in time, take a look at this. This correlation coefficient was very limited. There was a little spot to the west where it probably could have been producing some debris. But we got into a very strong signal here, a pinpoint. At that moment, what were we seeing? We had, again, this area of rotation that was developing right in that location. Velocity at the same time. Again, there was a signal that was strengthening. We're going to go one frame farther. You began to see more of that green against red. Again, the conflicted flow. And then as we go back to that other product, watch how this correlation coefficient, the blue in this area south of Tallulah, it began to grow. I suspect that was a debris, maybe some vegetation, maybe worse than that, maybe some building construction, but stuff being lofted into the atmosphere and distributed over a part of the sky as that storm rotated. All right, so that's a confirmed tornado warning here. In the area near and south of Sherman. So Sangamon County, we're looking at a confirmed tornado warning. Velocity couplet here continuing to show some very strong outbound wind. Very strong, very, very, very strong signal of outbound wind. We got some inbound to the south. So this area of likely tornado activity is continuing to move. By the way, that Alabama tornado warning has predictably come to an end here because that was not a sustained, long-lasting situation. But again, the area of concern near Dawson, take shelter if you're near Spalding, Riverton, Dawson, Mechanicsburg, Lanesville. You're under confirmed tornado warning in the area of Sangamon County, Illinois. Very concerning situation there. Widespread straight line winds moving into Illopolis. I would take shelter in Illopolis as well, though. We are concerned about that area facing some damaging wind. And you are technically under the tornado warning as well. This could catch you as well. But to the east, the tornado threat into an area near Latham, near and south of Narita. Velocity couplet showing, velocity scan in this area. The red outbound against green inbound. Again, we are dealing with a strong signal of straight line winds for some. But also, the risk is there for a tornadic spin up in this area, generally near Latham and other areas near approaching Bearsdale, Forsyth, Emory. Look out. You're under a radar indicated tornado warning. And then the cell that Aaron J. Jack is on here near Posadum and Tolano and near Villa Grove. This is an area where we have some concerns as well with the possibility of a tornado in this location as well, firmly in the middle of that I-57 tornado warning, Champaign County, south of the city of Champaign and northern parts of Douglas County, Illinois as well. Looking at the national perspective, another tornado warning that we're concerned about moving into Mexico, Missouri. High-res radar data out of St. Louis. What will this do for us? Well, you can see that familiar shape of a supercell thunderstorm. And again, we're going to find some rotation that's kind of oriented like this. When we bring this up, I suspect, at least that's what I would fully anticipate. And there it is. Green inbound, red outbound. So the tornado is basically, potential tornado is on the Audrain, southern Monroe County line near Tulip and Salling and approaching Hollinsville, approaching Skinner and Malono. This is moving southeast, east-southeast here. which is looping and it's beginning to hook a little more to the right, almost like a car out of alignment there, kind of veering to the right of its heading. So we'll keep an eye out. St. Louis, nothing urgent for you. You got a couple of hours, but we're very concerned about your area later on. And then another cell that Guy Pearson was highlighting, southeast of Kansas City. We're looking at an area near Garden City, Missouri, with an obvious hook shape here. This is a supercell that is now bringing a tornado threat to this area as well. So what are we into? Cass County, southwestern Johnson County, northern Henry County, also a little bit of the area here. For Cass County, a little bit longer. But as we take a look at the velocity couplet, very well-defined area of concern. Red outbound, green inbound. So there's your notch. And that is your area here where we have an ongoing tornado threat. And even the velocity, the reflectivity backs that up as well. All right. So we're facing numerous tornado threats. We have 5 ongoing tornado warnings right now. One of them confirmed. Earlier, there was the wild card was a Enterprise, Alabama brief tornado touchdown that we could be loosely associating with some of the moisture increasing there, interacting with a front, and some of that may be in a peripheral way tied to some of the flow out of the south with maybe an assist from Tropical Storm Arthur, which it brought some flooding earlier today into areas around Freeport, Texas. We talked about that area last night as an area of concern. But coastal flooding, here we have overwash from coastal flooding, 1 to 3 foot storm surge there. Are we back into another tornado warning? Let me see this. Well, I want to make sure it hasn't expired. I'm seeing, I just don't think it's dropped out of our system yet. I think it is no longer on the map. All right. So we are concerned about ongoing severe threats in many areas. Flooding is the main concern down to the south. So the Midwestern severe risk is greatest. And it's Illinois and Missouri here where we have the biggest threats right now. It looks like the easternmost warning has been allowed to expire. That was looking a little bit ragged, but the central and western ones are sustaining themselves now. And again, confirmed tornado warning here into the area of Sangamon County, Illinois. That is one concern. And then heading further south and west, an upward trend here, approaching Mexico and north of Clinton, Missouri, with our ongoing tornado threats. I want to take a look at elsewhere here. We got 2,000 under this tornado warning north of Mexico, 25,000 in the central Illinois warning. There is a new tornado watch for Indianapolis. Let me see if that is in the system yet. I'm going to make a request for that here. Thanks for bearing with me here. We are in a commercial break on the AccuWeather Network. I'm going to look at some of your questions in a few seconds as well. All right. Hopping over. Just trying to keep my head on a swivel here. Northwestern Pennsylvania, there's some risk of strong winds later on tonight. Pennsylvania, this is amazing. We had, I want to check out my post from earlier. I was talking to the forecast team, and I don't want to misremember what I had. 14 tornadoes confirmed in Pennsylvania on Sunday. 14 in Pennsylvania surveyed. 7 confirmed via survey from the Weather Service in Pittsburgh. 4 from Warren County down to Lancaster County, surveyed by the Weather Service at State College. 3 surveyed by the Weather Service in Cleveland. Today they confirmed 1 in Conneautville, PA. So and then there were 8 days earlier, there were 6 in southwest Pennsylvania. So in an 8-day stretch, we had 22 separate confirmed tornadoes. That's more than our annual average in Pennsylvania. Amazing. 22 confirmed tornadoes by survey in Pennsylvania. I don't think we're going to see the risk of tornadoes tonight in Pennsylvania is very, very, very low. I want to check out the latest. I want to make sure I'm not missing any updates from our forecast team. You can see we have some risk for maybe a little bit of wind out there from Pittsburgh to Butler to Erie. But again, what a wild couple of weekends. 22 confirmed tornadoes in Pennsylvania over an 8-day stretch. Probably none tonight, but we'll keep an eye on things. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We've seen a 94-mile-per-hour wind gust in Albion, Iowa today, a 75-mile-per-hour gust in Webster City, Iowa, Van Home, Iowa, 74 miles per hour. Just checking out some things. Hail, 4-inch hail last night in Cullison, Kansas. We had 2.75 inch, I think that's baseball size hail last night in Coates, Kansas. Some reports here that I'm sharing with Jesse Farrell's sharing with us here. Again, Illinois has had, they tied their biggest month for tornado local storm reports, not necessarily one-to-one surveyed tornadoes, but tornado reports, tying June of 2008. Pretty impressive in Illinois. That was April of 2026, tying June of 2008. Well, we're facing another tornado threat in Illinois once again. Very concerned about that. Let's get into it here on radar. We have several tornado threats right now, 4 of them on the map, 2 in Illinois, 2 in Missouri. We had a tornado touchdown in Alabama near Enterprise a little bit ago. That has lifted. That warning is over, and that cell is basically given up. But as we take a look at some of these ongoing threats, let's go to Illinois first, where we have the greatest risk with 2 separate cells, one of these being a confirmed tornado warning. And we're really concerned about this one here, southeast of Sherman, approaching Illopolis. As we look at the velocity couplet, velocity scan here, pretty clear-cut signal of very strong screaming outbound wind away from the radar site to the north, and we have some modest inbound wind. So the greatest risk of a tornado would probably be right around this area here. There may also be a secondary zone of rotation near Buffalo Heart. So again, 2 zones of rotation. That's often how it goes. It's not always just a straightforward single story. 2 zones of rotation here among this confirmed tornado warning for Sangamon County of Illinois and also far southern parts of Logan County, Illinois right now. That situation here is, again, still evolving. We'll continue to watch this move to the east, running into the area near Illopolis and approaching Mount Auburn. And we do have another cell that is bringing a risk of a tornado farther east into the area near Forsyth. So here's your outbound, strong inbound, very strong inbound wind on the east side of this storm. Let's take a look at this from another perspective. Here we are with, again, the little notch here along this. You know, it was a supercell thunderstorm. It's now beginning to kind of maybe connect between this storm and another one. So we might be seeing this evolve into more of a quasi-linear convective system. You know, I don't know if we're going to really see the whole storm mode transition to that quite this early. I think that we're still a few hours from that. We're going to still be in supercell mode for a bit. But the storm is kind of latching on to the other. But an area of rotation here approaching Forsyth, barely north of Decatur. We've had questions from a few of you in Decatur. Decatur itself, again, we're getting closer to trouble. The north side of Decatur, take shelter. If you're south of Decatur, still, you know, to stay real connected to the weather here, because you'll likely have to take shelter soon as you have another storm approaching you. But again, 2 separate storms bringing some rotation to the area. And again, technically, I was really seeing 2 areas of rotation here with this second cell. As we loop this here, man, that's a strong outbound signal here away from the radar site up into Buffalo. And then, again, an inbound signal here down to the south. So the risk of a tornado probably greatest here into the area near Mechanicsburg, Saunders, approaching the area near Illopolis, perhaps to the south of there. And then a secondary zone of rotation that we've been tracking near Buffalo Heart. Also a concern near Cornland. No relation. All right, let's go farther south. Into another area of trouble into Missouri. We have 2 separate storms that are rotating. One into an area northwest of St. Louis. This cell has had just, you know, a very straightforward, classic supercell shape. It has a classic, very straightforward supercell signature here with rotation near Hollinsville. This is one of the easier ones to interpret. There's not much to it. It's a supercell rotating thunderstorm, and it's not interfered with by other storms on the map. Area of rotation near the Audrain-Monroe County line. Take shelter. This storm has had about 2,000 people under that tornado warning. Heading farther south and west into an area well southeast of Kansas City. I'm going to hop down to the Kansas City radar site. This one also has an angry look here, very much a supercell thunderstorm. And here you can see the outbound wind and the inbound wind near Quick City. So here we're looking at an area of rotation that's also pretty easily interpreted. And again, it's got the classic hook shape to it. So the area near Quick City and approaching Blairstown. We got hail to the north and a severe threat involving a tornado to the south. Hail over the Rose Hill to Blairstown to Magnolia area near Chilhowee. I think your biggest threat is going to be rain escalating to a hail threat. But I would take shelter there too. Just play it safe. If you're anywhere in southern Johnson County, northern Henry County, or northeastern, or maybe eastern, I should say, eastern Cass County from Garden City East, take shelter as a tornado threat is in your area at the moment. I'm going to pull the map back out, looking at all other things that we want to keep an eye on. What's going on to the north? We have some other cells that are moving through the area. And we're continuing to track some strong and severe storms. Sioux Falls here is a populated area. Not an impressive looking storm, but gusty winds will be the concern with this storm producing a little bit of lightning, gusty winds into the area near Sioux Falls. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Hey, here's another tornado warning up to the north. I think we have ARX in here. We do. La Crosse, Wisconsin will give us a nice close view of this one. So the radar data giving us a view from north to south for this cell, northeastern parts of Iowa, Alamanky County in Iowa. Here we have an area of rotation. So yet another rotating thunderstorm bringing us a tornado threat. And take shelter if you're in the area near Lindale or Dalby. I'm going to get rid of the lightning, but keep the warning on there. So here it is. Very clear-cut case where we have obvious rotation into the area between Dalby and Waukon. So here's your couplet. Tornado moving east, at least radar-indicated rotation in Alamanky County. That's in northeastern Iowa. We have a new look at the watches graphic. Thank you, Kayla, for doing that. I wanted to give you the latest and greatest here from meteorologist Kayla Schuster, staying on top of about 50 things at the same time in Iowa. And here we are with, again, the new tornado watch now runs until midnight for Indiana. It includes Indiana, central Indiana. So from around Vincennes, north to Logansport, Muncie, Indianapolis, Columbus, not including areas around Interstate 64. I think that runs a little south of there. But other areas north of I-64 up through I-70, plus or minus 4 counties from I-70 on either direction. We're looking at a tornado watch until midnight. Just trying to keep my head on a swivel here. Mitchell, Indiana. And will Marion, Indiana have a tornado? Well, that's a very definitive question. Let me look at these two locations here. Mitchell, Indiana. Indiana or Illinois? Mitchell. Detroit, very limited risk for you. Question about Marion, Indiana. Wait, hold on a second. Mitchell and Marion. I don't think we can get too specific with either of you, really, but it's a question of how far north or south you are. And I say we can't get too specific because the threat for you is still a bit away. But let me check out Mitchell, Indiana, Marion Township. You're south central. All right, nothing urgent in Mitchell. Later this evening, damaging wind will be the main concern, perhaps a tornado. But again, you're hours from trouble in Mitchell, Indiana. The other one was Marion, Indiana, in Grant County. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. Trying to answer questions here on YouTube Live. All right, so Marion, there it is, Marion, Indiana. Nothing urgent for you there either. We're looking at some rain for several hours, but later this evening, after 9 p.m., maybe after 8 p.m., I would be concerned about the risk for a tornado to move into this area. The risk is greater to the south of Marion, but we are concerned about this whole corridor, especially near I-70. I showed this with our viewers on YouTube Live just before the break, but there is a new tornado watch issued for central Indiana. until midnight. Tornado watch until midnight. Well, you know what? That says midnight central. So that's 1 a.m. Eastern time. Some of these counties, a big chunk of Indiana is in Eastern time as well. So I'm just going to update this on the fly here. But until 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight central, ongoing tornado watch here. And we're concerned about these storms that move east into this whole region because even though you may be a little cooler thanks to some recent rain, the wind field aloft and even just near the ground is screaming in from south to north across this area. And that's going to recharge the atmosphere despite the fact that you're seeing some recent rain. So a quick look at the ongoing tornado threats. We're facing an ongoing threat here into parts of the area near Springfield and Decatur. And as we look at these here, we're looking at an ongoing severe setup right over Ellopolis. And overall, this what has been a confirmed tornado is being replaced by a radar indicated tornado warning. So now's the time. You've been asking from Decatur, 59,000 people. Take shelter now in Decatur, Illinois. You're under your warning. And you got one area of rotation just to the north of town. Tornado warning up near Forsyth. And then a new tornado threat emerging into other areas to the south. All right. So those are your two tornado warnings here in progress around Macon and Christian counties of Illinois, north of Decatur, and then eventually west-southwest of Decatur. But I'm not confident enough that Decatur is going to totally miss the risk with this southern cell. I suspect the risk here coming in through the area near Ellopolis, Mount Auburn, the most likely case is that it's a near miss to the south of Decatur. But man, you don't have much breathing room here. We got a risk right on the north side of town as well. Take shelter in Decatur, Illinois. You have two tornado threats on the map, one mere miles to your north, basically entering the north side of the city limits probably, and then another one approaching from the west. That one will likely pass just to the south of Decatur proper, but you're in the warning for that one. And then we do have other concerns here. I think that this confirmed tornado warning is getting a little stale. The newer warning to assess this risk here is being described as radar indicated. So again, I don't think it's been seen or spotted too recently. I'm hedging my words because, I don't know everything that's going on, but in Springfield, Illinois, there was a funnel cloud reported on CAM 440 Central. That was 17 minutes ago. So I think, that was one of the motivators for this to be a confirmed tornado warning. But it's been 17 minutes, and the fact that the Weather Service has issued a red tornado warning, and our system comes up as red, that's radar indicated as that cell continues to move to the east. There's the latest data updating. So again, certainly take shelter. It may touch down again. I don't know that it's visibly on the ground right now. But we need to keep a close eye on that. So again, all right, right before we went to break, or right before we came back from break, there was a question about Grant County. And I kind of answered that, I guess, in Marion, Indiana. It's been a little bit, so let's go back to the future radar here. And we can see how this is evolving. So I'm looking at you guys in Fort Wayne and Point South, and there will be some heavy rain, some thunderstorms. And the problem with this is it's a really messy situation. And if this were totally, literally true, and if things were going to evolve just like this depiction, which it will not, I mean, the modeling is incapable of producing a perfect forecast of exactly which cell gets which county and so forth. But some of these little notches here could still be zones where there might be a little bit of rotation here and there. And I'm taking some liberties here. I don't want to take this too literally, but there may be a few areas still where we have some occasional tornado threats here into Indiana and Ohio. So the risk is still present. The tornado watch is warranted there for those of you in Marion, Indiana. And the greatest risk time for that might be into area time frames around. Let's go back to radar. I don't want to get too removed from a nowcast here. In Muncie and Marion, you have a few hours here before the tornado threat may escalate. I think that honestly the tornado threat is going to be greater to your south, but we do have to keep an eye out for this area. I don't want to guarantee a tornado-free situation up to the north. The greater risk, though, Indianapolis, for sure. Indianapolis is a greater risk, unfortunately. All right, we're going to come back from the commercial break here in a bit. I'm just going to glance at any additional Trimble County, Kentucky. I think you're up in northern Kentucky, right? That was near my old viewing area, but not in it. Yeah, Trimble, you're going to face some damaging wind potential later this evening, closer to midnight in Trimble County, Kentucky, along the Ohio River. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We are back up. It is 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 Central Time. We've got tornado threats on the map in various parts of Illinois and Missouri. We even had a brief tornado touchdown in Alabama, in Enterprise, Alabama, that may have, it's tied to a front, but we're getting a little extra moisture pumped in that direction associated with Tropical Storm Arthur. Very ragged looking. I give it a D- for its appearance, but it's a storm nonetheless near the coast of Texas and deeper convection offshore. But let's go to Tony Law back here in just a minute. Tony, I didn't mean to give you a false toss, but there is a confirmed tornado that I just caught my eye up here into Alamanky County of Iowa, the northeasternmost county of Iowa. I just want to briefly acknowledge that, then I want to get to you so we can stretch our legs a little bit more with what's going on in Illinois and Missouri. This is nasty. Nasty little couplet there near Dalby and Elder Grove. This is spinning up here, a confirmed tornado in the area of Alamanky County, Iowa. Alamanky County, Iowa. What are we looking at here in terms of population? Probably not a ton, but Elder Grove, you have a confirmed tornado warning. 513 people here under this tornado warning. We care about you. It may not be the most populated area, but Alamanky County, Iowa. Central and eastern parts of the county. 513 people facing a confirmed tornado warning. All right, Tony Lawback joining us now in Illinois. Tony, we got a couple of notches here, 2 separate cells in Illinois that we're tracking, but I know you have your eyes on an area that may be kind of an untapped environment with more concerns coming in from Missouri. So where are you and what's on your mind?
Well, we are heading westbound toward Hannibal, Missouri. We're on I-72. We like I said, we've been kind of sitting on this highway for a good chunk of time. The storms that we left did require some rotation there over Springfield, but we are continuing to monitor the cells that are going up very quickly, some strong still, multiple severe storms, including that tornadic storm that was north of Mexico there. That is in Missouri. We think this area is really starting to get ripened here, so we're heading back, kind of pointing that direction right now in a construction zone here, moving a little slower, but the storm's coming at us right now. Several severe storms right now north and along of I-72, and expect to see further warnings issued further back down the line. So we are working our way, kind of pointing our way west to get in line with some of these storms. Again, they're really close proximity. Viewing isn't great. That one cell down by Mexico kind of on its own would certainly be the best visually. As you mentioned, giving a grade to Arthur, I would say that storm is probably a grade B in terms of visual compared to a lot of the slop we're working with up here so far. But again, tight proximity, I think right now is helping negate overall bigger tornado threats here. They are watching some weak rotation. Noted too, and it's interesting because I'm kind of in chat with some of the meteorologists locally here. They're talking about just the weird areas some of these areas of rotation are, and a lot of that due to storm interactions. You get storms that kind of pop into various places of a developing supercell, and sometimes rotation shows up on radar in a couple of weird places on a couple of the scans. So hard to get a bead on anything organized because everything kind of seems to flare up and then pulse back down. But we are definitely seeing an uptick in storms. The storm that we're watching too, Jeff, I don't know if you get on radar, would be northeast of Hannibal, so Liberty, kind of the Liberty area right now. That storm is the one that we're paying the most attention to. We're going to be hopefully get on the other side of the showers and the construction zone here before too long, and hopefully be able to kind of get a view up in that area. But that is the storm right now that has the most of my attention. That would be south of Camp Point, northeast of Hannibal. So that severe storm right now is the one that we're targeting, but keeping an eye on all the cells that are developing back to the west along that boundary there, Jeff.
All right. Well said, Tony. You're in a good spot here. As we continue to move west, I know along the interstate here, I-72, that cell, I could bring up a rotation. Well, there is a little bit of rotation here, evident from the view far south to north here. And I know you've been on top of this here on the road, but Again, we're seeing some rotation here, at least elevated and aloft here from the Weather Service in St. Louis from that radar perspective. And then also into the area near Mexico, north of Mexico. Small scale tornado warning for this one. This is the cell that has had, kind of a pretty straightforward hook to it. It's a freestanding, independent cell that's bringing the risk of a tornado to the map here in an area just northwest of Ladona and near Molino, approaching. I grew up in a Worcester. Some of you in Massachusetts saying Worcester, right? Well, that's how you say it in Massachusetts, the big city of Worcester. I don't know if this is Worcester or Worcester. There in part of Missouri. There's also one in New York State. But in the Philadelphia suburbs, there's one pronounced phonetically as it's spelled. All right, we also have some issues here. Another zone of rotation, not warned yet, but we'll have to look out for this one in northeast of Fayette, in north central Missouri. And overall, again, some big concerns about these severe storms. I intended just to turn the camera off, but I think I muted myself, but I'm still here. Ethan Kaufman delivering some water. Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate that, man. All right, down to the south of Kansas City, we have a couple of tornado warnings here as well. These both have an angry appearance to them, and these are both obviously supercells. You can see as we I want to highlight kind of remove some of the noise, but I'm just highlighting the overall structure of the storm to provide a little bit of definition to the skeletal system of these storms here. Again, on the northeast side, you got some hail and the deep reds and heavy rain, but you can see the thumbprint of the rotation here. So those are the two storms here. We're drawing some cartoon-like. Here's another one out near Lacine there along U.S. Highway 69 in parts of Lynn County, Kansas, and western Bates County, Missouri. Driven this way many times when I lived in the Joplin area and would fly out of Kansas City. But again, we have an area of rotation there as well. So all of these may go. Each of these could produce tornadoes. But as we look at the velocity couplets, we're dealing with, again, three separate rotating storms. In fact, I think that this Lacine storm has stronger rotation right now than the easternmost one. And it's technically pulling away from Lacine, about to run into Bates County, Missouri. It's real close to approaching the Lynn-Bates line, the Kansas-Missouri state line here, right over Highway 69, north of Pleasanton, Kansas. Look out there. All right, so big concerns there. Obvious rotation into the area of Cass and northern Bates County. And here you can see near Dayton and Aaron. This is in western Missouri. And then there is, I don't want to dismiss this other cell. There is still rotation. There is still rotation near Norris, Missouri, approaching Shawnee Mound, Huntingdale. Take shelter in any of those areas, but I would take shelter if I were southeast of Lacine near the state line into Mulberry, Missouri, or Amoret. This is likely to get a tornado warning soon as well. So I'm just going to illustrate that. Things are ramping up, though, here across parts of eastern Kansas and Missouri, western Missouri, heading back up to the north, following the front, following our boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I would argue 9. We could have a number 9, and then we have a 10 to the north. So 9 tornado warnings. Well, there might be more than that because some of these are covering the same cell. Political boundaries and so forth may warrant one area getting it versus another, but overall we're going to continue to track the overall risk of these tornadoes kind of ramping up here as we get into prime time for tornado potential. Overall, we're dealing with the risk here into parts of Missouri and Illinois. Also into parts of western Wisconsin. Let's take a look at this other cell here. The previous warning was for a small population, but this is ramping up into a larger area now, going from the northeast corner of Iowa into western Wisconsin. Trying to get to, so we got 2,000 people here under this, 2 to 3,000 velocity data showing. We got to bring up La Crosse, Wisconsin. Here it is. And the velocity couplet, very obvious signal, very, very obvious signal. No doubt about it. It's crossing the Mississippi River, moving into the area of western Wisconsin, crossing the upper Mississippi. Tornado in progress. moving into the area right over the river. Elder Grove to Lynxville, Harper's Ferry. There's another one. There's also one in West Virginia. So Alamanky County, Iowa, into Crawford County, Wisconsin. Take shelter in Crawford County, Wisconsin. You have a nasty storm, a tornado on the ground, reportedly, with this cell. And that is a confirmed tornado warning here. The nature of that warning here, just want to get some a little more context here. If it was, so it's radar confirmed. Well, I would agree with that. I just wasn't sure if there were also eyes on this one. So radar confirmed. Correlation coefficient showing there's a dropout here. That's debris right here. Obvious debris signal there east of Elder Grove. So that's your tornado. That's what's lifting debris up into the atmosphere right now. Approaching the Mississippi River, just about to reach the Mississippi River. This little notch, there it is. Tornado warning. I want to draw it. I'm going to zoom in tighter. The tornado itself is right over this area, approaching Lynxville. So we're moving from eastern Iowa. Very obvious couplet and debris. There's the debris. Totally obvious debris signal with the correlation coefficient there. North of Harper's Ferry, very close to Lynxville. Take shelter if you're in Crawford County, Wisconsin, or eastern Alamanky County of Iowa. Confirmed tornado crossing the Mississippi River. All right, we just sent the AccuWeather Network to break. And, man, we have a lot to talk about here with all these tornado threats. We had a little bit of breathing room earlier with that widespread shield of rain, but we are in business now, and the tornado threat is escalating. We have, again, several tornado warnings with between 1 and 5 or 6,000 people. The storm to the north of Decatur is the most populated one. That one has many more people here. And that storm, again, a highly populated 94,000. So let's look at this one here into the Decatur, Illinois area. And we're looking at a confirmed tornado warning. I'm sorry, this is actually radar indicated. The confirmed was to the north, but a radar indicated warning. The rotation couplet, there might be a couple of them, but as we look at the areas of most likely rotation, when I take a look at this, red outbound, green inbound, there's also let me see. The most likely area would be hovering the southern part of this tornado warning, passing south of Decatur. If you're in Decatur, I would take shelter, though, too. I would take shelter in that area. We have strong inbound, hint of outbound near Oakley, exiting the warning, secondary zone there. We do have a hint of outbound and inbound near Decatur. I think that's a less likely portion of the storm to produce a tornado. Near Booty, we have outbound versus inbound, but the primary risk here is going to be with this. And you can see the Weather Service adjusting, issuing a new warning to better characterize this primary risk zone to the south as we speak. So it's kind of a correction to the warning. You could almost look at it as just the evolution of this. It's favoring the south side. So Macon County, southern Macon County, obviously clipping northeastern Christian County and northern Shelby County. I suspect you won't see a tornado in Decatur, but I would stay in my shelter in Decatur. Stay in your shelter. The greater risk, though, is certainly down to the south with that obvious couplet near Blue Mound. We're in Blue Mound, Illinois. Near Macon, Walker, Moequa, and approaching Pleak and into Obed. The southern part of this, that's kind of the correction to the warning, the updated risk area given the radar trends. And I fully agree with that there. Weather Service in Lincoln issuing that new warning to kind of just follow the trend. You got to follow the trend. Let's go to the St. Louis radar site here. This is the one that Tony Lawback is on. It is now tornado warned. So we're coming up on 6:15. Mel, I know we have a couple of chasers here. Tony might be a good one to go to if he is established. What do we have on the docket for 6:15 in addition to that? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I'd love to talk to Guy. Thank you. But if Tony begins to yell, don't hesitate, because he's in a good spot for this tornado warned cell. All right, thanks, Mel. I hear Guy. Guy says yes, he is. All right. How you feeling, Guy? You hanging in there? We're in a commercial break right now. our YouTube viewers can hear this, though. I know you weren't feeling great earlier. All right. Someone asked, how old are you and why is your hairline receding? My hairline is receding because I'm 44. There you are. That's good. I love it. Elijah Long. It's good. All right. Thanks for joining us at 6:15. Elijah Long on YouTube asking, how old are you and why is your hairline receding? 44, and because I'm 44. All right, we want to take a look at some tornado threats out there right now. And we do have several tornado threats on the map into Illinois and into, I've seen worse, into eastern parts of Missouri. Also western Missouri, and now that cell that we talked about just southeast of Lacine, Kansas, getting a tornado warning, moving into Bates County, Missouri as well. So we have a lot of concerns out there. So Guy, what are you most concerned about? We've really seen a big transition here from 2 hours ago when we were in recovery mode from the previous storms to where we are right now.
Yeah, it certainly has been a little bit of regeneration, but at the same time, also waiting on the next piece of energy to really start to help set things off. So, we've got that additional energy. We've got pressing into everything. You can sort of see up there southeast of Rochester there. We've got a tornado warning storm up there that's rotating very well. This is really the main core center part of the storm system, and that's where this additional extra rotation's coming in this particular area. So, you may not have the best moisture, you may not have the best warmth in this particular area. However, you do have the dynamics that play a big part with this and the actual storm system itself. So as that's been progressing southeast through the day, that's when we're starting to see everything else set off here during the, across central Illinois, back across Missouri and into east central Kansas.
All right. And that is obviously the main concern. Nasty little storm, though, highly sheared environment to the north there, as you mentioned. But right now, we have 5 separate storms, and if we take these maybe from west to east, Guy, the storm just to the east of Lacine here, just east of Highway 69, moving into Butler County of Missouri. This one has been ramping up, and again, even to the southwest of there into Pleasanton, Kansas, and other parts of Lynn County, we're seeing more and more of these supercells begin to take off.
Yep, they're all spaced out just enough to where the inflow, at least early on in their development, they have a nice inflow to them to where they can have pretty good storm structure to get the rotation through all the different levels to be able to coordinate, something potentially reaching all the way down to the ground. And you can certainly see there the outbound winds with the red, with the green inbound from the south. And so they're all oriented just right, more of a northwest to southeast. And, that's sort of been the trend with this. And that is one trend from a meteorological standpoint, that if there are storms that are moving what we call right of the mean flow, so if your main storm is moving from west to east, but you have a particular storm or part of a storm that is tailing a little bit more southeast than straight east, then that gives a little extra turning to that storm in particular as well, and can help lend itself to tornadic development. So you're sort of seeing that with each one of these. You can sort of see the cell merger there with a couple cells, and that'll probably continue as we go through the next couple hours. And eventually we'll get to the point to where it'll probably just line out as one main line of storms versus individual or more potentially discrete here. But certainly these cells, if you're in the path of any of these, they're looking well with a defined hook. They've got really nice rotation. Sometimes there's been some reports of wall clouds and things like that with some of those as well. We go farther east, certainly that cell there southwest of Bowling Green, Missouri. That's another one that's been rotating really well. And this one in particular is well out ahead of the line. So there's no other real storm for it to interact with at this moment in time. You can see that rotation has maintained itself through the last few, or the several radar frames there. Maybe not quite as strong on this most recent one, but once again, it's in relation to where you're looking at that St. Louis radar. And, is it moving more towards it in such a way to where is the rotation actually weakening, or is it just because it's more paralleling the beam, and so we're not just seeing it as well? So it still has a I would say with its shape and certainly with the rotation, it is still showing on velocity that's a concerning one. And then this one is looking pretty good as well. This one, I forget if this is the one Tony was on, or
I think it is.
little farther. I think he's a little farther east, but this is another one in here that's got good rotation. You can certainly see the winds punching in there from the back while still having the red and the outbound winds on front of that. And it's, still rotating. It's sort of helping to create its own environment there, sort of taking out the other areas of showers and just sort of forming into one larger storm there.
And I think that is the one that Tony's been booking it west on I-72, so he is just south of that one. And as you were mentioning, a lot of these cell mergers, I'm going to just trace one of these cells that, they kind of get gobbled up by the bigger storms, but they can be...
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was talking about earlier when you had the first initial sort of blob or little area of showers on there with that first arrow that you drew. If you have those things out in front, sometimes that's when eventually when that hook area catches up with that's when you see some of the additional rotation is just enough for things to spin up and complete the process all the way to the ground.
We had a pretty nasty signal on the correlation coefficient for one of these storms earlier. In fact, it reminded me of our conversation last week where you were showing me a few things about how you can get a third of a county under a low correlation coefficient when debris gets spewed up. And it did similar to that. I think it may have been this cell. I want to go back. I think I was listening in here over the last hour and some things. One thing with the correlation coefficient you have to watch out for in some situations is where the best vertically integrated liquid is, or basically hail core, because if that's between you and the radar as well, then that will also show up as obviously having, potentially larger hail and things like that. But this is certainly one of those. It's got a well-defined hook. The rotation's still looking very tight with this. Our couplet right there, we've got, several greens right up next to red. It's just not sort of a larger rotational area. They're, pixel by pixel in there next to each other. And that's our rotational couplet that we typically look for. So, all right. Thanks so much, Guy. We're going to a commercial break. All right. And we're back up, at least during the break here on YouTube. And Guy, this was, we could see that there was an area of rotation. It began to favor the southern part of the warning, so the Weather Service kind of issued almost a correction to the warning with that additional zone there down to Moequa. Up to the north, a screaming inbound signature with this one.
Yep. And then, sometimes you see if you don't have red right next to that, sometimes you still have rotation in there, right? Because it's more about the speed shear at that point.
Yes.
So where you do have some still rotation with that one.
I often think of it like if you were to plot a windmill right there and you had screaming wind on the north side and nothing on the south side, it would still spin.
It would.
All right. Well, Guy, I appreciate all you've been doing. I know you had a day. Anything else you wanted to add before we let you go here?
No, I don't think so. The timing, you've been getting all those Indiana questions. I promise you they're not all from my relatives. So, but right. You've been handling those well. I did I was texting with my dad earlier, and he's in the Columbus, Indiana area. So I set some timing to him earlier, and what you've been talking about in that 10 and after time frame is certainly, if you're across central Indiana, it will be after dark later tonight by the time the severe weather gets in there. And you certainly want to have something close to you that's going to alert you to severe weather in your area, whether it's, weather radio or your cell phone, if, a tornado warning or other things might be issued later tonight.
Do you think that we have much of any risk up into Rockford? This is a more stable environment, but there's still some instability up there, or there's still some shear, I should say.
Yeah, I would, it's small, but obviously we're seeing stuff there southeast of La Crosse and everything. So that's across southwestern Wisconsin. So I would still certainly say we want to keep an eye on that. And if you're across southern Wisconsin, it would probably be short-lived, and you're probably not going to have a lot of thunder and lightning with it, but it is something that we want to continue. The one last thing I'd probably draw attention to is that Sioux Falls warning that they have out. That is a growing area of larger 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so you can see all the local storm reports that have come in there lately. This is, developing on the backside, and this is going to help sort of spread across northern Iowa the rest of tonight and into potentially southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois very late tonight. So, just some extra showers there mixing down the extra winds from aloft, because it is a pretty windy system. You get that rotational area that we've got there in northeastern Iowa, and you've got a pretty good jet kicking into the backside of it there. So
begin to think of things like
one
the
of those
Sting jet.
Across the area, people need to be paying attention tonight in case something crops up.
Okay. I begin to think about things like a Sting jet here behind the low. I don't know if this is going to meet that definition, but,
something like, certainly something along those lines. Sometimes we'll get the wake lows that develop behind larger systems as well. And that's sort of what's up there is, right? You got a little bit of some shower activity, and then it's just enough that it helps mix those winds down from aloft.
Okay. All right. We appreciate you, Guy. Thank you so much for everything.
No problem. Have a good rest of the evening.
All right. You too. All right. We're still up here on the network for about 10 more seconds. When we come back here at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central Time, we're going to take a deep dive into the ongoing severe threat storm by storm in the Midwest. All right. Checking out some of your comments here. People wondering about Anderson, Indiana. We are concerned about that area around central Indiana. So I'll zoom in until we see the Anderson label. I think you're on the northeast. No, I'm thinking of Fishers. Where's Anderson? You're out there somewhere. Question about Anderson, Indiana. I'm going to just search for it. Anderson, Indiana. I thought it was Indianapolis Metro. County seat of Madison County. Yeah, you're northeast there. You're not far. There we are. Along Interstate 69. So for Anderson, you're going to have some downpours, some showers, thunderstorms. The atmosphere here is going to get noisier over the next couple of hours as heavier thunderstorms move into your area. But I really think that the greatest severe threat is going to be to your south regarding tornadoes. But you're on the map here still within the area that we have some tornado threat. So that'd be a good thing to keep an eye on here through this evening. The risk of additional tornadoes possibly into the area as far north as Anderson. If I had to put money on it, though, the greater risk is going to be closer to Interstate 70 and southward. And also in western Indiana, closer to I-74. This whole area near Crawfordsville, that's going to be a more significant risk here for damaging thunderstorms, possibly tornadoes. And again, the risk begins to step down a little bit as you begin to step north of I-70 up into Anderson, but it really steps down more once you get way up to near Fort Wayne and South Bend. So a lot of Indiana questions here. All right. Checking out some other chatter. Columbus, Ohio. Jesse, I see your comment. All right. We're going to be back in 2 minutes here. All right, Zionsville, Indiana. You want an ice cream shop, and you need to know if you need to send your employees home. All right, well, Zionsville, Indiana. I want to see where Zionsville, Indiana is. Southeast of Boone County, southeastern Boone County. You're not far from Indianapolis. All right, well, I can't make those business decisions for you, but there will be an increasing threat for severe thunderstorms here in Zionsville soon. Where is it? I want to see the label come up here. But either way, I have the overall idea of where you are. So in Zionsville, Indiana, the risk of tornado threats and damaging wind will be increasing. Heavy rain. Flash flooding is going to be a concern, too. We haven't talked about that a whole lot, but areas north of I-74, flash flooding. And that statistically is even more of a threat than tornadoes, statistically, especially if you have younger employees trying to drive home. So that is, the severe threat's going to be ramping up for you in Zionsville. the next 5 hours are going to be stormy for you off and on, with a limited risk for a tornado. It's a greater risk to the south, a little bit of a greater risk to the south of you, but flash flooding might be your most likely case there into Zionsville. So you have to make your own business decisions. But again, very wet for the next 5 hours there in Zionsville, and there will be a risk for flash flooding and a limited threat for a tornado and damaging wind as well. I'm going to see if I can sneak one more YouTube question in before we come back. Atomic number 202 hates the water cycle. My goodness. All right, Xenia, Ohio. Why would you hate the water cycle? Xenia, Ohio, there will be a risk of damaging wind later on tonight. And a small risk for a tornado, but damaging wind closer to midnight. All right. Thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We are hearing from some of you on YouTube, all kinds of things. But we're dealing with some gusty storms and several tornado threats. We have at least 5 tornado threats currently on the map here in the Midwest, plus, well, let's go 6 because we still have confirmed tornado warning up into parts of Wisconsin. Quick look at this. Anyway, I want to get down if we can. Do we have Tony in this block here, Mel? Who are you planning to talk to? Okay. Yeah. All right. So just briefly, Steuben in Crawford County, Wisconsin, confirmed tornado warning, still in progress. Still a couplet. A nasty storm there. Look out near Boscobel in Wisconsin. We're going to very, very, very soon obviously deal with another tornado threat. I want to head south, and I just don't want to wait for the Weather Service to issue this one so we can direct our attention a little farther south. So I'm going to take a small liberty and draw up my own tornado warning. And it's going to continue to take us through the area near Boscobel to Muskota. And again, not an official Weather Service tornado warning, but it's just a matter of a moment until they get one out there. Take shelter, Boscobel and Muskota, Wisconsin. In between, tornado threat moving in your direction. A tornado warning will very soon, hopefully, be issued by the National Weather Service for that still. Let's go farther south. Tony Lawback, we've had our eye on this storm that you're also tracking, Tony. Where are you in relation to this cell? I know this one's tornado warned. You're in a good spot.
Yeah, at the moment, we're not in a great spot, Jeff. We're at a one-way construction sitting at a red light. We're south of Perry, so this would be between Griggsville and Perry, looking up into the notch. But, of course, timing for TV, live TV is great because we're in a river valley at a red light in a one-way construction zone, and all I can show you are trees, and we're waiting for the light. So welcome to storm chasing and its Bix. But storm right now seems to be the rotation is certainly weakened on radar a little bit as it's gotten some interference from the storms behind it. So that is some good news if you're not looking to want to deal with a tornado there for folks. Perry, Naples, Bluffs, and Maridosia. We're going to try to get up on this as best we can. Again, I don't know how long this light is going to keep us here. Unfortunately, it's just one of the hazards of chasing from time to time as you get stuck behind these. And yeah, the longer we're here, the farther the storm moves from us. So it might be something we have to turn around and find a different route. So unfortunately, this is just bad timing on this part here. And like I said, sometimes without a pilot car, we don't really know how long these take.
That's totally good. All right, Tony. Well, thanks for that report. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything major from you given the situation there. But we want to also go to storm chaser Aaron J. Jack joining us from another part of Illinois. This is from Arthur, Illinois. Mr. J. Jack, how are things looking from your perspective?
Yeah, Jeff, I'm just in front of this big tornado warning supercell going through or near Sullivan, Illinois right now. I just came out of the rain and I can see the base off to my west. I saw a lowering, like a conical lowering here just a few seconds ago. I'm just turning away from here now. We're going to turn back to the south here briefly again. But it didn't look like it was all the way down in the ground, but definitely saw it looked like a funnel cloud in there reaching pretty far down. It looks like there's a lot of rain around that rotation area. And I definitely, I can see the funnel cloud, the rotation, but I don't see a tornado right now. But this thing is tornado warned, moving down to the southeast. The cell I was on earlier, the lead cell, died off to the east near Villa Grove, Illinois, and I dropped back down to these storms. I wonder if it hit some stable air over there or something off to the east. But definitely a dangerous storm here, and we're right in the notch of the storm. And so the rotation going to be coming right here to me. I'm just going to kind of track along with it here for a bit. I've got Effingham in the GPS. I don't know if the storm is going to go through Effingham, but kind of heading in that general direction right now. But I think it might pass maybe a little bit north of Effingham here in a little while. Back to you, Jeff.
All right. Good stuff, Aaron. Appreciate that. You're in a good spot here. Hopefully you can navigate around. I see a big lake just to your south as well. Again, lots of trouble out here with these ongoing storms. I'm thankful that at the moment we don't have very obvious long track, sustained, confirmed tornadoes on the ground in many areas because, today it's a volatile setup. It's a very volatile setup, and it will remain a very volatile setup here in the next few hours. But the rain that moved through earlier, it put us in a slightly different posture for our starting block here today. I do want to take us back up to the north. See if all right, we do have a new. There it is. The Weather Service is in agreement here with our. And again, I wasn't trying to be rammy with just drawing something up before it was officially issued, but the confidence was so high that the Weather Service would also be doing this that I knew it was just a matter of time. This has been a confirmed tornado, but the new warning is radar indicated. So that's a good sign that perhaps there may not be eyes on a tornado anymore. Although looking at the map here, I'm seeing a lot of hills in this part of western Wisconsin. So this is probably not the easiest place to chase. Again, chasing a territory difficult. We do still have a strong couplet, not an overly strong signature regarding debris being lofted at the moment. But look out near Boscobel, approaching Hickory Grove, about to cross the river there. Man, that's going to be a nasty storm there into northeastern parts of Grant County, Wisconsin. Take shelter up that way. There'll be a lot of trees down and so forth with that kind of a storm, likely bringing a tornado. Hey, over all to the north here, lots of wind. A really strong push of wind, separate from the environment that we've been seeing elsewhere, separate from traditional severe thunderstorm winds. The winds pick up 69-mile-per-hour gusts, Beaver Creek, Minnesota. This is nasty out there. Winds are really picking up here. Parker, South Dakota, 57-mile-per-hour gust, 59-mile-per-hour gust. Irene, South Dakota, 62 in Dalton. So once this trough kicks through, the winds are really ramping up here. And that's why there's a large, high-confidence severe thunderstorm warning, despite a pretty flimsy-looking cluster of showers. There are areas that are going to see severe wind that won't even see rain, perhaps south of Sioux Center. So just beware. This tells the story. All that wind damage coming into areas around Sioux Falls, gusts of 50-plus miles per hour. Hey, I want to see what else is going on farther south. We're going to jump in on some of these other cells. Let's go down to Missouri and Kansas here. It's been a minute or two since we were out this way. Right over Butler, Missouri, along the interstate. We're facing an ongoing tornado threat here. This is a supercell thunderstorm. There's a natural hook to it. The velocity scan showing a clear-cut signal here of outbound versus inbound, out and in. Very close to the interstate. I think it's I-49. When I lived in the Joplin area, they were still having meetings about the construction of this, and it was old US 71 in parallel. So I think it's 49, right? I just want to give you the right information. Let me see. Yes, I-49. So that's the new, maybe 10, 15 years old now, interstate there between Rich Hill and Butler. Ongoing tornado warning crossing I-49 here in Butler County very soon. There it is, brand new warning issued for this, a sizable one, given the high confidence that this will continue to sustain itself here. And that's going to take us through the eastern part of Bates County and also southwestern parts of Henry County, getting a little closer to the western end of Lake of the Ozarks. Elsewhere, up into Clinton, Missouri here, we have an ongoing tornado threat. This is radar indicated. And as we look at the overall scan on the reflectivity, you can see the nature of this hook. So there it is near Garland, Livingston, approaching Clinton. Clinton, the big population center in the area of Henry County, Missouri. Heading farther west, storms kind of behaving themselves out there near Iola and out near Yates Center. They're strengthening, though. Man, near Mattoon, Illinois. That's a nasty hook right over Sullivan. And Sullivan, populated area. Sullivan, Illinois would be facing a significant risk of a tornado. Currently warned as a radar indicated one. Very obvious hook, though, to this one. And the couplet indicated there with the arrows that I'm drawing. So again, This is where we are right now with a nasty storm moving into and through Sullivan, Illinois, facing a tornado threat there near and northeast of Findlay. I would take shelter if I were in Findlay as well, just to play it safe. But overall, this is one of the more populated ones with this tornado threat here in progress for Sullivan, and we'll keep a close eye on that. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. We're about 2 minutes from a commercial break here. The sheer track looks great for the Wisconsin storm. It's a good idea there, Jesse. Let's go north, back to that Wisconsin storm. And this is a Lone Ranger. This is what we might call a high shear. Winds are blowing in conflicting directions very fiercely. Lower Cape, not a whole lot of thrust for the updraft here with this environment up here east of Prairie du Chien, but over Boscobel. So I'm going to bring up the high-res radar data out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Close view, north to south. Here's the shear track, and look at this. It's a good call, Jesse. Now 3+ counties, so we've had pretty obvious rotation here from Cresco to the current location, about 72 miles here. And this is the kind of thing that, if this is strong enough tornado, sometimes in Wisconsin, so heavily forested, we get tornado scars where you see forests with a gap, a narrow path carved away by a tornado here, and hopefully we're not dealing with another tornado scar producing storm. Just conventional wisdom would suggest this is beginning to line out here, but still, before it fully does that, there's still clearly a notch to the north. There's still an area of rotation, and again, we're still dealing with an area where tornado threat is very significant from Boscobel through parts of northeastern Grant County, Wisconsin. We'll be right back. All right, so that's the idea there. We just sent the AccuWeather network to a commercial break. All right, and we can also take a look at Melissa Constanzer on the forecast operations floor right now, suggesting the correlation coefficient. All right, so that has kind of lifted. There's some debris that got lofted up into the atmosphere, and there it was. There it was a couple of scans ago. I'm going to scrub back. Here. I'm going to press pause. Let's scrub back. So there it was. Definitely agree with Melissa on that. So there it was. So the correlation coefficient is the radar seeing stuff that's all the same size and shape as itself. So are we looking at rain, or does that coefficient for you mathematicians out there, does that drop below 1 to maybe 0.5? And we see that deep blue. Well, when the correlation coefficient drops down, this was 100% obvious. Definitely tree vegetation and other debris lofted up into the atmosphere. Still present. This sustained itself. This here, we're looking at about 5:10 Central Time. So that was about half an hour ago. Looks strong, still crossing the river into Wisconsin. There it was. And then the correlation coefficient began to get a little bit muddier. This was still residual debris from at least an earlier tornado touchdown. Whether it was still on the ground or not remains to be seen. So again, that's what we're noticing there with that. Really good call out there from Melissa. All right, we're at a commercial break here. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see what kind of comments are coming in now. You never know. Bruh, atomic number 202. Bruh, he says. That's the chat. The 5 to 7 witching hour. Yeah, we're entering that time frame, 5 to 7 p.m. Central Time, talking about, let me see if I have a graphic here to talk about that. We're in a commercial break. I'm just trying to scan through tornado reports by hour. I don't know if I can scoop this up here before. So we have it by day. We show that all the time. Tornado reports by hour. You can look at this while I'm bringing this other thing up, hopefully. You can see, by the way, I get distracted. We're right in the middle of June. So we take the middle of June. There we are. So, if this were a baseball game, I always use that analogy. In terms of the volume of tornadoes, the number frequency, we're probably like in the bottom of the middle of the 7th inning or so. But the final innings take much longer, obviously. But we're about 70% of the way through the tornado count by year. If this were a totally average year. I'm looking for this graphic. Tornado night. Well, we have nighttime tornadoes. What are this? Nighttime tornadoes by month. Most of our nighttime tornadoes are in the spring. That's an old graphic. I'm going to get a slap on the wrist. That's an old. We need to change that the banner. All right. I'm not sure if I'm seeing. Let me search one more thing here. Well, I'm not going to belabor this anymore, but somebody made the point about the witching hour, 5 to 7 p.m., when tornado reports tend to ramp up a little bit more. Scooting through this here. All right, we're going to abandon it. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We are tracking a few different tornado threats here. By the way, a new tornado watch issued till 9 p.m. Central up into parts of southern and southwestern Wisconsin. But we want to take a look at what else is going on out there. Tornado threat here into Grant County of Wisconsin. We were just talking during the break about, some of the other signals that this was indeed certainly a tornado. And we could go back a little bit here, and there you could see that we saw that little blip. That's the correlation coefficient where the radar was seeing stuff of different sizes and shapes in that blue area. That was confirming a tornado. Now that has become disrupted. Still a tornado threat on the map here into this part of northern it's western Wisconsin. Boscobel. We're in northeastern Grant County. Take shelter. All right, that's one concern. Another concern, if you're just joining us, take a look at these wind reports. This is not your typical severe threat here in parts of South Dakota, but behind one little small-scale cluster of showers, we're getting steamrolled by gusty winds. Later reports 59-mile-per-hour gusts, 55 miles per hour. Orland 51, 57 in Parker, 69-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, Beaver Creek, Minnesota. That's a big deal. So again, behind a trough, I should say, we're facing a nasty increase in winds. Let's go down into parts of Illinois, and then we'll get down to Bill Waddell here. Parts of Illinois and Missouri. Briefly, just taking a look at a few velocity signatures in central Illinois, east of Decatur, now approaching the area south of Tuscola. Let's take a look at both of these cells here. The Weather Service is about to reach a decision point here. Do they issue a new warning for this guy or not? There's your rotation couplet. Sullivan to Allenville. There is certainly a non-zero risk of a continued tornado moving into an area near Durant. They did just issue a new warning. There it is. Into Coles County of Illinois, southern Douglas County. So there it is, a new tornado warning issued here for this continued area of rotation. That's the zone of rotation. It's about to move right now from Moultrie into Coles County of Illinois. Take shelter, and to play it safe, if you're in southern Douglas County, take shelter. Northern Douglas County in Illinois, another tornado threat here on the map here into areas around Villa Grove. Strong inbound wind, a hint of outbound wind between Tuscola and Villa Grove. That's another tornado threat as well. All right, let's hop back to the National Radar Mosaic. Rotation is weakened a bit near the area near Tony Lawback in Scott County. Severe thunderstorm in progress there. Columbia, Missouri, severe storm on the map to the west of you, just west of mid-Missouri's prime cities of Columbia and Jefferson City into Cooper, Missouri. Going back to the Kansas City shot, we do have two separate supercells. These are healthy supercells right now, unfortunately. Both rotating right over Clinton, populated area, and Butler. Two somewhat anchor points here. Economic hubs southeast of Kansas City. We're facing two separate velocity signatures, both indicating the risk of a tornado. Outbound, inbound, near Peru. This is Peru, Missouri. Pleasant Gap, Missouri. Funny, we have a Peru and a Pleasant Gap, Pennsylvania within like 2 miles of each other in Center County, PA as well. Isn't that weird? Peru and Pleasant Gap right next to each other in Missouri as well. All right, we also have the risk of a tornado into an area near Clinton and Livingston. That risk is on the map there into Henry County. We're getting up into parts of Lake of the Ozark territory as well. Let's take you farther south. There's a totally separate storyline today. The first named storm of the Atlantic season has been named, and its name is Arthur. Arthur is a disheveled storm, but one man who is never disheveled, always put together, is Bill Waddell, and he's covering this right now, joining us live from Lafayette, Louisiana. And Bill, with a storm like Arthur, it's not about the center of the storm. It's more about the broader flux of moisture that this is driving into areas like Louisiana.
shoveled because this storm is sloppy. It's a wet mess, and it's been one of those long days here in Louisiana. It was bright and sunny just a few minutes ago in Lafayette, and obviously we've got that rain from Arthur moving in from the south. Skies turned dark, and we've got rain moving in right now to Lafayette with more of that coming in. The impacts really haven't been all that bad here in Louisiana so far today. Most of the rain off over the Gulf, and the gusty winds right down by the coastline, 40-mile-an-hour gusts earlier today. Take a look at the video we sent in earlier from the Holly Beach area. You could see angry looking skies with the heavy rain falling down over the Gulf, and rough surf, some rip current concerns down there, but these are pretty rural, remote areas. So the locals who live down there, and there's not many of them, a lot of them are shrimpers, crabbers, they work in the oil, gas, energy industry, and they know that these storms can mean business, and they know to stay out of the water. So we didn't see anybody getting near the water in coastal Louisiana. That's a good thing today, but there were some red flags and rip currents out. And another piece of video that we have was near the Cameron area, around high tide when that was coming in. Obviously, when you have repeated rounds of rain over several days, you're going to see things like this with a storm like Arthur pushing in some water toward the coast, some coastal flooding, trucks splashing around. But again, that's to be expected when you have a tropical storm in Louisiana. Now, we did spoke with a local guy named Tab. He lives down in the area. He tells us he is grateful that so far with this storm, at least where he lives in the Cameron area, the impacts have been manageable, not all that bad. He says he and his neighbors take every hurricane season seriously because he and his friends, they are still recovering from the supercharged 2020 hurricane season that destroyed his home.
2020 was hard. I think that's the time we got hit with 2 hurricanes 6 weeks apart, and it devastated us. But you know, it's a great community, man. People came together, and they brought in supplies and food, and we everybody got through it, and it was a testament to the people down here. They're good people down here. Yes, sir.
Are you thinking you guys are going to be lucky? This is all you're going to have to deal with this year?
I'm hoping, man. Like I said, we do a lot of praying. Yes, sir.
Yep. So Tab says he's just grateful for his neighbors. He loves life down along the Gulf Coast, but this is just part of it during hurricane season. It's something you got to be aware of and live with. He lives in an RV just steps away from the Gulf coastline, and his trailer was tossed around and ripped apart during the 2020 hurricane season. So he lost his home. He's now in another RV. He says, Jeff, he loves life along the Gulf Coast. He's got his fingers crossed, hoping that this will not be a rough hurricane season for him and his neighbors in the Cameron, Louisiana area. But again, it's June. We're talking about Tropical Storm Arthur, the first storm of the season. He says he's prepared. He's ready for the season. He's hoping this is going to be it for him, but we've got a long way to go when it comes to hurricane season in the Gulf Coast.
We really do, Bill, and yeah, I appreciate that report there. Good stuff. You always get interesting interviews, and if any of you are just curious, we're going to jump back to the Midwest here in a few seconds, but you might say, why the heck is the bubble so far removed from the storm, right? Well, we're literalists here in the world of weather, and we want to highlight the center of circulation. That's actually, by definition, the center of the storm, right? So the center of the storm, in fact, is not far from Houston at this point. Let me see what the mileage is, according to our friends at the National Hurricane Center. They track the center location, and the mileage, 20 miles northwest of Matagorda, Texas. So again, here's the deal. All the deep convection is to the east of the storm. So again, this is not a photogenic. If you were to sketch up a tropical storm, it's probably not what you would draw. But again, that's why we're plotting the center of circulation here out this way. And again, all the deep convection is to the east. Looking at the comments here, I want to stay faithful to what you are most interested in. It's a good report from Bill for sure, and that's an important part of our coverage. But to the north, we've got a lot of severe weather. And somebody wondering, is Lafayette, Indiana out of the woods? Well, the greatest threat certainly to your south, but you are in a zone here where I have some concerns still about flash flooding. I do think that the tornado threat for you right now is, if this morning we would have considered you in the area for like a 7 out of 10, I think you're at like a 2 out of 10. It's good news for Lafayette. I'm more concerned about areas 2-3 counties to your south. So mainly I-74 is going to be a good dividing line there. All right, we're talking to people in Lafayette, Indiana about the flash flood threat that's going to be ramping up for you and some damaging wind. I-74, a reasonably good dividing line in western Indiana regarding if we were to describe the tornado threat. It's mainly south of there. We have had confirmed tornadoes up into parts of Wisconsin. There's a totally different environment up there. With a highly sheared but low updraft environment. We're dealing with tremendous reports of wind damage here in volume, maybe not tremendous in terms of scale, but in terms of how many we're seeing. Behind this trough, just fierce winds picking up, even in the absence of impressive thunderstorms. Here's tree limbs down 5.5 inches in diameter. The chainsaws will be running 69-mile-per-hour wind gust, Beaver Creek, Minnesota. That was a 5:15. So again, don't let the lack of strong storms deceive you there in northwest Iowa. You're going to face some strong wind in the hours to come. But the main event here is this area between Illinois and Missouri. That's what we're most concerned about. We have rain falling in Ohio. We've had some questions from some of you in Ohio. Again, the risk of damaging wind is greatest here in southern Ohio, Dayton, Columbus, and south, all the way down to areas like northern Kentucky into the evening, even to midnight, or maybe even later than midnight if you're down there south of Hocking Hills and down into an area near Ashland, Ohio, near Huntington, West Virginia. But a quick look here, quick look. A couple of tornado warnings. Moultrie, Douglas now out of Moultrie, Douglas and areas around Coles County, Illinois. We're facing a significant risk here, potential for a tornado given the rotation. The rotation is still obvious and strong. South of Humboldt, this is one of the concerned areas, approaching I-57, near and south of Humboldt, between Mattoon and Humboldt. Take shelter. Tornado threat escalating right there, right now. All right, we just sent the AccuWeather Network to break. Let's go back into western Missouri, as I'm just going to give you something to look at here while I check out some of your additional comments. I like the comments. They're entertaining. For better or worse, they're entertaining. And it's a pretty civil crowd. We got some wild comments on YouTube, on TikTok Live. We've kind of experimented with that a little bit, too, at times. It's a different crowd. But we like to have them. But on YouTube comments can be wild sometimes too. You guys have been very good though. Maybe Jesse's just like deleting a lot of things. All right, Addled Mind, thank you, very nice. Glad you guys are being with us here. How is Bloomington, Indiana? Bloomington, I'm concerned about southern Indiana. I really am. I am concerned about southern Indiana because of mainly the fact that you didn't have as many hours of heavy rain. So let's go to the satellite. Let's go to the visible. I think we can still get away with that here. Let's go to the viz. And Bloomington, I know you've had clouds. And in fact, to answer this more comprehensively, let's go back to radar. I want to scrub back 12 hours ago. I want to see how much rain actually moved through Bloomington. I'm making a point here. My point is that the farther south you get in Indiana, the less the atmosphere got worked over by that rain earlier. So you had some rain nearby, but man, it didn't rain long. I see Bloomington there on the map. The home of the Hoosiers. The college football champion Hoosiers. How about that? All right. But the rain that you saw, it lasted a couple of hours, but the atmosphere is still pretty unstable and it has recharged. If we go back to another product that shows the wind, you can see there's a screaming south breeze across Indiana. And this is it's like you're putting rechargeable batteries back on the charger in these areas. And the atmosphere is destabilizing once again with every hour that you have this flow from the south. It's very humid. It's been humid for pretty much everybody here in the Midwest. In Indianapolis, your dew point is 67, up to the north of Bloomington. And that's very, very humid air. We're also dealing with, again, it's been pretty warm for you. I know it's not terribly hot because you had those showers knock you down. So you're in the mid-70s there in Bloomington approximately here. But overall, the environment is still right down in southern Indiana for strong storms to move in. So, we are concerned about tornado threats. I think if we were to modify this, I don't want to go rogue, but I'm going to share my opinion. And I want to see if forecasting has updated anything on this. They have not. All right, from my perspective, This area, I think that's what, I-74. I'm going to go to radar and then I'm going to come back to this. Yeah, that's I-74. All right. So from my perspective, I think we can trim significantly on the north side, which may give some of you a little bit of relief. I think this area north of I-74 can generally be trimmed. Is the tornado threat zero? Certainly not. In fact, if we were to redraw this based only on the current scenario, we might put another zone in out there to the west into western Missouri as well. It's kind of like a nowcast here. I'm checking Slack, Mel. Okay. That's fair. So that's the situation here. Okay. We are back. We are live here on the AccuWeather Network. 7 o'clock Eastern. I was just sharing with our viewers on YouTube Live, going mildly rogue. And again, I'm straying a little bit from this map just because a new update's not out yet. I think if we were to sketch this up right now, the tornado threat, we'd probably do something like what I'm doing right now. And then we might include a secondary zone approximately out there into Missouri, a little southwest of Columbia, and into areas maybe to near Nevada or Fort Scott, Kansas, Nevada, Missouri, and up into areas like, certainly south of Pleasanton, even south of Lacine, where we've had storms roll through already. So again, I'm just going a little bit rogue, but that is how I would assess the ongoing kind of a nowcast for the tornado threat. So those of you up in Lafayette, you're in a better position than you were earlier. That was a recent question. Kayla Schuster updating our tornado watch graphic until 9 p.m. Madison, Wisconsin, you're in it. But we want to go to one man who's always on the move, meteorologist and storm chaser Tony Lawback. He joins us now live from Winchester, Illinois. Tony, what are you seeing out there?
Rain, Jeff, lots of rain. Yeah, we're kind of trying to decide exactly what the next move is going to be here as the storms that we were following there had rotation on them, but myself and my chase partner Aaron, the Storm Reapers, as soon as we pointed to that storm rotation weekend, and of course when we got stuck in the construction zone, so we were not able to get up that. So right now we are southbound. We are heading toward Carrollton to Jerseyville to get in front of the cells that are starting to come out of central Missouri. The storm that's near Perry, Missouri, I cannot get away from that town name no matter what state I'm in, is the storm we're kind of paying attention to right now. We've got the storm that is just over New Canton as well, which is not severe, but that's kind of a near-term threat. So we're kind of in a middle stage here. Obviously, the rain from earlier has really put a caveat on this setup so far, and we fortunately, and again, I can't stress enough how fortunate we are to have the ingredients that we did, but have something that came through here and really squelched everything to this point. So hopefully that will remain the case. The storms have been struggling out this way. Certainly we have not seen the ceiling of this event to this point. Still fairly early. It's only 6 o'clock here Central Time, so certainly not ready to rule anything out. We do have, again, we've got that severe storm in Missouri across the river. It's about an hour or so away from us, so it's going to be a minute before we get on this. Obviously, we're dealing with the crossing of the Mississippi River, so we can't do a whole lot to get back and forth between that. So we are literally in the town of Winchester. We are about to embark on a southbound journey again to head down toward the Carrollton or Jerseyville area. So those would be a couple of towns there north of St. Louis on the Illinois side of the line, and kind of get lined up for what's coming out of Missouri. And we'll see what shakes out of those storms here over the next couple hours, Jeff.
All right, Tony. Well, certainly St. Louis has been in a very, very unstable environment here. I am concerned about that area, obviously, as you are too. So to your south, there may still be a good play, even if it's not fully as far south as St. Louis. Just a quick look at the winds, and you can see just an unimpeded flow from the southwest into areas around St. Louis. Right now, sustained winds of 19 miles per hour. That's a pretty strong wind. And you can see these little zigzags. That's like interference here from different thunderstorms with their own localized winds and convective winds that are kind of interfering with the broader flow. Screaming wind in the Dakotas. Hey, while I'm in this wind mode here, I do want to bring up something else because this is a concern. This is a separate story. It's a side story, but top gusts here, current gusts up in the north central. I might be able to have even another view here. The Dakotas, very, very strong winds behind this system. We're gusting to 46 miles per hour right now in Rapid City. Again, I think we have north central current wind speed. Here's a different view. Might give us a few more towns up into the area with this gust. Sustained 19, that's not that impressive. But we have seen a lot of reports of strong winds, even if they're just brief gusts there into parts of the Dakotas. So that's a concern. Going back to radar, let's repopulate the map, kind of a reset. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything. But again, here we had a 69 mile per hour wind gust here into an area of Beaver Creek, Minnesota. And these are all fresh reports. Those are fresh reports there in parts of southeast South Dakota, moving into northwest Iowa, behind some very scrappy, unimpressive cells on the map. It's not about the rain or the thunderstorm. That warning up there northeast of Sioux City is warranted by those winds. Still tracking some concerns here. Let's go into these storms in western parts of Missouri, the Clinton cell, and also the one into eastern Bates County of Missouri. Kansas City radar site. There we are. Hey, that second band is activating. This is that secondary boundary that we were talking about with Guy Pearson. That is now cranking out a severe cell east-southeast of Pleasant Hill, up into Johnson County, Missouri. So again, it's going to be a noisy time here in western Missouri and eastern Kansas. But overall, as we take a look at the ongoing severe threats here, Appleton City, not a terribly strong couplet, but again, it's still a supercell. There's outbound and inbound. Weather Service might be showing its hand in issuing a severe thunderstorm warning in advance of this, as opposed to another tornado warning. Pretty modest couplet there, but certainly still a nasty storm that may exhibit some more rotation in the near future. It has some rotation now. Leesville, this thing also kind of giving up a little bit. It's a good trend. It's a good trend. Approaching tightwad. We don't make the names here, but overall, we're dealing with an area of some weak rotation. Leesville, tightwad, Missouri there, and up into areas around near approaching Valley View. That storm it's not rotating as strongly as it had been. Maybe restructuring a little bit, but we'll have to keep an eye out. It still is fundamentally a supercell thunderstorm, and as it moves out over parts of Lake of the Ozarks, hope nobody's out there on boats. If you have friends on Lake of the Ozarks in western Missouri, let them know. We got severe storms rolling, and you don't want to be stuck out there on Lake of the Ozarks. We have had some deadly boating events in the past decade or two in Missouri. Think about that duck boat incident in Table Rock Lake. Totally preventable, 1,000,000% preventable. That was a severe warned storm with warning time down in Table Rock Lake, 8 or 10 years ago, and people lost their lives unnecessarily. But overall, we get down into an area near Charleston in Coles County, Illinois. We have a nasty storm that is still rotating. This is one of the stronger rotating storms right now, outside of the short-term threat there in Wisconsin. But overall, as we jump in here on the velocity scan, still obvious rotation. We got obvious rotation there, outbound, inbound, with respect to the Kansas City radar site. Can we do better than that? That's not Kansas City. That's Lincoln. We are in Lincoln, just making sure that it all blurs to mush at some point. Bernie worked 12 hours today, and he was on the air for 10 of them, at least off and on. That's a long time. So it must have been mush for him at the end. But into Charleston, just north of there, there's your area of rotation. And this is still an obvious tornado threat. We're getting a little farther from the radar site, not terribly far. I think Lincoln's still obviously the best bet, but we're 73 miles out now. So we're getting to a spot on the map here where the radar presentation may not be as crystal clear, and we're beginning to hit the storm higher and higher up as we get farther from the radar site. Let's check out some of your comments here. What are we talking about now? Yeah, I meant to answer your Indianapolis questions here. Spuds T, how about Indianapolis? Spuds had a cute date tonight, but they're holding tight. All right, that's good. We wish you the best with everything. But let's go to Indianapolis. There is a lot more shower activity in the area moving into Indianapolis. And this is a good thing overall because some of this is just interference. Every hour of additional rain nearby is additional interference arguing against storms ramping up, just again with no inhibition and the tenacity of storms that are going to be developing a little further southwest in that untapped environment. This environment is a bit more stable because you've seen storms off and on and showers for much of the day. With that said, that is most true north of Indy, and the atmosphere has been recovering a bit in Indianapolis itself. Let's look at the Indianapolis situation here. I'm going to go back to another product here. Let's see the current temperature there in Indianapolis. You are at 72, which is, it's more about the humidity than the air temperature here. It's very, very juicy, though. The humidity is high. The dew point is at 65 degrees. So you're 65 degree dew point. You're 72 over 65. And, it's like we're talking about a blood pressure type thing. Two numbers, one the dew point, one of the air temp. We're dealing with an environment that will sustain heavy thunderstorms for sure, but also the risk is still present for tornadoes. There's a tornado watch in effect for you, and for good reason there. In Indianapolis, we have you still in a high risk 3 out of 4. I want to see if there's an update to this. I'm sure that you're still going to be in the high risk for Indianapolis. Want to see where this is. No new updates there. So if I were to go a little bit rogue and begin to trim, I don't want to do that. It's just too much, too complicated. I'm going to make a mess. But the risk is still present, and I think this is what I'll say. I think that the high risk is most valid in this area. It's most valid in this area, and it's less valid to the north. I do think that we could bring the orange down into these areas, and I suspect whenever that happens, that's what we're going to see. So there is still a risk for strong thunderstorms this evening, off and on storms, some severe in Indianapolis with the tornado threat. I think the tornado threat, if you ask me at 10 a.m., well, maybe at 7 a.m., to categorize the tornado risk on a scale of 1 to 10 for Indianapolis, I might have said 7 or 8. Now I'd give it something like a 3. It's down. It is down, but it's not off the table. Tornado watch still in effect. We still have storms moving in. And again, I think that the greatest risk of tornadoes is going to be near Indianapolis, but especially south. And maybe even south of town. But I don't want to fully give anybody the all clear there in Indianapolis. It's way too early to give anybody the all clear here. But I don't want to give you a false sense of security, even with the implication of a clear for a tornado threat. It's still on the map in Indianapolis. It's just a greater risk to your south. All right. What else are we? These storms there in southeast Kansas, they're getting stronger up into what's that? Woodson County, I think, Yates Center. But they're not quite severe there. The severe storms are still mainly near I-49 and points east, just north of Nevada in Bates County, Missouri. Columbia, Jefferson City, you had a nasty setup here today as well, and you're facing it right now. There are two kind of adolescent supercells, if you will, near Columbia and approaching Fulton. But they're not, they're not really all that intense right now. They are supercells. They could begin to gain more rotation. They might be competing with one another a little bit here as they've been in one large cluster. In one of these, actually, there were 4, and then there were 3. Isn't that kind of interesting? If we go back in time, an hour ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now one of them just kind of gave up the ghost here, and now we're down to 3. The biggest threat's going to be this Ashland to Fulton one. Columbia, you are facing a non-zero risk of severe weather right now as this storm is moving right through your area. Heaviest range just north of Columbia, and you are in the part of the storm where if there were rotation, it would be near you, but there's not much. And as we take a look at these mid-Missouri cells, I want to bring up the velocity scan just to see if there's anything to speak of. And there is some weak rotation with 2 of these cells. It's weak. Not enough. These aren't even severe warned, but they're a little bit of rotation near Columbia. I wouldn't hang out near the windows for the next 10 minutes in Columbia, but I don't know if you need to go to a shelter. I don't think that's the case. But I would stay away from the windows just for the next few minutes there in Columbia. No need to hit the panic button with that. But again, just be aware, very weak rotation with a non-severe cell right over the area near Columbia right now. Much bigger storms and a bigger concern here into eastern Illinois, approaching Terre Haute. So if we were to look at the nowcast, kind of make a nowcast on the fly, most concerned about this corridor, south of Springfield to Hillsborough to Effingham, parts of I-57, south of Champaign to Effingham, I-70, Effingham to Terre Haute to Indianapolis. And then, again, the risk is going to be present. All this is going to be moving east into Cincinnati, Madison, Louisville late tonight. But I do think that we're going to be mainly linear with isolated embedded tornado threats at times as we get deeper into the evening in those areas. So there will be a few overnight tornado warnings. And we encourage everybody to have the AccuWeather app with the NOAA weather radios on south of I-70 tonight. We're going to still have some overnight threats. Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird? Woods 10995. I used to work at the Joplin market. I would say Nevada for the state. All right, we're back on the network. We're talking about the pronunciation of Nevada, Missouri. I'm not totally crazy there, Woods 10995. That is how they pronounce Nevada, Missouri, in Vernon County. Great place there in southwest Missouri. But we also used to get lit up on by Nevada residents, the state of Nevada, as opposed to Nevada. They prefer Nevada, like Apple. That's what they say. All right, let's go to storm chaser Connor McCrory. Now, Connor's going to join us from Port Allen, Louisiana. We've been talking a lot about the severe storms to the north. We're going to revisit that in about 4 minutes or so. But we're going to go to Connor. And Connor, with this particular storm, with Arthur, our first named storm of the Atlantic this year, it is a disheveled mess out there. The center of circulation, it's not impressive. It's not impressive near the Texas coast there with a low-level swirl that's barely visible on the infrared loop. But the deep convection, it's all about the moisture flux, pumping this moisture into Louisiana. So how has this storm gone from your perspective? Have you seen anything interesting or exciting with it? We're really concerned about rainfall in the next 2-3 days.
Arthur definitely packed a bit more of a punch than I was even expecting down in Galveston this morning. We had some power outages. The power at my hotel was out for several hours. Saw some flooded roads, and the winds were more impressive than I expected when I was standing there right on the beach with that onshore flow coming in unimpeded from the water. Now, of course, I've moved up towards the Baton Rouge area. I'm right across the Mississippi River in Port Allen right now, setting up for tomorrow, where we're expecting that flooding threat to really materialize here in Louisiana and eastward through Mississippi into Alabama. There also could be a tornado threat tomorrow, so I'm setting up and just waiting to see how tomorrow turns out.
Okay. And Connor, I'm looking at the wave heights right now. I'm seeing some 7-footers, even a 10-footer for a time near Galveston. So, man, you were in the right spot for this one, Galveston, earlier today, where the biggest waves, the strongest winds were located. And moving forward, as we look at the peak winds right now, there are some oil rigs out there, 56-mile-per-hour gusts, East Cameron, for the East Cameron rig, I suspect that is. Lake Charles seeing 32-mile-per-hour. Have you seen on your way into the area, I assume, did you come in from the north? Did you drive in from the Midwest?
I came in from the Southwest, actually.
Okay.
It's funny you mentioned those wave heights. They were pretty intense. The surf was quite rough during the storm. And as soon as it cleared out, the waves were still pretty intense, but people wasted no time getting back in the water. I was pretty surprised to see that.
Okay. I guess I was going to ask you in general, we've seen some heavy rain in some spots. I don't think that these numbers are correct here because I know we've had a lot of rain in some spots. I'm going to clear something off, but overall, the colors, pay attention to the colors. I'm telling our viewers here, the reds, there are areas in Louisiana where this prefrontal trough, or the trough that's not prefrontal, the trough in advance of the tropical system, has dumped several inches of rain. So we do have some high water in some areas, and we're looking at another 8 to 12 inches. So have you seen many of these bayous or creeks overflowing, or has most of the water where you are been able to stay within its banks, at least based on some of the preceding rain over the past few days?
They seem pretty high. Honestly, in this part of Louisiana and Southeast Texas, there's so many swamps. Half of I-10 is just a bridge over the swamp. So it's kind of hard to tell where the water normally is and where it is now that it shouldn't be.
That makes good sense. All right. Well, and another thing, I know that in Cameron Parish, I think the highest point in the whole parish, the county equivalent, is under 20 feet. So this low-lying real estate, it can all become kind of boggy and almost murky. And even a 1 to 3 foot storm surge can be impactful in some of those areas. Have you seen any flooding from the storm surge?
There was definitely some slight flooding in the Galveston area this morning. That was about the closest I've been to the coast, right there in Galveston.
Okay.
Since then, as I've been making my way into Louisiana along I-10, I haven't been close enough to the coast to actually tell what kind of surge impacts they're having.
Okay. All right. Well, good stuff there. And Connor, we appreciate it. As I just, I'm going to scrub through the future radar. I have a sense that maybe this is going to underplay some of the rain in Louisiana, but the signal there, areas around Mobile, Alabama, up into other areas, central Alabama. Lots of moisture coming in from the Gulf. And this is going to be more of a moisture pump than a traditional tropical storm from this point forward. But we appreciate all that you're reporting there, Connor. We'll look forward to checking in with you here and seeing what you come up with again tomorrow as well. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
All right, Connor. Hey, look at South Bend right now. That's a dark sky. We want to take you back up into the Midwest here with that severe threat that is in progress across many areas. South Bend, a very dark sky right now, even though, man, that looks ominous, doesn't it? If it gives you any peace of mind, not severe. It's not severe there right now. It's just a moisture-laden atmosphere. And it is, again, widespread rain moving through the area. It's been very heavy. But more bark than bite there with that particular view in South Bend, Indiana. Good news for our friends at Notre Dame. You can see Aaron J. Jack there, other chasers out and about. Tony Law back in Winchester, Illinois, kind of reorienting, getting in position here, and we're tracking a few different tornado threats. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning just issued, concurrent with a flash flood warning. So we got our hands full here in Sullivan in Moultrie County, Illinois. Let's see what's going on here. Storm hazards here. Big time hail. It's a huge hail signature if there ever was one here in Illinois. Potential for 3-inch diameter hail. Look at that. That's the reason for this peach-colored severe thunderstorm warning in Moultrie County of Illinois. Moultrie County, Illinois. Nasty hail signature with that. And I want to see what the nature of this flooding is, too. We have had some reports of dangerous flooding. Decatur, for example, numerous power lines blown down, plus street road flooding, vehicles stranded. A lot of these storms, man, the Illinois setup right now is all hazards. We got the tornado risk for some into areas around Edgar County and eastern Coles County, flash flood threat, large hail, and damaging wind. All right, so we are now in a commercial break here. And again, we do have all 4 primary severe weather hazards concurrently happening here in Illinois. This is the graphic I was trying to bring up here. Wind, check. Flooding, medium risk of that is happening. Tornadoes, medium risk. That's pretty elevated. We don't throw these words around lightly. Hail, medium threat. Very significant 4-pronged severe weather threat in progress here into parts of central Illinois, central and becoming south central Illinois. Big concerns. And again, if we were to trim this is how I would do it. I'd highlight the southern half of our high risk here, and I'd trim the moderate down here, and maybe we could even bring it more decisively farther south. There's going to be a big update to this when that comes. But overall, again, severe threats are on the map here. Tornado watches continue from Bates County, Missouri, all the way to the Ohio-Indiana line, all the way through Muncie. Tornado threat for many, but that also covers the multitude of other severe weather hazards, flash flooding, damaging wind, large hail, all also present with that setup. Potential for gusts of 80 miles per hour, potential for 2-inch diameter hail plus in the area. Decatur just measured a 78 mile per hour wind gust. 78 mile per hour wind gust there. How about it? Again, we're dealing with some big concerns there. 68,000 lightning strikes. I should save some of these for the network here, as Jesse's given us some great information. This is what he does. He's the weather editor, the Weather Matrix. You can follow him on Twitter. He's been doing great stuff there on social media for 20 years. An early adopter. All right, I just want to get my ducks in a row for the network here. I'm going to let the tropical thing be. We will answer that one. That's a good one, Jesse. St. Louis. All right. Thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We have had 68,000 lightning strikes here in the Midwest that have hit the ground, according to lightning data that Jesse Farrell is sharing with us here. There are questions. Is St. Louis going to get storms? Is St. Louis going to get storms? Yes, you will. You will. And that's the biggest city that is a sitting duck for severe weather here this evening. Now, will they be severe? That remains to be a question here. The atmosphere is very much charged up. I do think that you will see these storms ramp back up and evolve and become severe as they come down I-70 here. But Columbia and Jefferson City, Columbia, you're getting off easy right now, which is good news. But I'm concerned that the 90-plus degree air in the St. Louis area that has not seen a thunderstorm earlier today, like others to the north have, you are a sitting duck here for potential development that could become severe, possibly tornadic in St. Louis this evening. I don't want to be sensational about any of this, but I do think that's the biggest city in an untapped, very warm, very humid environment. Tornado warnings out in Bates County and in other areas near Clinton, Missouri have been allowed to expire. We're tracking some storms approaching the area of Fort Scott, Nevada, Chanute, and Iola, and then heading northeast up into parts of Illinois, east into Illinois. New tornado threats popping west of Terre Haute. The big daddy right now is this storm here approaching the area of Arcola, east of Lovington, moving right through Lovington. You got a nasty storm. The east side of Lovington, big time hail, damaging wind. We had a gust of 80. What was it? I don't want to get it wrong here. Jesse just posted 78 mile per hour wind gust in Decatur, Illinois. 78 mile per hour wind gust at the airport there. Street flooded. There it is. 78 miles per hour in Decatur. Vehicles stranded in floodwaters. So this peach-colored severe thunderstorm warning in progress for Coles and Moultrie County, a big storm with big-time hail. 78 mile per hour winds, hail, and flash flooding, all concurrent here in the Lovington area, at least the risk for 78 mile per hour gusts. But the tornado threat here is kind of throttled down to Edgar, eastern Coles, and northern Clark counties of far eastern Illinois. We're right along Interstate 70, east of Effingham, west of Terre Haute. Let's take a look at this here from the velocity perspective. Strong rotation still continuing. We're getting a little farther from the radar site, so we're hitting this higher up. It's broad, but it's there, right over the community of Kansas, Illinois. Kansas, Illinois. There you are. Tornado threat right over that community of Kansas, Illinois, and here in parts of Edgar County, southern Edgar County, northern parts of Clark County, far, far, far eastern Coles County. Tornado threat continuing for you. If you're west of Charleston, though, look out. The tornado threat's decreasing. You are going to be on the edge of some big-time wind and hail. Worst of this is going to be closer to the Arcola area to your north. So those are some hazards at play. We're dealing with some strong storms, continuing severe weather for many into eastern Illinois. That's the epicenter of this severe weather event right now. It's been a minute since we've been up in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at this here. I'm going to bring up another product. Jesse, I will bring up that shear path for that storm as well. I want to do that. I mean the hail track. Hail track. That's our favorite product that we don't use enough. The La Crosse storm. Here's the shear track. This is where we've had continuous rotation west of Decorah, all the way 100 plus miles now, 112. And also it's interesting. You can see rotating storms often turn right, and there's a subtle, very, very subtle curve to this one here. If this were out of alignment, this is what the path. This is the path it may take. The beginning of this, at the beginning of this, it was actually on a vector to go this way. Never did though. So again, this has been a bit of a right mover. It's just the beginning of that loop here kind of shows that a bit more, right before the data kind of evaporates northwest of Decorah. But let's see the rotation here with this. Still, it's holding on. It's holding on. Man, this has been at least a tornado producer in a few different cases. Correlation coefficient. We had a strong signal earlier and a very modest signal that this perhaps ramped back up at some point. But the small-scale tornado warning for Iowa County of Wisconsin. We're going from Kansas, Missouri. We're going from Kansas, Illinois, to Iowa, Wisconsin. This is Iowa County, Wisconsin, with an ongoing tornado threat. There's some flabby rotation. This is not as strong as it was, not as structured as it was, but there is still some flabby rotation there moving from central Iowa County, Wisconsin, into western Dane County. So I would say that the tornado threat is not zero with this, but I agree with the Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning to characterize this as it moves east, approaching western Dane County, Wisconsin, because the rotation is losing character, and we're in an area here with more limited fuel for thunderstorms. So it's a highly sheared but lower CAPE, convective available potential energy environment. Our storms along the squall line, well, the broken band of supercells, not as intense as it was right now as they move into the area around the Lake of the Ozarks. In fact, the only severe cell at the moment, as issued by the Weather Service, is up in Bates County, Missouri. All right, let's see what's going on. I don't want to miss anything. All right, we're about to come back here on the network. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We do appreciate it. 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central Time. We've been live now, commercial-free, continuously on YouTube for 5.5 hours. Thankfully, not all me. Bernie Rayno got us going here for the first 2 hours after his entire morning shift. But we have a nasty storm here. Very, very nasty storm. And I want to get to Aaron Jack, because I think Aaron is on this storm. And this has... You know, sometimes we get dialed into tornado threats. Sometimes we get dialed into the hail, the flash flooding, and the wind. They are all present with these two cells. Jack may be on the eastern cell. Aaron Jack is joining us live now from eastern Illinois, from Charleston. So Charleston, Jack, are you on the eastern cell or the one just to the northwest of Charleston right now?
Well, the eastern cell is just over my shoulder. I've been tracking it for quite a while. I was following it all the way here to Charleston. It's been struggling to get a low-level rotation and produce tornadoes. Fortunately, all the supercells today have been struggling to get going there in regards to the tornado category. But the storm is racing off to the east, and I decided to bail off of it since they've been struggling to produce tornadoes and turn my attention to the next cell that's coming up from the southwest or from the northwest, west-northwest, back west of Mattoon. For 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds, it looks like it's packing some serious winds in there. It does have a hook echo. It's not tornado warned. It's severe warned, but it does look like a nasty storm. But the one off to my east that I was chasing for a while here, it is still tornado warned. At least last I checked a few minutes ago, it was tornado warned. But that rotation was starting to look a little more broad. And all the reason I decided to bail off of it is the first cell I chased earlier today, as it moved off to the east towards Indiana, began to die and weaken. And so I'm wondering if this one might do the same. It was kind of looking similar in the field and similar on radar as that first cell. But definitely got to keep your eye on the storm to the east as it moves off to the east into Indiana. Definitely could pose a risk. But again, as I mentioned, I've stopped now here in Charleston. I can hear the thunder beginning to pick up. I can see lightning starting to come down a lot more here off to my west as this supercell, as again I mentioned, it looks like it's packing 80-mile-per-hour plus winds in it. So very damaging supercell about to come through this area here at Charleston, Mattoon, and further points back to the east. Back to you, Jeff.
Yeah, and Aaron, this is going to bring some big-time hail out there, too, as you well know. This has all hazards with it, all hazards. There are water rescues that have been reported, vehicles stranded at least in Decatur, Illinois. And Decatur Airport had a 78-mile-per-hour gust with this cell, as we've been sharing. Most of the hail reports from up that way have been a little more modest, 1 inch in diameter, 1.5 up in Moody, Illinois. Ping pong ball measured with a ruler there. Here's a 1.8 golf ball size hail. That was way up in Moody, Illinois. Just for your perspective, again, I'm going to measure, so that report is like 35 miles northwest of the storm right now, and the hail core has only grown. So as a storm chaser, do you want to get the hail or do you not want to? And whose car are you driving? How do you play that kind of a thing?
Well, probably about a month ago, I definitely would want to get the hail and drive the car into it. I had my beloved LOL car. I nicknamed it, had LOL on the side of it. Well, unfortunately, I crashed into an elk after driving 13 hours home. I was 10 minutes from home. I crashed into an elk and totaled that vehicle. So now I have a new chase vehicle, and I'm a little more hesitant of driving that one purposefully into the hail at this moment. But if it does require me to get into hail to see a tornado, then I'm definitely going to be doing that with this vehicle. And at some point, I'm sure this vehicle will graduate to a point to where I'll be willing to drive it into some hail just to see and sample the size of those hailstones as they come down out of some of these monster supercells on the Great Plains. So back to you, Jeff.
I did see your post on X with the LOL car's destruction. It was pretty entertaining. So thanks for that. It's good stuff. All right, Aaron J. Jack. Again, Aaron, we'll look forward to checking in with you again here once this big-time storm rolls in. That is, again, a nasty storm. It may be, from a hail perspective, the storm of the day so far here, and it's going to be tough to top this one, at least in this part of the country. That peach-colored warning is the indication that this is it's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And again, the hail core, very, very large. Our storm hazards product, admittedly, this runs a little high. I don't know if we're seeing fully 3-inch diameter hail, but I would bet on 2+ in the core of this storm. And as we take a look at this one, this is what I wanted to see, the hail swath. This is a great product. Look at that, Jesse. This is good. Weather Matrix, Jesse Farrell and I, we like this product, and I always forget to show it. But when you see the whites on here, the gray and the white, that is a very, very, very strong signal of big-time hail. And again, it's on a trajectory to move right through I-57 soon. So there are people, and again, I suspect those in the path of this storm may not be, if you're driving, may not be hearing this, but just for your future reference, if you're out there and there's a hailstorm, don't park under the underpasses on an interstate. It's a very dangerous thing. Then other people do it too, and then you get the rain that comes down, the visibility tanks, and people can't see, and you can have people drive right into a parking lot, unforeseen, because people park under underpasses. So don't do it. But there will be people that inevitably are tempted to along Interstate 57 with this hail core moving on in. All right, Kokomo, Indiana. What's the weather going to be like there? And Hyperpick with a very generic, what is the weather going to be tonight through tomorrow? I don't know where you are. So I would recommend the AccuWeather app for that particular one. More information needed for that one. But let's go to Kokomo, Indiana. Kokomo. All right. I'm trying to remember where Kokomo is. There it is, to the north. Kokomo, your risk is pretty low. Honestly, it's pretty low right now. It's a good trend. You're not out of the threat. You're getting rain right now. You're getting some lightning too, I suppose. Maybe. Yeah, you're getting some lightning. So there's a thunderstorm in progress, but honestly, there's so much noise in the atmosphere right now with just widespread thunderstorms that they are preventing any additional threats in the short term for Kokomo from reorganizing or restructuring. So because of that, I don't think you're going to see a high-end severe weather event in Kokomo, Indiana. And again, I have the benefit of just watching the trends here as of 6:36 Central, 7:36 Eastern. But I like the trend in Kokomo. You're going to get a thunderstorm. It's going to rain hard. You might have some minor flash flooding. Take that threat seriously here in the hours to come. Let's take a quick look in Indianapolis. Let's zoom in here. I want to assess what I'm looking at here, and here you are in Kokomo. What I'm curious, and we've had questions about Lafayette as well. My curiosity is here is how much rain has fallen to your west, because this is, let's go to a 6-hour window. Now you can see it's looping, and what's happening is it's subtracting out some of the rain from 6 to 8 hours ago. But the ground is pretty saturated. You've seen 2 to 3 inches of rain in some of these areas in the past 6-hour window. In the past 1 hour, you're getting another inch plus in some spots. So there will be a risk for flash flooding. And that might be, honestly, your biggest threat in Kokomo, flash flooding. A modest risk of flash flooding there. We've seen a lot of that farther west, but man, these storms are much more aggressive down in central Illinois. Nasty, nasty storms, big-time hail and wind, tornado threat. Terre Haute, Indiana, concerned about you there. We got a tornado warning to your west. I think this might be the last time I look at this cell from we're going to look at it from 2 angles. We're going to look at this from Lincoln, Illinois, through a lot of other garbage, through a lot of other storms. So it's not a clear view, but even in the absence of a clear shot here, outbound and inbound, there's your tornado warning signature, the couplet rotation signature. Let's look at this, though, from the Indianapolis perspective, and this is less impeded by other storms in and out. So again, we clearly have a couplet. This warrants a tornado warning still in parts of eastern Illinois, Edgar and northern Clark, southern Edgar and northern Clark County. If you're north of Paris, I think you can come out of your shelter. But if you're south of Paris, Edgar County, Illinois, Clark County, Illinois. This is a problem. J-Jack may be back in business in tornado mode here. Look at this. Tornado ramping up, tornado threat ramping back up in northwest of Mattoon from the perspective of the Indiana radar site. But man, that's a good strong signal of rotation developing. I would take shelter if I were in Charleston, Illinois. Get ready for not just the hail and the wind, but also the risk for a tornado. Mattoon, take shelter. Tornado threat, not warned yet, but it's ramping up here. I want to go back to the Lincoln, Illinois radar site. I am concerned about a tornado here. I think we need to I think the Weather Service needs to jump on a tornado warning here. Let's not wait for it, though. Take shelter. Don't wait for the National Weather Service to issue a warning on this. You got a tornado threat. Mattoon, Charleston, I'm just broad brushing. I'm very confident that they are going to issue a warning, too. Reasonably confident that they will. I think they should. I don't want to draw this too wide, but I think here is your risk. Mattoon, Charleston, Hutton, up into Kansas. This is, again, in my opinion, a tornado risk, and I think it's a matter of time till we see another red box here. Probably typing it up right now. So a tornado threat escalating, along with gusty winds in southern Coles County, western Coles County, Illinois. So Coles County, take shelter here, Mattoon to Charleston to Kansas. This is in Illinois, Kansas, Illinois. We're facing a tornado risk ramping up. Strong inbound wind signature. Outbound wind signature is moderate as well. I think when the AccuWeather network comes back from a break, maybe I'm not going to be right, but I really do think that this is going to be the case. I think when you come back and rejoin us, you're going to see a tornado warning here for this area from near Mattoon to Charleston as this likely ramps up. That's a big concern. So again, trending south of Arcola, Interstate 57, big hail, strong wind, escalating tornado threat right now. All right, we just sent the AccuWeather network to a commercial break. No tornado warning yet. I hope that they're cooking one up there at the Weather Service. That's just my opinion, one forecaster's opinion. What is Peoria, Illinois looking at? Getting sunny, but they're saying, who are they? They say we are going to get more thunderstorms. I'm being sort of facetious with who are they? But that's what they say. They say. I guess we are they. So Peoria, your risk is real low moving forward. The main event's to your south. The main event is to your south and through. But I want to show you, and I also want to look at on my own, because this updates every hour, and we have to have some humility when we're doing this that, sometimes things can change. But the question is, Peoria, are we going to see more storms in Peoria? I really don't think. So just to draw your eye on Peoria, we're going to scrub forward then. So we got to be near, maybe a smidge north of the latitude of the northern edge of Missouri. There it is. If it plays in Peoria, about 70 years ago, they used to test market products in the mid-1900s in Peoria because people felt like it was representative of the American buyer. So that's the whole phrase, if it plays in Peoria. I think that this is not initializing great. I think the model is initializing too far northwest. Hold up here. Hold on. I'm going to bring this in new. I just want to make sure that I'm giving you the absolute latest with no questions asked. And I don't want to... we swapped out. And it's possible that was optimized for something earlier today. All right, here we are. So Peoria. There we are. Generally that area along the Illinois River. In fact, I think I can scribble on it and then still steer it forward. So the question is, in Peoria, will we see another storm? I think you're done. I really, really think you're done. Tomorrow morning, there will be some showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. Honestly, I think you can move on with your life in Peoria. And that's good news. I think that's good news. We can give you the all clear in Peoria. And we love that you're tuned in here. We hope that you stay. But, the risk is essentially over in Peoria. I'm seeing questions about Lafayette and Detroit. Let's look at that with the same product. Before we do that, I just want to, I want to keep us all honest here. So the question is Lafayette and Detroit. There we are. Lafayette, you are in the midst of some strong thunderstorms right now. This is the worst of it for you in Lafayette. This is it right now. Detroit, we're dealing with rain. And when I say that, I hope it brings you to ease there, because in Lafayette, it's not severe. It's not severe. Still no warning. I'm going to check out that cell again. I want to check that out. All right. But Detroit and Lafayette. So let's look at these here with the high-res rapid refresh. I'm not terribly concerned about either of your areas for the severe risk. Now, there may be some new development near or west of Detroit. Lafayette, you're looking fine. I think we'll continue to see that trend, some noise up near Detroit, new development, but Lafayette continues to look fine. So it's a mixed answer. Lafayette, you're in good shape. I think you're fine. After the current storm, Detroit, you have an ongoing risk for new development. The atmosphere is still a little bit juiced up there. You're a little farther north. You're a little bit more closely aligned with the dynamic winds aloft. And I think that's going to help to sustain and re-strengthen some storms up in the Detroit area later on. We're about to come back from the network. FE8, no updates yet. So again, all right, still just some risk for Detroit. All right. The network's about to rejoin us. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network, and thanks for staying with us on the YouTube Live. We are taking a look at some questions. Rockton, Illinois. Never heard of Rockton. I've heard of Rockford, Illinois. Rockton, Illinois. I'm checking out some of your questions here. We are concerned about a variety of areas, but especially just west of Terre Haute. Rockton, Illinois. Where is that? Winnebago County. So we're down way south of Rockford, obviously. Oh no, Rockton's north of Rockford. Yeah, you're fine. You are fine for now in Rockton and Rockford. One concern. There is a zone of convection to your north. And again, this is a little bit removed from the main event, but there is some instability that's limited and strong wind shear up to the north. So we've been tracking earlier tornado threats and damaging wind threats here to Dane and Iowa County of Wisconsin. And a quick look for all of you, no matter whether you're in Rockton, north of Rockford, Illinois, or elsewhere, you can see here's a future radar depiction of what's likely to happen. I do think that Rockford and Rockton are fine. I don't think we're going to see much more longevity to the storm that's near Madison. Still a risk. You are under a tornado watch in Madison, Wisconsin. The main event is farther south. The main concern area, still mainly I-70 and south for Indiana. St. Louis, we got concerns about you. We're going to see some tornado threat in the northern part of this, and then mainly wind threats late tonight down into the Ohio Valley proper, the immediate Ohio Valley, south of I-64 through I-64 into Kentucky and far southeast Indiana into southern parts of Ohio. But again, the risk expands a little farther north into more of Ohio later tonight for damaging winds. And hey, we have a live pick from Aaron Jack there. Look at that. He's on that big dog of a thunderstorm that I'm concerned about. Full transparency, I expected the Weather Service might issue a tornado warning with this cell. They have not yet, but they did issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And that's a nice shot there from Aaron Jack. A dark sky. Let's look at this in high res. So there is a hook here. There it is. Finally, the tornado warning has been issued. I'm not surprised. We talked about this a little earlier. Frankly, I am surprised it was they maybe wanted to watch extra scans or something. But man, this is a cell that I think is a slam dunk for a tornado producer a bit ago, 7-8 minutes ago when we began to talk about this. And again, you heard it from us before the warning by a margin of 6 or 7 minutes or 8 minutes. There's your area of rotation. And if hopefully you took shelter when I suggested it in Mattoon and Charleston. Stay in your shelter now. Now the tornado sirens are sounding. Now the tornado warning has been issued. Tornado warning here in this area along Interstate 57, Mattoon to Charleston. But again, this is a radar indicated threat, but it's very much a 4-dimensional severe threat. Big hail. Damaging straight line winds. We've had a history of 78 mile per hour gusts in Decatur with this storm, and large hail, damaging winds. Tornado threat. That's what I'm really concerned about along I-57 right now, Mattoon to Charleston, and the flash flood threat, which is also concurrent. So there are areas right now in Coles County under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for hail and wind, a tornado warning for the obvious risk of a tornado, and a flash flood warning. all at the same time in the same spot. I don't know if I remember seeing that too recently with a destructive severe thunderstorm, a tornado warning, and a flash flood warning. It's the triple play here for severe weather alerts, unfortunately, the triple crown. But it's a concern. It's a big concern. And if you're saying, oh, all right, severe thunderstorm warning, you're saying wind, get away from the windows. Flash flood warning, you say avoid the low-lying areas. But then a tornado warning, go to the low-lying areas. We would recommend getting into the basement. Go to the basement for this short-term tornado threat as long as it's not flooded. If it's flooded, go to the steps. Stay above the water. And if your basement's entirely flooded, you don't have the option to get down in there. A small interior room. But situational awareness is key. I know that sometimes I feel like the conversation of what do you do when you're under a flash flood warning and a tornado warning, I feel like maybe it's a little bit overblown. Take shelter, get to the lowest floor because of the tornado threat. If it's not flooding, you're going to be fine in that area, most likely, 99.99% of the time. And then just make sure you have a means of egress. If water comes dumping in, be near the steps so you can get back up and out. What happened with what was it, Isaias, one of the tropical storms that led to destructive and deadly floodings where basement walls collapsed in New York City. That was an exceptionally rare event. Most of the time, the basement walls are not going to collapse, and people lost their lives there through a tremendously rare circumstance. But, know the structural integrity of the building you're in, and if you're not sure, ask somebody who knows this kind of thing. Tornado warning in effect here along Interstate 55 as well. This is near Auburn to Pawnee. We are in west central parts of Illinois, central Illinois. All right, they went confirmed now. This is the cell that I was really concerned about. Confirmed tornado warning. Let's check out some of the other products here. I don't know why that was issued so late, honestly. I'm just being honest. I'm glad I'm glad there's a warning for this now. That's all I'm saying. All right. Very significant risk of a tornado. It's a confirmed tornado. I don't think that giant blob of blue in Sullivan was necessarily from the tornado. That was earlier. But velocity signature here. There is a strong zone of rotation here continuing. We've been on it for 10 minutes or so. Mattoon to Charleston. A tornado warning was issued not too long ago. Confirmed tornado warning now, moving into Charleston, Illinois. So look out. Stay in your shelter. Mattoon to Charleston, Hutton, Westfield. Dangerous tornado risk is present there. J-Jack is on the move. He's on this cell right now, bottom left. And again, we're looking kind of away from the belly of the beast, perhaps. I'm not sure which direction we're looking. There's another storm to his east. But we are really concerned about this area. And look at that, cinnamon roll on the reflectivity scan indicating the rotation within the storm. So big concerns there moving into Charleston. A confirmed tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Charleston moving east at 45 miles per hour. Here it is. Man, I'm glad they issued it now, but this has been a nasty, nasty storm. And if we did draw this 45 miles per hour east-southeast, this tornado is going to be into Hutton in 16 minutes. Weather spotters confirming that one, by the way. Meridian Elementary in Blue Mound suffered significant damage during tonight's storm. Summer school is canceled, according to Emily Speck from our digital team. Lovington, Illinois, impressive hail track. Let's bring up the hail track. Good call, Jesse. All right. Almost there. Hail swath. Look at that. Big time hail. This is a multi-pronged, four-dimensional threat. We got a confirmed tornado based on Storm Spotter. Large and extremely dangerous tornado, particularly dangerous situation. Weather spotters confirming it. That's the story of the day right now, I think. Very, very concerning. And just a big risk there with this one. And we were talking about this around 7:40. We began to talk about it. And when was the warning issued? The warning for this one was issued we talked about it at 40 before the break, and the Weather Service decided to issue a warning for it at 6:46 Central Time, so 6 minutes after we began to suggest people take shelter for it. This is a dangerous storm, and we really need to be on top of this kind of thing because it's a dangerous thing, and weather spotters are confirming a tornado with this storm. I want to see comments here on the chat. What are we talking about? What are people curious about? Is there a tornado in Kansas, Illinois? Not specifically in the community of Kansas. There's a tornado just miles to your west, about 10 miles to your west. It's going to pass about 4 or 5 miles to your south. All right, thanks for being with us. We're continuing to track a destructive tornado threat. We've been talking about this for 13, 14 minutes here on the AccuWeather Network. A tornado warning was issued 8 minutes ago for this one by the Weather Service in Charleston, Coles County, Illinois. A destructive tornado reported by storm spotters there. A damaging tornado, particularly dangerous situation, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So if we extrapolate the forward motion of this east-southeast, it's in Charleston very soon, Westfield in 14 minutes, Martinsville in 26 minutes. You got to take shelter for this one, everybody. This is this is probably the strongest storm of the day. It's also bringing some large hail. It's also bringing damaging winds, straight line winds, 78 miles per hour documented with this storm earlier. If we look at the correlation coefficient, there it is. There's the debris. There is the debris with this one moving into Charleston right now. So there's your debris right now. That is a confirmed tornado from Dorrance to Loxett to Charleston. Confirmed tornado. Storm spotters also verifying a confirmed tornado. Aaron Jack is on this storm. Mel, whenever he shouts, I don't want to wait for him, but if he gets a good view of this one, this is a nasty storm, and he is on a damaging thunderstorm that is producing obvious rotation. So if we could, Mel, maybe at the beginning of the 7 o'clock Central, 8 Eastern, if we could start with Aaron Jack's shot, and maybe even an interview with him. Yeah, thank you, if you don't mind. All right, somebody's wondering, is the tornado in Charleston bound for Terre Haute? My suspicion is that, well, first you got your first tornado warning, the earlier tornado warning cell moving into Terre Haute soon. It's moving toward Terre Haute. My guess is it will probably pass just south, but it's going to be a close call. All right, so there is Aaron Jack's shot. Can we take that full? That's nasty stuff. So this is the storm. I see 2 shots from Aaron Jack, I guess. One might be his dash cam and one might be out his window. Okay, yeah, this is it. Okay, thank you. So there you can see that like sea green sky, nasty storm in progress. We are concerned that this is producing a tornado. I don't know if it's still on the ground or not. It's likely rain wrapped, but Aaron's giving us a good view into the belly of it. Is Aaron up? Can we talk to him while he drives? Or okay, that's fine. That's totally good. So yeah, Aaron's trying to get in front of this thing. But this might be the storm of the day here, Charleston, Illinois. Yeah, a clear question about the Terre Haute area. Look out, you got to stay on top of this in Terre Haute. You have a weakly rotating storm moving in. Your severe thunderstorm warning is for a separate storm, but the one near Charleston is going to be on a path to likely pass very close to, or maybe just barely south of Terre Haute, but southern parts of Vigo County, Indiana. Again, I'm really concerned about you here with this ongoing tornado threat. And all right, this is going to continue to spin, and generally, I don't want to exaggerate its movement, but it may take more of a slight southward jaunt as it continues to move. The shear track with this storm, very significant as well. Some of this is from the preceding cell, so it's a little hard to fully keep this just one. I'm mainly concerned at this point about this track that stops in Charleston, because that's where the storm currently is, as opposed to the one that is still moving into the Terre Haute area more proper. So again, yeah, we have a nasty setup here on our hands into the Charleston area. Let me take a look at some of the other questions here while we are up on a break. But again, Emily Speck reporting Meridian Elementary in Blue Mound, Illinois, suffering significant damage during tonight's storms. Summer school, at least for tomorrow, is canceled. Going to the let me go to the chat here. All right. A lot of questions about Indiana, and rightfully so. This is how I would say it. If you're south of I-70, we do have big concerns about severe weather for you. If you're north of I-70, I think the risk is limited, but there will be some flash flooding up to the north of I-70, Lafayette to Muncie. That's kind of a broad brush answer. You are welcome, Ingram. And you're probably also thanking Jesse and others. Should Indianapolis be worried about? When should Indianapolis be worried about? I think Indianapolis, you're going to have some heavy thunderstorms about an hour and a half from now. So Indianapolis Eastern time zone, which always surprises me, about 9:30 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. to midnight in Indianapolis. You're going to have a series of thunderstorms that bring potential for wind, but flash flooding will be your main risk. And a small risk of an isolated tornado will be possible in Indianapolis. The tornado threat is going to be to your south primarily, though. So that's our assessment of Indianapolis there on the fly. All right. All right, thanks for being with us here. We have heavy rain in Fitchburg, Wisconsin, Hannibal, Missouri, getting dumped on there. Heavy rain in a small-scale storm there from Earth Camp. Tony Lawback in Winchester, Illinois. And we are very concerned about what's going on right now in Charleston, Illinois, with a big storm, a severe and tornado-warned storm. We began to talk about the tornado threat there at 6:40 Central Time, 7:40 Eastern. 6 minutes later, the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for that storm as well, in agreement with some of that risk. But man, this is a nasty one. And we want to now go a little farther west and also touch on a brief look at a tornado warning that's confirmed here, Christian County, Illinois. This is another one here, and there is the risk of a tornado with this one. They're describing it, Weather Service is describing that one as a confirmed. Again, spotters have confirmed this guy right over Charleston, a tornado that is in progress, likely in progress at least. When we take a look at the correlation coefficient, we're seeing that there is some debris with this one. I do believe that this can be originated and traced back to a small-scale start earlier. So some debris there in the area near Charleston. And that tornado threat is significant. So again, stay in your shelter. Big-time hail, Coles County, Illinois, damaging wind, hail, and the risk of a tornado is present. We also have, again, a confirmed tornado warning into Taylorville. Let's go to meteorologist and storm chaser Tony Lawback, who is joining us now from Whitehall, Illinois. So Tony, Whitehall, Illinois, I'm trying to get my bearings here. Where are you right now? Is that down near Jerseyville?
Yeah, we're basically halfway between I-72 and St. Louis right now, watching the storm that's just crossing the river into Illinois. Not severe right now. Certainly visually impressive, the most visually impressive storm we've seen so far all day, but currently more just a gusty wind threat, nothing severe right now. Obviously, you've got bigger issues further to the east with some of the storms out there, so I'm not going to keep it too terribly long. But we continue to track storms that are trying to make their way out of Missouri. It's been a slow process here. A couple of storms severe nearby off to our northeast, but right now what you're seeing on the dash cam is the sub-severe storm north of Campsville, heading in the direction of Walkerville and Whitehall, which could bring some small hail and some gusty winds here over the next half hour or so, Jeff.
All right. Thanks so much for that report there, Tony. Be careful. Very warm, very humid down that way. So the atmosphere is still untapped in many areas. But here's the shot. That is a photogenic shot now, Tony. I'm seeing it right now. All right. Look at that lightning from Aaron Jack earlier, bottom left as well. And let's go back up into... Well, I just want to briefly, before we abandon this just for a quick moment, I want to just, again, continue to hammer home 2 confirmed tornadoes, one near Charleston. Looking at this from the Lincoln radar site, the confirmed tornado continues to move through the area near Charleston, likely stepping east of town right now. This is Charleston, Illinois. Strong couplet. And again, this has been described as a confirmed tornado by emergency management. And then actually the emergency management confirmed this one here west of Taylorville. The other one was confirmed by storm spotters, but that's just semantics at this point. Christian County, Illinois, confirmed tornado based on a report from a emergency manager in Christian County. So those two areas, very concerned about them. Let's go farther to the south now and check in with AccuWeather's correspondent Bill Waddell joining us now live near the Gulf Coast. And Bill, flooding is the concern. New Iberia Parish and New Iberia itself in Louisiana. It's about the moisture flux more than the center of the storm at this point.
Just sit in the car. Hey, Jeff, yeah, and right on time with these rain bands. The storm darkened up, or the skies darkened up, and another one of these rain bands coming into New Iberia. So this has been the afternoon here in Louisiana with the rain moving through from this storm. I got to tell you, the impacts really haven't been all that bad in this area, especially Lafayette. We do have some rain moving in, but the gusty winds were closer down to the coastline. We saw that in Holly Beach earlier, 35 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts at times. Jeff, on the backside of this, the question I have and other people in the area have that I want to ask you, the timing and location for the flooding threat and potential tornado threat tomorrow as Arthur moves in. Because again, yes, it was just a span of a few hours today where we had this tropical rainstorm, then it evolved into Tropical Storm Arthur, although very disheveled, unorganized, most of the rain staying off into the Gulf. And then a couple hours later, Arthur made landfall officially in Texas. But again, some of the impacts that we're really looking at with this storm, they are expected to ramp up tomorrow as all of this moisture, all of the rain kind of moves east, moves over land with Mississippi and Alabama at play. So we were talking with some people down in the Cameron area of Cameron Parish area of Louisiana. They've been through a bunch of hurricanes before. A gentleman named Tab telling us he's grateful that for the most part the impact stayed offshore from his area. He and his neighbors still trying to fully bounce back from the 2020 hurricane season where they had two pretty destructive hurricane impacts. So in this part of Louisiana, by the end of the week and through the southeast, there is a zone of 8 to 12 inches of rainfall that is expected by the end of this week. So yes, even though Arthur formed today and officially made a landfall in Texas, the impacts from this storm are far from over. So Jeff, some of the questions that we've had, I want to get your take on this as far as the flooding concern and potential tornado concern going into tomorrow with Arthur as it moved east, because we do still have that spinning component with it expected.
We do, and one comment just off the bat here, Tony. Tropical tornadoes, they occur independent of the cycle of the sun rising, warming up the ground. You know, the temperature's not going to move a whole lot. You're going to have a warm, humid night and a cool, but it's not going to feel cool. Such a humid day tomorrow. The daily temperature swing is going to be muted here near the Gulf Coast, but it's all about the center of the storm, and the center of the storm doesn't look like much right now, but it does serve to reorient the winds, and once that moves up over parts of the southeast, that's when we're going to see an increased amount of wind shear. The low cloud bases are going to be contributing to the tornado risk. You're not going to have to moisten up much of the atmosphere here. Rotation is going to happen relatively low in the atmosphere with this one. So the risk, again, fundamentally, during the day, 8 a.m. Thursday, the center of the storm is going to be somewhere over north central Louisiana, and down maybe into an area near New Orleans. And Baton Rouge will have that stronger wind shear in that area. Thursday, it lifts up into parts of Alabama. So a quick look at our graphics. Into tonight, there will be a small risk for tornadoes. There may be a few more. We had a brief tornado actually in Enterprise, Alabama, I should say. But into tonight, again, the risk for a tornado there near I-10 in Louisiana. And then tomorrow, the risk expands a little farther east, and it's all about tracking our storm as the storm moves north of this area up along I-20. And to characterize the timing just a little more specifically, again, we have this future radar that we can bring up. I want to find the southeast version of it here. Bill, as I'm bringing this up there, have you seen much flooding on your way down?
Yeah, not too much flooding, Jeff. I mean, obviously these rain bands plus traffic, it's a little tough to catch up with them all. But there were definitely some areas, especially down in Cameron, down by Holly Beach, where those rain bands moved through, where we did see drainage ditches that were full. Lake Charles area, when we spoke with you earlier, there were some obviously very low-lying area where the water from the bayous and some of the lakes there, just 2 or 3 inches away from starting to spill over the road. So. Okay. Spotty. I would say the flooding situation is spotty, not too bad from what we've seen. But again, we know it doesn't take much, especially in the dark with some of these rural areas, maybe people driving home. You know, you don't necessarily have guardrails in this area. That's why, unfortunately, sometimes you see the video first thing in the morning and you're like, how did a driver end up in that ditch, you know, with water way up over their hood? That's what happens when you have these flooding situations, especially on these back curvy roads. So, yeah, Jeff, I appreciate it when you're looking at future radar. We just wanted to pick your brain. If you were Bill Waddell, which direction would you point the van and try to have it staged for set up tomorrow morning?
Yeah, well, late tonight, during the cover of darkness, there will be some storms that could become tornadic, Louisiana, southern Mississippi. But by 7:30 in the morning, the greatest risk, I begin to think about Mobile, Alabama, and some of these areas far eastern. I would get east of Lake Pontchartrain. Slidell and points east by 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 Central, and all the way up to near I-20. I mean, there could be action up into Montgomery, but the best risk for a tornado would be from Slidell east to Mobile and Pensacola, and then during the afternoon, still that same area. And then by the time we get to Friday, the risk really changes and begins to race farther to the east. That's my take, at least based on our graphics. And here we do have a graphic for the Thursday and Thursday evening threat. And again, maybe barely northeast of New Orleans, Slidell and east would be my main play.
Excellent. Okay, that's good to hear that we're on the same page, because this isn't moving all that fast, right? So that's very helpful information.
Yeah, and anybody south of the storm track, you're on the right side of it here, so that's going to be a highly sheared environment. Very juicy, flooding rain, the main concern. Bill Waddell in New Iberia, Louisiana. Thanks so much, Bill. I do want to take a look at what J-Jack is seeing right now. We have a lowering of a wall cloud, and I think for the rest of the half hour, we're going to keep it up in the central U.S. here, the Midwest. Ongoing tornado threats here. Confirmed tornado continues. This is the storm that we first talked about as a tornado producer 30 minutes ago at 6:40. And 6 minutes later, the Weather Service issued their first warning for it. Coles County, very concerned about a tornado threat. Stay with us here on the AccuWeather Network. All right. So the latest tornado warning here for this one. Here we are facing an ongoing tornado threat east of Charleston, Illinois. Continuing to face this ongoing tornado threat. As we look at the velocity scan, how are we looking? It is still a very strong, screaming inbound wind. No separation. The tornado here, right in this area, right here, east-southeast of Charleston, north of Hutton, south of Kansas. So the risk is, somebody asked, is there a tornado in Kansas? A little bit ago. No, there wasn't, but you are under this tornado warning. Stay in your shelter. Get in your shelter, because about 5 miles to your south, not enough breathing room. There is likely a tornado still on the ground right now. That's a big concern. Big concern. All right, I'm checking the chat here, Mel. 50,000 customers. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do think we need to, Mel. I do. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. All right, so just a very, very nasty setup here with this ongoing tornado threat between Hutton and south of Kansas, Illinois. There it is. There's your tornado right here. I'm going to go back to the correlation coefficient. And let's loop this here, see how it's behaving. So I do think that that blue at the end of the loop here, that's debris that has been lofted up into the sky by this ongoing tornado. All right. Checking out the Weather Service's warning. What are they tracking? Just want to see, if they have new information from spotters, so forth. So they're still calling this a particularly dangerous situation. We would agree with that. Weather spotters still confirming it. So that's all we really needed to know out of their warning. So again, obviously the risk continues here. The tornado threat that we've been tracking here for now 22 minutes continues, 32 minutes with that ongoing threat Let's go farther west into Taylorville, Illinois, south of Springfield. Emergency management confirmed a tornado with this one earlier, and it's still spinning. It's still spinning. The risk would be just south of Taylorville, near Velma. It's about to exit the warning. That's your tornado threat there. Approaching Owanico to Assumption to Dunkel. I'm going to go a little rogue and draw my risk area here as this pulls east of the previously National Weather Service warning. Velma, Owanico, Assumption, Dunkel. There's your risk area for an ongoing tornado continuing to move east, southeast. You can come out of your shelter up in Edinburgh and west of Taylorville. Southeast of Taylorville, stay in your shelter, though. You got a tornado threat. Confirmed tornado very close to Owanico, at least confirmed by a storm spotter a little bit ago. Checking out some more comments, other things here. We don't want to miss too much. What do we have here? I'm going to bring up the. I want to bring up the power outages. Let me get away from that. I know the tropics are a story, but the tornado threat's a bigger deal right now. New severe thunderstorm watch, Jasper County, Missouri, Dade County, Barton, Vernon, all the way out to Chautauqua County. That's the Joplin and Springfield area. Severe thunderstorm warning in progress there. All right, we're coming back here on the network. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We continue to track a tornado threat here. If you were tuned in, we gave you 6 minutes of lead time ahead of the issuance of a Weather Service tornado warning, and this has become a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. The official warning was first issued at 6:46 Central Time. We talked about the tornado threat and drew up our own warning at 6:40 Central Time. We want you to stay ahead of this, and every minute counts. It really, really matters. That's why we're glad that you're here with us here on the AccuWeather Network and the YouTube Live here on AccuWeather. We're looking at this ongoing threat. Every area here east of Charleston to near Marshall, Illinois. You're facing a significant risk of a tornado. Again, this has been spotted and confirmed. I don't know if do we have Aaron J. Jack's shot? He's awfully close to this thing. Okay, it's down right now. Hopefully everything's all right. Cell service may be interrupted. But Aaron J. Jack is within a mile or two of this likely tornado. There's some footage earlier from Charleston, Illinois, bottom left. Can we bring that up, fool? That was just minutes ago, I suspect. Sorry, I'm asking for very, I know I have no idea how you guys even do what you do. Oh, that's fine. It's a cool shot, though, and that's what went on just minutes ago in Charleston, Illinois. That's fine. When we have the ability, it might be interesting to see that a fool. There is a new tornado warning into western Indiana. Let's take a look at this here. Western Indiana, northeast of Terre Haute. Terre Haute, again, stay on guard here. You have a nasty storm approaching from the west. I think the worst of that will likely pass barely to your south, but there's another warning. I don't want to promise anything south of Terre Haute. That's a nasty storm, and it's on a beeline to near Terre Haute. So certainly this tornado threat is going to move into Vigo County, and Terre Haute. Just stay connected here. You may have to take shelter soon. All right, east of there's a separate cell into Vigo County, also clipping northern Clay, Southern Park, western and central southern Putnam County, Indiana. We're facing an ongoing threat here. This ongoing tornado threat is it's for this area of rotation. It's beginning to organize a little bit. Strong outbound wind, a hint of inbound. Not a very strong couplet, but it's a couplet nonetheless. And again, we're seeing an environment here where there is the likelihood of a tornado to possibly touch down. You can see coinciding with their scribbles there, that rotation, you can see there's a little bit of a hook there within the structure of this storm. So again, anybody along I-70, you're still at risk. If your counties north of I-70, the risk is lower for you. But if you're near I-70 from Terre Haute, Charleston, east to Indianapolis, you still have a tornado threat for you. It's lower than it would have been had it not been raining here in Indianapolis, but I'm concerned still about this cell as it ramps up and moves into the area near Indianapolis. Let's take a look at this other cell moving into the area near Marshall, Illinois. And a nasty setup here, a nasty setup. The Lincoln, Illinois radar site is going to give us a set of eyes on this one. And just for perspective, there's your inbound, there's your outbound. South of Kansas, very close to Westfield, there's your tornado risk. And it is being now updated as radar indicated. That's a very good trend. There's a good trend there from the Weather Service. They have trimmed down from the purple to a red tornado warning, which means there are no longer eyes confirming that it's on the ground, but it may touch down again. It was confirmed earlier. There's also hail. Golf ball size, baseball size hail in Humboldt, Illinois with this. So as this moved in, let's take a look at that video if we can, fool. Thanks, Mel. So this was minutes ago, a little bit ago. Aaron J. Jack submitted this here from Charleston, Illinois. We were talking about this tornado threat. And again, baseball size hail was reported just barely west-northwest of here as this storm approached into Humboldt. He's pointing out the wall cloud, and from the base of that would be the tornado. Man, I hope it didn't touch down in town. There were confirmations of a tornado touching down based on storm spotters. I don't know if it was in town proper, though. That's what we don't know. All right, good stuff. Thanks, Knobs, for doing that. Let's take a look at, man, I really cluttered this up here with all these reports and so forth. The Taylorville tornado warning is still officially they're allowing it to run as a confirmed. I think the threat has been exiting the warning, so I would argue against this tornado warning at this point. But let's see if a new one would be needed. So I think that the Weather Service will probably kill that tornado warning up in Kincaid, as I don't see much of a risk there anymore. But the risk is present here. Some rotation here into an area between Morrisonville and Pana, and the Weather Service is opting to issue a larger scale severe thunderstorm warning for that one. So I really think that this guy can go in the Taylorville area, but southeast of there is a small risk of a tornado, but certainly damaging wind. Here from southern Christian County and Shelby County. And we got to keep an eye on that cell. It could ramp back up and produce a tornado at some point. All right, here we are back into the main area of concern south of Kansas. This is approaching Terre Haute. This is the cell that you see the bottom left footage from earlier. And overall, this storm is continuing to move east and maybe a smidge south of due east. I think Terre Haute people are rooting for this to drift farther south as it is still producing some rotation. It's a radar-indicated tornado threat at the moment. Let's go into Indianapolis's radar site, taking you into western Indiana. And here we are. Let's look at the velocity scan. It's a very modest area of rotation here into this area near Benwood, Brazil. Strong inbound into Brazil. So again, the tornado threat, there could be two areas here, but Benwood in Brazil and eastward into Putnamville. I think it's favoring the southern half of this tornado warning. The risk is greater in northern Clay County than it is in Park County, and a risk to continue into areas of Putnam County, Illinois as well. We'll be right back. All right. AccuWeather Network just went to break. There is a new tornado warning. I like this assessment here by the Weather Service. I think that the other one can still go, but there is some rotation. There is some rotation here in the area near Pana and Shelbyville. We were hinting at that. We're talking about how this is the risk. It's not that big purple zone up to the northwest anymore. That is basically a defunct tornado warning from my perspective. But the trend here is this guy. This is the zone of rotation. Not as strong as it had been, but it's an area of rotation nonetheless. It's a weak area of rotation back here near White Oak. I don't know if that's the motivator why they're holding on to that warning, but the main event here, south of Wanaco and near and north of Ullman, moving into Pana and Dollville, Tower Hill, Shelbyville. That's the tornado threat that I'm more concerned about here, Christian into Shelby County. I don't see a threat north of Taylorville. I really don't. At this point. But I do see a big threat here. This is the cell that we've been on since 6:40 Central, and the first tornado warning was issued for it 6:46. Doyle's you got a risk for a tornado there. Doyle's to Clarksville to Castle Finn. And this is along Interstate 70 approaching Terre Haute. Look out. We have a tornado threat there. Big concerns in that area. How about Decatur and Bernie, Indiana? Decatur? I didn't know you had a Decatur in Indiana. I was thinking of Decatur, Illinois. Let me look real quick. DECAT Decatur, Indiana. How about it? Root and Washington Townships, Adams County. Where are we? We're pretty far north. I feel pretty good about your situation up there in Decatur, Indiana. I do. The risk is going to be mainly to your south. The greater risk is mainly to your south. You're going to have some thunderstorms, perhaps showers, and not a whole lot of lightning even up your way. So the risk is to your south. In Decatur, Indiana. Up on the Ohio line. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. Hey, I wanted to give you an update here, a kind of an overall reset. Okay. Kayla, sorry, I requested this. You already, I think maybe you already did this. Okay. Yeah, it's a tornado, a severe thunderstorm threat until 10 p.m. We have ongoing severe threats here, southeast Kansas, all the way up into Indiana. The biggest threats here, the biggest risks are in parts of Illinois, generally this area around Effingham and into Terre Haute, Indiana. That's the area I'm most concerned about right now. That is the most significant concern zone. And we are very concerned about the risk of tornadoes here in this area. There are a couple of tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, and again, a variety of hazards here. So we have 3 threats. I know there's a 4th tornado warning on there. I am a little skeptical of one of these, but we are very concerned about others. So again, I don't think there's much of a risk up there with that northwestern one. But let's take a look at this areas around Pana. There is an area of rotation moving into Pana, southern Christian County, Illinois, into the southern 2/3 of Shelby County, Illinois. That's one. Another tornado threat, as we take you into this area here east of Westfield, velocity scan showing that we still have an area of rotation. It's kind of straddling the Clark, southern Edgar County, Illinois line. And then a third, we're going to jump over to the Indianapolis radar site here. And this is loading. It's loading. I think it's loading. What's it look like? All right, the radar's giving me a little bit of a delay there. But there's an area of rotation out this way. All right, we just went to break. So there's your area of rotation between Carbon and Brazil. Brazil, strong inbound wind. It's favoring the southern half of this tornado warning. So it's favoring the southern half, and the risk is very limited up to the north. But I would continue to track this ongoing tornado threat between Carbon and Brazil. It will likely stay south of Greencastle, but we're not fully confident of that. So Greencastle, take shelter. Greencastle, take shelter. Again, it's going to be awfully close to you. Carbon to Greencastle. This is the general movement of this possible tornado here. It's mildly favoring the southern half of this polygon. But again, it is a tornado threat. It's hovering real close to the southern fringe of that right now between Brazil and Carbon. So that's the issue. Cloverdale, I wouldn't sleep on this one in Cloverdale. J-Jack is back. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me see. Yeah, let's see here. We're in a break right now, right? We are. Yes. I know we're never really in a break. We're always up on YouTube, but I do stand down a little bit here when we're just on only on YouTube. Thanks for bearing with me here as we're just making some decisions. Yeah, thanks for bearing with us here on YouTube. Let's see here. Let's see some of your people wonder about Pennsylvania here and St. Louis. Those are two good questions. All right, Pennsylvania, the risk is very low, maybe a little bit of wind with some thunderstorms late tonight west of I-79 near the Ohio line. But the risk is a bit greater into other areas farther south. The St. Louis trend is fantastic. The St. Louis trend is fantastic in that even though we have a very warm, unstable environment, nothing is firing off here. Man, I love that there's nothing severe approaching St. Louis right now. That's the big metro that we would be most concerned about right now. Let's take a look. That's not what I wanted to bring up here. Let's take a look at the short-range high-res refresh. That high-res rapid refresh. Here it is for the St. Louis depiction. It's not initializing well at all. It is blowing up storms too aggressively west of St. Louis. So despite modeling suggesting that there would be severe weather in St. Louis, at this point, it's not developing yet. The window is still open. The door is still open for a severe thunderstorm in Indianapolis, in St. Louis. But the risk is, from my perspective, it's more limited because we're just not seeing the storms upstream right now. The storms in Columbia and Jefferson City have not sustained themselves. We may see some strong storms later on in St. Louis, but the trend has been good so far, and we're looking at again a risk for damaging thunderstorms, but nothing urgent, nothing imminent. Saline, Michigan looks like. Michigan, you're going to be okay here. The risk in Michigan is very low. It's very low. There may be a couple of gusty storms moving into western parts of Michigan across the lake later on if you're near the western part of Michigan. But we do have a confirmed tornado now up into an area. All right, thanks for being with us on the AccuWeather Network. We're tracking a tornado threat here into an area of southern Wisconsin, near Evansville, Wisconsin, Rock County of Wisconsin. All right, so that's one area of concern. It's south of Madison. Take shelter, though, if you're near Edgerton and approaching Janesville. A radar-indicated tornado warning now, and once was even confirmed. But we want to get back into Aaron J. Jack joining us here from Charleston, Illinois. I'm going to go back to the high-res. Aaron, this thing really spun up. We began to talk about it at 6:40 Central Time as a tornado producer, potentially at least, and the Weather Service issued a warning 6 minutes later. What have you seen out of this one?
Yeah, right after we got done talking to Charleston to go get a video of this thing, I could see it had this really sharp inflow notch, just severe warning that had those 80-mile-per-hour winds in it and hail. And as I came up to it, I definitely started looking much more intense. Like this image you're seeing right now, I could see that it feeding into the storm, and then a big RFD, the rear fling down draft, wet rain wrapping around and feeding into it. And then I believe I was able to see that tornado in that little corner box there where the rain and that inflow trail meets. It looked like the tornado was in there coming my way. I had to reposition, went back into Charleston, started making my way through Charleston. That's when that tornado emergency warning then came out. We had the tornado emergency. As I was working my way through Charleston, we actually lost power there in Charleston. So I'm not sure what kind of damage happened back there in Charleston, but the power did go out. I could see I believe I saw the tornado. I have to go back and review that footage. But definitely a dangerous storm. And this is the storm now overhead of me. In fact, if you look, you can see it's still very much rain wrapped. Lots of rain here. This is the base of the storm, kind of the back side of the storm now on. The tornado is actually embedded back in the rain. I heard there's a confirmed report of a tornado near, I think it's Westfield is the name of the town. I actually came up on my phone. The alert came up and said tornado has been observed on the ground approaching the town of Westfield, Illinois, I believe is what the town was. But that was embedded back in this rain here. Last I saw there was still a little bit of a couplet there. But it does look like it might be kind of doing with the last few storms that have been moved off to the east of Charleston, and that is they begin to die and weaken as they approach that Indiana state line. So I wonder if this one seems like it's going to do the exact same thing. But I know there are a couple more cells, at least one more cell I saw quite a ways back to my left side, this tornado one. So that might be the next one to drop into it. I will mention that one of the most significant things I noticed as this storm, before this storm ramped up, is the temperature difference. It jumped up several degrees ahead of there in Charleston, Illinois, than it was earlier in the day. And that thing just definitely ramped up, and there were CG boats
dropping down all over the place. And that's when that tornado emergency went off. And hopefully everything's okay back there. But it was definitely a dangerous storm, and it continues to be for the time period, for the time now. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, thanks so much there, Aaron. Be safe out there, and congrats on the capture there. Man, what a volatile setup there in parts of eastern and central Illinois. Now the storm has prompted a tornado warning for Terre Haute. Again, take shelter in Terre Haute. We have radar-indicated tornado warning here. This is data we're looking at from the perspective of the Indianapolis radar site. Also, we have strong outbound wind and a hint of inbound out near Brazil. So again, a couple of areas of rotation, but the obvious couplet near Marshall, Illinois, soon to cross into Indiana. The vector that this is on is likely to take the storm south of Terre Haute. It's going to be a close call. Take shelter in Terre Haute. Take shelter in Terre Haute. I do think the center of this storm and the tornado threat is going to pass to your south, but it's not a slam dunk, and it could waver north. It's, again, a high-confidence tornado warning, but I think that we're going to see this tornado pass just south of Terre Haute. Take shelter in Terre Haute, though. That is just something to do to play safe. Overall, let's take a look at, I don't want to miss anything here. Some of you had questions about Western Pennsylvania. The risk is low there. The risk to places like Michigan, relatively low. Strong storms to the west. I do want to take us back up to that tornado threat into other areas. Has the Weather Service finally? They did abandon that other tornado warning that at one point was issued for good reason. It just stayed forever. Probably overdue expiration time there. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here from Illinois' central perspective, central Illinois. We got inbound wind. Where's the radar site? It's to the north. I just wanted to make sure I'm doing this right here. All right, we're looking from north to south. Outbound, inbound. A little more specific here between Pana and Shelbyville. So here's your tornado threat. There's your tornado threat. Also a secondary zone of rotation west of Pana. So we have a couple of areas here where we may be facing a tornado. Radar indicated rotation, southeastern Christian County still, and the predominant area into western and southwestern Shelby County. Tornado threat for you. I want to take us to Wisconsin because there has been, was a confirmed tornado up this way. That was a big concern. I don't know if we can. What radar site can we afford to get rid of? Maybe Kansas City. Maybe we can get rid of Kansas City. I think we can. All right. I'm going to request a different radar site. Yeah. Thanks for bearing with me here, guys. Could we have MKX, Milwaukee? EAX out. EAX is Kansas City. All right. Overall, the tornado threat that we're most concerned about is the concentrated area just south of Taylorville, east to Terre Haute, along the area just north of I-70 in Illinois, and then right on top of I-70 in Indiana. The risk for many of you in Indianapolis, you've been wondering about this. The worst part of this storm threat is going to be in the next 1 to 3 hours with repetitive rounds of heavy rain. I'm concerned about flash flooding. There is also some degree of a tornado threat that is going to be tied to this first storm. I don't know how long this is going to continue to rotate. It's looking a little flabby. Let me get to the right radar, though. Indianapolis radar site. There's still a hook here, southwest of Greencastle. The velocity scan showing us that there's strong outbound wind, and just a hint of inbound on the south side. So it's not a very strong couplet, but again, the rotation is hovering. It's kind of on the southern fringe of this tornado warning, very close to the I-70 interstate, just north of I-70. Again, and then there's also very strong outbound wind here and weaker outbound wind in Manhattan. So again, there is a risk of a tornado, perhaps signified by that screaming outbound wind near Putnamville. Just areas to keep an eye on, the central and southern part of that warning. Not a strong couplet, but it's a couplet nonetheless. Far more concerned about this one here. Marshall, Illinois, moving into an area just southwest of Terre Haute. Terre Haute is under a tornado warning. If we extrapolate the forward movement here, I'm going to use the shear track to do that. I really do think it's going to stay barely south of Terre Haute, but we got to keep a close eye on it. All right, so take shelter in Terre Haute. Play it safe. Play it safe. You never regret it. But there may be people that don't take shelter when it's a borderline situation, and they do regret it later if things go sideways. All right, let's go back up into Wisconsin, into Evansville. All right, thank you, Kayla. Very quick. Let's switch this out. We're going to go MKX. I won't be able to loop it, but we'll be able to show you at least one frame of radar data in a moment once it loads in. So we'll give that some time to percolate. And eventually we're going to get radar data for that storm there. That'll be high res and not just the mosaic that is a little more broad brush. So again, our main concerns here is that cell just west of Terre Haute moving into areas around southern Vigo County. The warning is officially in place for Terre Haute. That may have been a precautionary measure by the Weather Service just to kind of make sure that the populated center there is well covered. One radar perspective west to east showing it's still over Marshall for the most part, right over Marshall. Take shelter. You got to be in your shelter in Marshall in Clark County, Illinois. Let's look at this from east to west. Now we're going to look at this instead of using the central Illinois radar. We're going to look at the this storm from Indianapolis's perspective, coming in from east to west. Colors are reversed, inbound versus outbound. There it is, right over Marshall. And I continue to believe that this will stay south of Terre Haute. All right. J-Jack is in Marshall. Yeah, I'd love to go to him if he is up for it. If he's okay, you know, and that was a tough signal too. So if it lands on our lap, Mel, and his signal's strong, I'm not opposed to that. But he's on the storm of the evening at this moment, at least. Just trying to see if we have anything to really check out farther west. And we really don't. Northeastern Vernon County, no longer even warned. Southern parts of Bates County, severe thunderstorm in progress here. That may clip. It's still clipping areas up near the Sauk River and areas up northeast of what is that? Keplinger Mills. I think it's going to be Keplinger Mills up this way. Shell City. Small scale, strong thunderstorm there, but it's nothing like what we're seeing elsewhere. All right, let's go farther east. And we're dealing with some nasty storms. Again, it's all about the Terre Haute storm. Some of you have asked some questions about the storm itself. The storm itself and big picture, what's the risk for my area? I would confidently trim the high risk down to this area. Oh, I don't want to add to it. I want to trim it. So again, there's still a risk, limited risk of wind in Michigan and Pennsylvania. All right, there were a few questions about Michigan and Pennsylvania. That's why I said it that way. All right. Just trying to keep tabs on everything. Was that a tornado in J-Jack stream? That was a question from Jesse. I didn't see it. Bottom left. It's rotating. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if he sees a tornado out of that one. That's the strongest storm out there. But that's certainly something to watch. That bottom left feed there is Aaron J-Jack, and he is on the most menacing cell in the nation right now with this continual zone of rotation. It's been rotating now for an hour and 1 minute. We picked it up at 6:46 Central Time, and it's been warned now for 55 minutes by the National Weather Service. It's producing, again, potential for a tornado now into an area just south of Terre Haute. Let's go back to the Indianapolis high-res radar data. We're going to be back in 1 minute here, coming up on 8. Are you sure, Mel? We're 1 minute to break? All right, 3 minutes. Yeah. That's good. Totally good. No, sorry. I didn't mean to call you out on YouTube. We're very transparent. That's right. If you guys had any idea how many mistakes I make, and our directors and our producers cover a multitude of sins every single day, you have no idea. I'm almost unemployable, and they make me look way better and all of us, they make us all look better than we should on the air here. What can Anderson, Indiana expect? Anderson's north. I think we talked about Anderson earlier, didn't we? Anderson's up here. I know it's a populated place. Where the heck's the label? Come on, Anderson. Oh man, I thought we had it up here. Maybe yeah, Anderson, you're fine. No change since we last talked about this. Maybe you're a different person. I really think that the severe threat's going to be greatest to your south. You're going to have off and on rain. There is some potential for flash flooding in Anderson, but honestly, the risk is greater to your south. And in Metro Indianapolis, the immediate metro and south, there's a risk. But Indianapolis is like right on this transition zone where if you step north into Carmel or Tipton or Anderson or Muncie, the risk drops off a lot. Flash flooding might be your biggest concern tonight. Can I guarantee no severe weather? No, I can't guarantee no severe weather. You may have a severe thunderstorm warning or two. But the tornado threat is still present along and south of I-70, and that's going to continue deep into the night, along with damaging winds for many farther south. And that's been the main concern here with this severe threat. Now, this morning, did we know exactly how this would play out? No, nobody knew exactly how it would play out. But as this progressed, the lingering rain from round one has stabilized the atmosphere for you in Anderson pretty well. Salina, Ohio, and Noblesville, Indiana. I see your questions. Columbus, Indiana. Holy moly, they're coming in from all angles right now. We're glad that you're here. Columbus, Indiana. You are near I-65, south of Indy. I'm concerned about you in Columbus because you're south of Indianapolis. There will be a risk for tornadoes and damaging wind in Columbus. Again, that's a concern there in Columbus, Indiana, by virtue of being south of Indianapolis. Salina, Ohio. I think that's how you say it. Where is that? I know I've seen it. Mercer County. Yeah, I should have known that. All right, that's south of Van Wert. The risk is limited for you also because you're far enough north. I don't think you're going to have severe weather in Salina, Ohio. Salina. Final question, if we can sneak it in. Mooresville, Indiana. Where are you? Mooresville, Indiana. We're coming back on the network here. All right, thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. We're tracking a variety of severe storms and a nasty risk of a tornado. Look at that view from Aaron J. Jack in Marshall, Illinois. That's a great shot. If we take that full, I wouldn't be opposed there, Knobs. Mooresville, Indiana, you are south of Indianapolis. I'm concerned about that area. J. Jack in Marshall, Illinois, if that's live. I think it is live, right? I don't see the... yeah. So when he pans back to the right, I'm concerned about what we're seeing here. He might be getting ready to boogie again. All right. Well, that's not the most photogenic thing, but we are concerned about this area around Marshall. All right, Knobs. Thanks for doing it. I'm going to repeal my request. Before it moved, we were looking into the belly of the storm, and it was a pretty photogenic shot. Thanks for doing it anyway. All right. So overall, this area of rotation is about to cross the Wabash River, north out of Vincennes, all the way up to Terre Haute. So this is the Wabash River, and the tornado is crossing the river approximately now. Let's take a look at the velocity scan from Indianapolis. We're still seeing a couplet. It's getting a little disfigured. I want to see some continuity. Is it going to remain disfigured, or are we going to, is the next scan going to show it even more ragged, which we would love? We'd love to see that. Or is it going to be stronger? I'm hesitating because it's only one scan. Well, it's a couple scans. It is a trend. So it's looking less organized. We are decreasingly organized here with this, but there's still inbound versus outbound. It has crossed the Wabash. Well, it's crossing the Wabash River, which actually deviates from the state line and goes somewhere else. But that should be the Wabash River that is crossing right now. Good news for our friends in Indianapolis in the short term. This warning, which has had admittedly a screaming outbound wind signature and a very modest hint of inbound on the south side between I-70 and Greencastle, been replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. I agree with that. I think that's a good call by the Weather Service in Indianapolis. That the tornado threat is decreasing with that one. But damaging wind is a big concern. My buddy Alex McGinnis, I don't know if he's working tonight. He's a National Weather Service guy, a friend of mine, and they do a good job there in Indianapolis. All right, Terre Haute, we have a severe thunderstorm and tornado threat here. Let's get this latest scan. Let's see this come in here. I'm getting impatient. But Prairieton to Southtown, there is still some rotation. I am more and more confident that we're probably not going to see a tornado in Terre Haute proper. by policy, take shelter, still stay in your shelter, just play it safe. The warning is still in effect, and you're only a couple of mere miles from this possible tornado. So again, you zoom in tight and it looks like it's far away. You're 3 miles. Stay in your shelter in Terre Haute. But the trend is, our friend, that this is becoming less organized. That is good news. But again, we need to keep an eye out. I want to go up to Wisconsin now. Well, wait a minute. Before we do that, let's look at this confirmed tornado again. Damage reports in the chat. Thank you, Mel. Here we are. So from Charleston, significant tree damage, lines down, and building damage at Coles County Fairgrounds. That was the cell we talked about. And then also in Charleston, mobile homes destroyed and flipped. Man, I hope everybody's okay. Dangerous stuff there. Mobile homes, they are not safe in tornadoes. They are not safe. You know, we've seen improvements to the tornado fatality statistics in every demographic except for those who live in mobile homes. They haven't really changed much. The tornado fatality stats have changed in almost every other demographic. And sharply, way more people used to die in tornadoes 100 years ago than they do now, for so many reasons. But the stats haven't changed for the demographic of people who live in mobile homes. You got to get to a storm shelter, and if you're in business and building a mobile home community or something like that, it is worth it. Put in a storm shelter for your residents there. You got to do it. It's the right thing to do. All right, Cowden to Stewartson. We're facing a nasty rotating thunderstorm. I'm curious if this is strongly rotating or if it's just mildly rotating. Mildly rotating. I don't know. Let's look at this. I think our best bet's going to be from the Central Illinois radar site, and we're there. Then we're going to go to Wisconsin. As much of a pinwheel as this storm is, with its depiction on radar with the reflectivity, the rotation is modest. So the Weather Service is likely watching this closely as well. And again, our SkyGuard team is, I'm sure, as well. The risk of a tornado is certainly not zero, but if this tightens up a bit more, we would see the likelihood of a new issuance of a warning. There you can see some tornado footage from Mattoon, Illinois. That's the storm we were on. That's the storm that we talked about before the warning was issued. That's nasty stuff out there. And again, rain wrapped. You can see the shield of rain moving out in advance of this. It's hard to fully make out the tornado itself, to be honest with you. Maybe I'm a little conservative with my interpretation of it. There it is. There it is. You can see that funnel out of the base of that wall cloud. There it is. That real dark area, and you can see even power flashes and lightning in the background, but that cone, there it is. It's kind of oriented almost like a triangle with a greater angle on one side than the other. That's your tornado. That was it in Mattoon, Illinois. All right, I have promised this several times and haven't delivered on it. We want to go to Wisconsin and Janesville. You have a pair of tornado warnings near you. Milwaukee radar site looks pretty ragged right now, but there is a zone of rotation. I can see where we're going with this. All right, a little donut hole here. Let's see what the reflectivity or the velocity scan looks like. There it is. All right, we're looking outbound versus inbound from the perspective of the Milwaukee radar site. So there is some rotation. There is some rotation in this area. It's likely southwest of Janesville, which is the major population center in the area. So central and southern Rock County, Wisconsin, take shelter. And up into the Edgerton area, we're inheriting a tornado threat from earlier. Let's see how this is behaving. That's really flabbing out. I don't think we're going to see much more out of this one, but again, take shelter in Edgerton, play it safe. Still a hint of rotation in the area. All right, we just went to a break here, and I do think that as things evolve, we're going to gradually see more tornado threats, but also a gradual transition to more severe thunderstorm winds. Let's see. The confirmed tornado warning from Dane and Rock County will be expiring as it's currently slated. The purple guy is set to expire in 8 minutes. The radar indicated warnings are going to continue here, Wisconsin until half past the hour. Clay and Vigo counties, that's the Terre Haute one, until 15 past the hour. And what's up with this guy here? All right, that's the one that... Let me see here. What's going on? All right. I just want to check out the scan. And I want to see what this is looking like here. All right. So this new tornado warning has been issued because of that area we were chatting about. The Weather Service was also watching it. Cowden, their area of rotation here. This is for Effingham, Illinois, and points north. And that tornado warning will be in effect until half past the hour. So again, we have some big concerns regarding the risk for a tornado in Effingham and also just south of Terre Haute. Let's take a look at this here from the Indianapolis perspective. Still a strong inbound signal and outbound, but they're separated from one another. And there, you can see some convergence off to the west as well. So a couple of areas of possible rotation in different characterizations there of that storm here near and south of Terre Haute, Illinois, Indiana. All right. Thanks for being with us here on the AccuWeather Network. I'm going to double check one thing here. And we have 58,600 people without power in Illinois. We can give you a look at that here. And overall, the risk is still present for isolated tornadoes. We have at this point 3 separate tornado warned cells, all radar indicated. 57,000 without power though in Illinois. Nasty stuff. I'm actually almost surprised and impressed that South Dakota doesn't have similar numbers given the wind, but maybe they're just more resistant to wind up that way. Double checking one thing. That the power outages here in the north central part of the nation, yeah, we're good. Okay. But overall, the tornado threats, the severe thunderstorm threats, they will remain with us deep into the evening. Tornado Watch now issued a new one into Clinton and Lebanon until 10 p.m. Central Time. Just an extension of the others. That's been in effect for a little bit here. Forgive me for that. That has been in effect for a bit. Southern Wisconsin until 9 p.m. And then until midnight tonight, there's still going to be a tornado threat. And let's take a look at the ongoing risks right now on radar. I do think that this purple tornado warning will be expiring at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central. That will be leaving us now with 3 separate radar-indicated tornado threats. And of the 3, Effingham, Illinois, look out. We have a tornado threat here for you. The rotation area is up this way here. It's near and northwest of Effingham, and then into the area near Terre Haute, Indiana, forgive me. We have an ongoing tornado threat as well. This one radar indicated, and it's looking a little scrappy, but there is still some rotation present with this. So it's mainly south of the interstate, mainly south of Terre Haute. Tornado warning does continue. Thank you so much for being with us. Make sure you have the AccuWeather app.